We always on 100. Ready for the pain, ready to the game, ready for the heat. Me and my dogs, we come to ball, ready to eat. We gonna fight, we gonna bang, never defeat. We always on 100.
Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death. For the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while I keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down on fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 pesos. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
All the promises made were broken nights. All the choices you made, but you make them again. All the lies that you told, but you believe in. I don't wanna be
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom, check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line, keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line, keeping it clutch. All on the line, keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, so take my hand, and come with me. run away with me.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive, and I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. And kept the tension on the high tier. And pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the room just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminishes there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminishes there. It's foolish of me to consider my peak is a map that release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. Some of these I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories are planned for when I begin. All the land below me is scanned over what I missed. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the later madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find a pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest. Different days when it's kept, is checks on the net. It's a technical foul, and for now I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Yeah. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. White lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. What I live now can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements. Indeed, now to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is direct beyond breaking. Head and neck and knee sweat. All related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not gonna take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above. Looking right through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making, I'm beyond free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. What they gonna take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home, not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry. Duck down, waiting for the moon to arrive. Not now. Had a whip AC broke on my bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it, they won't get it. If you don't adapt and see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
But
me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up, drop up down, they need us.太beyond me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Crush,
liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
두피 그리자 스늘을 리파 생 뒤춘다 두가 버퍼你们相信力如果我起跳在车前的转一点飘你们像是边角料在我切个钻石之间消耗看看那些小动物牵条脚可以下面会被分销掉 drip drop drip drip deep drop 为我的跳呢需要 visa 有时我也忘了密码开始 pray like a diva 活着在很多的 Venus 没让我再次陷入迷茫他就从来给我启发连没什么可骂些了一句问号都不想要啊可能以后像那个创业家也有烦忙忙的接电话 Basta 全部都我拍秀 Basta 不理会你爱就 TikTok 我的表现在镜子 zigzag 你看不清我秀秀
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Crush,
liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, and you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need some return to you. I've been surrounded by endless fools. No one believes me, I'm like you too. I need some return to you. Coming home and take all my jewels. No one believes me, I'm like you too. In the end, all I want is you.
book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending a prisoner of reasons why. All this time, these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
this world magnetic. Charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. This work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. I won't stop now, I said it. Aim for the clouds, yeah, get it, powerful, unstoppable. You better get them colors, get them right. Yeah, you better get in line. Dramatic, so dramatic. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
And welcome back to the 2024 Mid-Season Invitational Main Stage, brought to you live from Chengdu, China. Today we're back for elimination games as we kick off the day with a battle for the ages between Team Liquid Honda and Fnatic. The teams are gearing up in the arena, and I hope you got your memes ready at home too, as we're in for a treat between these two teams and the rivalry between NA and EU. I'm Laure, and I will be joined by Medic and Emily. This is a boxing match today, guys. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Yesterday was intense, ready for hopefully 10 more games today.
Yeah, yesterday was amazing. That was such a great series to watch. Obviously, I was on broadcast. I was watching from the hotel. It was a banger.
We've been blessed with amazing series so far, and I really hope we're going to get one today as well, as it is the first matchup between EU and NA at MSI. And what a best way to kick things off with a banter trash talk segment, because I feel like this has been the theme, especially when you look at Team Liquid and APA in the mid lane. This guy has this banter right.
Yeah, APA really kick-started a lot of trash talk in NA, especially in our playoffs. It was especially funny to see the rest of his teammates joining in, being like, actually, this is kind of fun, and Impact in one interview being like, actually, I feel kind of toxic. You know? But it's been, I think the really fun part has been how the rest of the team has kind of joined in. And obviously, we did see it against TES. Didn't work out so great. TN just with the shut up in there. So we'll see how it works today.
But I do feel like it's fueling the players, because you want to answer this. You don't want to get trash talk like this. TN answered, and Humanoid answered as well in the Verizon post-game interview. Let's check out what he said to APA. In that sense and on that topic, you're going to face off against Team Liquid in the next game, and I know that your opposition, mid laner APA, had some strong words about EU. To quote him, EU is trash. Anything you want to tell him ahead of this game?
I mean, I hope he's going to trash talk too in our series, because I can't wait to shut him up.
Yeah, I think one of the things with EU is we were born in the trash talk. We were molded in it, so it's not really too much of a surprise that Humanoid was willing to come out with the banter. I'm really looking forward to see if we get any all chat in this series.
Same.
I think Impact's question mark was one of the highlights of the finals for me. So we'll have to wait and see, but it's shaping up to be a banger day.
All eyes on all chat here, and I hope we're going to get news from the casters on what the players are saying here. But let's focus a bit on what TL has done so far at MSI. Didn't look so hot against TES,
no.
I want to say. Emily, what are your main takeaways from that series, and what do you hope they've learned from this?
Well, don't give Jackie Love and Mako Lucianami, but here we see a little bit of a highlight reel in terms of getting involved with his lanes early, and I think this was a large part of what was missing from TL's gameplay when you compare what made them successful domestically to their series against top esports, right? I think getting involved with his lanes or getting these really crucial jungle invades off is so important. There was a point in time, mid-season, where you could almost time it down to exactly 3 minutes when he would be crossing river for either a wraparound gank like this from the 100 Thieves series or for a jungle invade. I think this is super, super important for how TL want to play.
And it's the evolution of TL from the regular season into the playoffs as well. Their combined kills a minute, CK per M, jumped dramatically. In some of their playoffs games, I think they were almost at 1.5 CK per M. And I think for TL, if you want to win, it is through Umti's early game. It is through him looking for these invades, because not only does it help Umti, it also shores up some of your weaker laning as a team.
Yeah, and I think figuring out what the pace of the game is going to be as we take a look at what Spawn said after their loss to top esports. Now that we've been on the main stage, we've seen the pace of the game a little bit better than Scrim, so hopefully these are two things we can look forward to. Also addressing the fact that they want to free up APA in the mid lane. I think the big thing for me for TL, yes, they are known as the most macro-focused team in NA, but the hallmark of their playoffs was that combined kills per minute. Incredible uptick, right? Because at one point they were the lowest of any team in any major region, and that was the big thing, the big difference maker in their finals.
I mean, they need to not be afraid to pull the trigger, especially here today, but there's a specific matchup here that we want to highlight. Core JJ leads Team Liquid Honda for redemption at MSI, and in his way is June, Fnatic's newcomer to the international stage, in today's matchup featured by Mercedes-Benz.
We have arrived at our first NA versus EU matchup at MSI 2024. And aside from bragging rights, CoreJJ and Jun will also be duking it out in the lower bracket for their tournament lives, here in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. In his first appearance at a global tournament, Jun has shown his worth as a playmaker for Fnatic, carrying them to the main stage.
In the hostile takeover though, Jun! Again, this man on this pick is huge, but they haven't done the damage. Equalizer out while 369 gets the back one, but enables a reset for Razor.
CoreJJ, a veteran of international competition, even winning Worlds in 2017, now leads Team Liquid and moves the NA scene forward as a whole.
They're just immediately looking at first. Bucio instead, but now Umpty's got to be careful because Whipple's ready to chase him down. CoreJJ keeps him alive with Devour, and now the Abyssal dive to go after the isolated Urgot. Whipple's going to be focused, going to be exploded, I would have to assume. One last hit from Yawn, and the man is gone. Team Liquid, 11-1.
The stakes will be at their peak for any Western viewer. Neither of these players can afford to lose and will have to bust out all the stops. What region will reign supreme?
What a really well voice-overed segment
Yeah,
that
I know,
was.
right?
Just amazing. But when we
Beautiful.
talk about the pace of the game, it's often the supports that dictate the pace. You see CoreJJ and Jun trying to get out on the map. And so I think for both these teams, unleashing their support on the map is vital in these games.
And it's crazy to see the difference between these players' trajectory because you have a world champion on one side and a total rookie on the other who revealed himself, I feel, at MSI, but both of them holding their AD carries hands so far at MSI, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think June in particular has impressed me so much through this playoffs run that Fnatic had in the even in their finals. He was a crucial part of the reason why they got there in the first place, and he's also been absolutely stellar in all of their games, even in the Fnatic losses.
Looking at the game that Fnatic played, we've talked about Team Liquid maybe not trying enough or not being confident enough in their game against TES. But if you look at Fnatic, Medic, I feel like I'm watching the same games that I saw in the Odyssey, the same mistakes at least.
Yeah, it's the weakness that we saw from them all the way through playoffs against G2. They struggle when they start to get ahead because they are quite an emotionally driven team, quite a motivation-driven team. So when they get a lead, they feel they can take more and more and more off the map. And against Gen G, we saw, especially in Game 2, some incredible mid-game team fights. They were actually out-team fighting Gen G at points, but then you'd see Razork overstep looking for mid-prio. You'd see Humanoid a little bit out of position, and the game would just swing back towards their opponent's favor.
Yeah, it was actually really reminiscent of the mistakes we saw from them in the LEC finals as well, which is like so frustrating because it's like this team could be so good and they pull off these really, really insane team fights and setups and then overstep or like don't consider resets and stuff like that. So I am looking forward to, in that Game 2 against Gen G, we saw them shore up that a bit before they did it.
Yeah.
So hopefully more of that in this series.
It comes down to not pulling the trigger, kind of the opposite that Team Liquid is supposed to do here, it feels.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic it's pulling the trigger, but then not firing six more shots afterwards, you know, just going for the single shot. For Team Liquid, I think if they slow the pace of the game down a little bit and rely on their macro, they can definitely outplay Fnatic. I think their vision control is really good and their awareness on the map is really strong as well. I know, Emily, you had quite a few keys to victory for Team Liquid. Let's have a look at them.
What do we have?
Okay, so obviously pick not only for comfort, but also for 5v5, because like you said, if they do end up slowing down the game and playing macro, I still think they need a good 5v5 comp for those objective setups. Get involved early. Like I said before, I think that was a huge, crucial point of their playoffs run. And then play the map well, because when we talk about this Team Liquid team, it was very similar to kind of how I talk about Fnatic. They would have these incredible cross-map plays, and then they would make a mistake, right? So I want to see them have those map plays and be able to dictate the tempo of the game, unlike what we saw from them in the TES series.
And how do you want to see Fnatic playing into this string?
I think Controlled Chaos is the name of the game for Fnatic. Hands-wise, I give most of the lanes to Fnatic. I think top lane is a bit of a, you know, Impact's a very good player. It's hard to out-hands him, but Oscar Winnen's been playing really well. If you can get Razork and Humanoid into an early lead and just temper that aggression a little bit in the mid-game, it can shine a lot for Fnatic. And then you have to play through Absolute Cinema. You have to play through Marek Brazda in the mid lane, because he is on fire at the moment at MSI. And if you can get him ahead, I believe he can use that lead to take you to victory.
It's all going to come down to the work they put in during the past few days, studying their opponent, hopefully learning from their mistakes, because again, I don't feel like it's crucial, fundamental League of Legends mistake for both teams, but more methodical and approach to the game and confidence sometimes maybe.
Yeah. And I mean, I think what you said about Fnatic is exactly what I told like 100 Thieves to do against TL, right? Like if you make the beginning of the thing so volatile, like if you make the beginning of the game so volatile, it could upset them and then you dictate the pace of the game afterwards.
Right. I love the analysis, I love everything, but I feel like that's not the point here. That's not the point here. The point is setting up some war, for me setting up some beef, being able to brag for ages. We know what kind of reaction this kind of matchup spark, and for me it's come down to whoever is going to be able to brag about this one for this next 6 years. So EMEA versus NA, oh my god, amazing picture here. But
it's a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this right now, I have to say. But they met so often on the international stage that for me I'm not surprised that it evens out. But yeah, I think we solved the tie today, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, 14-14, a lot of those games were best of ones. I will say, EU has only ever lost one best of 5 to NA. It was when Mad Lions lost to Evil Geniuses back in Worlds 2022. Fnatic have beaten C9 in a best of 5. G2 have beaten TL at MSI, obviously. Yep. BDS beat Golden Guardians most recently. In terms of best of 5 favor, things move towards EU, and it's difficult to say that because I feel like I'm having hope. I feel like I'm monologuing a little bit, and Shox has taught me you should never monologue about Fnatic.
I've supported enough teams that I should not have hopes on, and usually when the odds are in your favor, this is when things go wrong. We'll see about this. Where's the momentum, though? Where do we feel like, when we look at the trajectory for both teams, who do you think would have the edge today? We're going to get to predictions right after this.
I mean, I think Fnatic do.
Yeah.
I think they feel a lot better coming out of their series against Gen G than TL did against TES, especially with some of those fights they were able to rip off, especially in Game 2. So yeah, I mean, I do think like they both lost. Yeah. But in terms of how they lost, I think Fnatic are probably feeling a little bit better after their series.
Yeah, I think TL will be looking at a reset, a mental reset after those. It was their first stage games here in Chengdu as well. You have to remember that. We've seen people struggle in their first games, but for Fnatic, if they play like they did against Gen G, they should take the series.
And it makes a big difference, stage experience. Let's see what the fans at home think here in the MasterCard fan prediction. I actually don't know where the trend is going to go here. I expect it to be rather even, and it's not. Yeah. 20% sorry, LCS fans. Let's blame it on the time zone. I don't know if that works.
I mean, I think we blame it on FlyQuest falling out and on TL having a bad first series. Because I think if you watch TL's playoffs, they should be higher than this. It should be about a 70-30 to a 60-40 in Fnatic's favor in my mind. That's where my prediction is going to lead. But I think if you'd only watched MSI, as a fan, your prediction is very much towards EU.
And let's take a look at our predictions then.
Do it.
Here. You will be very surprised by my very not Fnatic-based outfit with my prediction here. Yeah, I'm going 3-1 for the boys.
I'm apparently the worst NA homer because, you know.
There's analysis and there's analysis.
My NA producer is booing me right now.
I went close. I think Fnatic haven't shown me that they're going to solve their issues, and I think if TL do get a mid-game fight against Fnatic, they should be able to close the game out from there. They are very good at suffocating out their opponents. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 3-0 Fnatic. I think if it goes the other way, I would be quite shocked.
I want a close series. We had back-to-back best of 5 going to 5 games today, and that's what I want to see here in this best of 5, but the stage is set for our first international best of 5 between EU and NA. One team will go home tonight, the rest will get to break for the next 6 years. The stage is set for Team Liquid Honda versus Fnatic.
생각보다 되게 프로게이머 생활이 좀 잘 안 풀려서 성적이 계속 안 나오고 이제 좀 사람들도 저를 좀 기억 속에서 뭐 잊어가는 그런 느낌도 받았고 그래도 그때마다 좀 팬분들이 응원해 주시는 분들도 많고 계속 열심히 하다 보니까 지금 이 자리에 온 것 같아서 되게 좋고 다행인 것 같습니다.
我觉得一个真正厉害的人是可以认识到自己不足，并且去接受它。我觉得不会因此受到信心上的打击，我觉得这是很重要的。首先对于 King 这位选手的话，我是非常欣赏他的。从他刚出道的时候，我就有在关注他。首先我是非常認可的他。我觉得真迹这个队伍，他们也来到 MSI 1号种子，但是我一定会影响他们的。
이번에 MSI를 처음 진출하게 됐는데 이제 팬분들한테 좀 저의 플레이를 알리고 싶은 그런 욕심도 있습니다.
兄弟，我很欣赏你，但是不好意思，我有不得不赢的理由。
这是我们的地盘，你们做好准备了吗？
Fnatic, they just get hunted down. A dominant game 3 from CHENGDU.
I was not expecting to lose, like if I play, I will always think that I'm gonna win. I really hate losing, and I just want to become the best, so that doesn't happen.
I think we can beat any team in the tournament. We just need to be more willing to fight and be more aggressive. I think the Fnatic roster is actually pretty solid, but I think their mid and bot have shown a lot of weaknesses.
They are just fine for NA, I guess. Internationally, they cannot compete. Impact, maybe he was insane some years ago. Now I think he's kind of washed up.
What I want from this MSI result, just be a stronger team. We have to win, that's it.
And here we are. An incredible series, no doubt, in my mind. I had a moment of hesitation there. I was like, do we want to acknowledge the series later today? And I think, gentlemen, that the answer is no, because ultimately, NA versus all that other stuff, look, they can wait. We are what's important right now. We're going to take this. It might feel like Rift Rivals. It might feel like Battle of the Atlantic 3, but there is pride on the line, Kobe.
We don't get that many EU versus NA matches.
No, we don't.
And we finally get one here on the MSI stage where APA has been training his trash talk for this. Like this, EU versus NA is like the peak of trash talk.
I mean,
as well.
it has to be, and like, especially when you've got the level of EU solo queue that Fnatic players have. They are well versed in the art of trash talk. Let's hope it stays civil, but I'm excited because EU is hungry for some revenge. Fnatic took down Cloud9 last year's World Championship. Golden Guardians did take down, they lost to BDS. But all anyone remembers is G2 losing to NRG, so EU is hungry for a bit of revenge.
And you don't talk about Mad Lions, right?
We don't bring them up because it would undermine our argument.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's all, amicable on both sides. We saw Fnatic walking in today, and they were stretching, and I very kindly asked if they would go easy on them in game number 1, and Humanoid just said no. just no? So I guess, yeah, they're going to come out swinging.
Look, based on, again, the solo queue all chat, that's a pretty tame response from Humanoid.
Yeah.
That said, moments away now from picks and bans here. Obviously, Spawn trying to rally the boys on the side of TL. A lot of pressure. Elimination series, especially for Team Liquid, the last representative of the LCS.
Everybody wondering, are they going to target ban APA's champion pool? It's the classic, the Aurelion Soul, the Ziggs, has been focused in so many series. And already, one of the first bans, the Aurelion Soul, off the table there. That, of course, does also open up, the Azir angles. I think everybody's thinking about LeBlanc for Humanoid, though, after his really strong performances on the champion, and it looks like TL also thinking about it.
It's looking like a Kalista Orianna angle for Fnatic based on what we're currently seeing. I don't think, well, I know for Fnatic, they're not huge enthusiasts of the Senna. I'd be surprised to see a Senna ban coming out from Team Liquid. Kalista would be my expectation, but again, you're just leaving things like the Taliyah open, Orianna for Humanoid, both champions that he would love to get his hands on.
The other thing is the Lucian Nami. Obviously, yesterday in our series between G2 and T1, there were so many bot lane 80 carry focused bans. The pool significantly more open in the first draft here between Fnatic and Team Liquid. That's the Kalista, as you predicted, Betty. Do TL immediately fire back with something like a Lucian Nami, or do they want to prioritize something else?
They definitely have enjoyed the Lucian Nami combination there for Yan and CoreJJ. Do they have the confidence here in game number 1 of the series to slam it down, though?
Taking some time to debate. Of course, there are a ton of priority picks left up and available. Mid lane pool still very much open despite the 2 bans. APA obviously known for 3. We saw 3 of them banned in the TES series, but has a bit more room to decide what he wants to go for. TL, of course, can save the Nami for 3rd pick if they want to prioritize a jungler here.
Okay, the other thing I'm thinking about is Talia. Talia is very high priority here. It has gone through, so honestly, I would rather pick Talia than the Nami now and then grab the Nami 3rd.
I feel like Xin Zhao also being available is a highly likely pick from Team Liquid, depending on what the priorities are. You can see them discussing it now.
Especially against Kalista. Okay, they do it. You can push the Nami till later. No, we've seen people like Team Liquid themselves. They like broke up the Nami Lucian by like, oh, we're gonna do Jin Nami, but Nami plus Kalista, that one definitely not gonna come through. So I don't think there's any danger of the Nami getting stolen away.
Debate now from the side of Fnatic, of course, can just match mid lane, take a support. And this is a very classic bot lane 2v2. I think one of the most frequently occurring, obviously, the Kalista plus
Renata Dracos.
I mean, and that's the thing. If you've watched Fnatic over the course of the year, especially in the playoffs, Jun essentially single-handedly beat G2 in the first game of the spring finals in LEC with this pick.
I mean, even against top esports at this tournament, right, he had an incredible game on it. It's one of his best champions. At least when we watch him play on stage, he has incredible performances on it. My expectations are now that it's got to be Xin Zhao or Orianna. It looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao lock-in for Razork, so already Fnatic setting themselves up to play towards the bot side of the map, having that strong side to be able to leverage through. We're looking at Oscarinin likely being on that weak side, something like a Zac, a Cassante.
Just shout. It's just Shadow. It's going to be Nami. Don't worry.
Don't worry. Is it Kobe?
Yeah.
Are you worried? Are you saying that for us or for you?
No. I saw the look at Betty's eye like, what the? Don't worry. Now we focus on the Cassante issue here. Blind pick Cassante has been very powerful. And we're looking at these top laners. I know,
both of them love it, right?
Exactly. And in the intro, though, I was like, wow, Oscar already calling Impact wash. That was bold. That was
you gotta wonder if he's still living the high of the Camille game from the top esports series.
I mean, honestly, though, the Camille is a good pick into the Cassante. Okay, there you go. The respect. They're like, we are going to blind the Cassante. What you gonna do about it?
And I will say, right, both of these players, I think, incredible Cassante players, and very often some of their best performing champions overall. Certainly they both had highlight games on other picks across their respective regular seasons, but Cassante we do expect to be high priority. I will say I like the aggressive jungle look from Razork. They're now taking away the Volibear. Doesn't seem like they want to give Umti an easy early aggressive response. Emily in the desk highlighted earlier, he had a lot of effectiveness in the LCS when he was getting active in lanes very early on.
I'm thinking Poppy as well. Could be something that Fnatic need to be concerned about, but then TL don't have a huge amount of engage. If they round out their draft with a Poppy and a Cassante, their ability to actually start fights is going to be very limited. But with the Camille and TF bans, it's very clear that they're looking at a Cassante pick right here. They're going to save that jungle for last for Umti, waiting to see what the entire draft is. Maybe he can round out to give the team what they need to kind of solidify this comp.
And if they do that, maybe the Zac comes back for Oscarin as another possibility to have some engage on their side as well for Fnatic. The two respect bans to Umti have been the Volibear and the Jax. He got a pentakill on the Jax, obviously, and the Volibear for a lot of early game priority. But Umti has played a wide variety of champions.
A lot of hovers here, taking their time. Again, Cassante is the expected pick. Zac, of course, for Oscar would be a reasonable follow-up. Cassante will be the lock-in. While BB was the originator domestically for this pick, a lot of top laners did pick it up. Oscar being one of them, one of his 3 most successful picks in the LEC playoffs alongside Cassante and Rek'Sai.
Pretty straightforward.
Nothing too crazy here from Fnatic. This is a very tried and true Fnatic composition. Weak side top for Oscar. They have aggression on the bot side of the map. You can expect a lot of early plays to be centered around mid lane with Humanoid and Razork. Razork looking to try and burn flashes, put pressure down onto APA to unlock Humanoid to even start looking for roams. It might seem weird, but Humanoid is the guy that will roam bot lane on his Orianna to make things happen for his team.
And Sejuani is pretty good if you can get between the Zac and the team and try and block there. Pretty good front line here. So we'll see. Nothing too surprising here in game number 1. Looks like we've got a good clean opening here so far. on even footing.
A lot of team fighting, strong bot sides of the map, weak side top, a lot of action centered around how much can the mid laners get involved, because APA, you would expect on the Talia, has that priority to be able to roam down bot. The potential threat of a 4-man dive is very real, which is why Fnatic's goal should be to try and limit what APA can do, mitigate his ability to attack the bot side of the map, and don't be surprised to see Razork doing a full clear bot side into something like a level 3 dive bot. The type of early game aggression is something that is very common for Fnatic, and we'll see if TL can handle it.
And while we did get to see some good looks coming out from the side of Fnatic in the Gen G series, even though they ultimately dropped down, it was a tough series for TL. It often fell apart very early on. So I think for TL, need to see what level they've come in at, what they've learned from that series, because if they can approach this game on even footing, if it's not just individual outplays across the map, how it felt in the TES series, we're going to have a much, much closer series overall this time around. Fnatic maybe slightly favored, but TL set up for comfort here. Comfort on both sides. Need to see how they can execute in this early game, and if their star player is going to be able to perform in this matchup. Elimination series, Fnatic versus Team Liquid. Last hope of the LCS.
EU, boys.
NA versus EU, and the all chat is good luck, have fun, straight down. 5 good luck, have fun. I like it.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest, it feels like when the 2 dogs are barking on the other side of the glass and you open the glass. This is, I was hoping for more volatile.
I kind of like this. It's the unexpected opening.
It's the unexpected,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
The only way it could have been more passive-aggressive is if they said, good luck, have fun, smiley face.
Ooh, or period.
Yeah. Oh, the period.
Yes,
Ooh,
the passive-aggressive.
Good luck, have fun. EU versus NA at MSI 2024. Here we go.
I mean, this is what we wanted, right? Last year, there were a lot of complaints. It was a lot of team kills. But this time, we're going to get to see that rivalry. The last bastion for NA, their first seed, Liquid. We're hoping to see a little bit more from them, Fnatic. They did have a competitive series against Gen G, but they ultimately still fell short in the 0-3 department. So both teams here in the main bracket stage are winless, but someone's going to get a win today.
And in our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, Jun versus CoreJJ, both these guys we're going to have to see, because normally we like the roamers. Now obviously a lot more of a focus on the individual 2v2. Can they find an advantage there? Both these guys, a masterclass in playmaking when they're able to take off and get out of lane, see what the option looks like.
Yeah, both of these bottom lanes did lose to Jackie Love. And both of them with some some learnings.
I will say, Noah's stats a lot worse than Jan's stats in that matchup. He got a bit of redemption versus Pays and Lehens, but it was a toughie.
Noah definitely is probably receiving a lot of heat. You know, some of the flashes as well in the previous series, but Jun has just been amazing. So him on that Renata, a critical pick for them, will bring a lot more comfort to the bottom side of the map. And it looks like they are using their level 1 prowess to gain control of the wave and push up down there.
Thumbs up already from Humanoid. He's feeling confident, he's excited. Early push coming out from APA as Fnatic look to get a slow push building up on the bot side of the map. Very similar as top laners just go head-to-head and beat each other with a stick. Jungler's doing a full clear from top side, moving towards bot. Good ward coming through from APA, using his priority to get information to see if he can spot out Razork. But you would imagine that Humanoid shared that information with APA. We'll see if Razork tries to path around it, as we've seen from him in previous series at this tournament.
Noah and Jun stepping out of lane for a brief moment as they have a bit of priority here, but aggressive trading on the top side. The Zac, obviously just a super obnoxious pick, especially for players who aren't ready to see it.
Look at Razork here. I think he was able to navigate his way past the vision. No pings did come down from Team Liquid. He's going to avoid the Raptors for now and go straight over towards the red buff. The ping's still coming down. Question marks around the Raptors as TL is unsure exactly where Razork is.
Yeah, I think that they can assume that he has just skipped the Raptors and is pathing downwards towards his bottom side, but as you say, they don't have the 100% confirmation there, so keeping them a little bit in the dark. And there you go, some more information on the minimap. You see Oscarin using that time, one of the benefits of Zac with the early pushing. He goes in and he got vision of enemy Krugs, so they know for sure that Umpty pathed down bottom, and now TL as well. Also, visual confirmation here, both junglers well aware.
Both junglers now approaching the crab. But of course, Fnatic have approximate information. They're not 100% sure where Umpty is. They just know the side of the map. Razork spotted on the way in. Talia now stepping down. You can see on the mini-map, but perhaps a 2v2 engage. APA just trying to zone. Difficult in an extended fight to deal with the Xin, but the immediate upfront damage from the Sejuani is tough to handle. Impact trading back and forth with Oscar Ren in here. Third stack on the Q, and Tofu strikes. Not going to connect as Razork. They're just going to concede the crab here. Don't want to risk anything on that skirmish.
Yeah, you saw in the beginning of that skirmish, Humanoid with the range on the Orianna tagged APA, and then also Razork got his W onto APA. So that little chunk of damage, they push them out, and Fnatic are able to claim bottom Scuttle Crab. Looks like Umpty's running pretty quickly towards top side of the map. But I think Razork should be able to get a top crab too because he has his smite as well.
Yeah, crazy that Razork was able to get both. I guess because the fact that he didn't see Umpty pass through mid lane, I guess gave him the information that he needed to say, you know what, he actually hasn't secured that top crab. Needs to be careful here though. You can see Humanoid hovering around the top side of the lane, ready to collapse. Flash.
Flash forward, traded back. Jan getting pushed away from the lane. Just support for support, flash trade overall. Nice flick back from APA in the mid lane though, going to take a lot of damage from Humanoid.
I'm just keeping up his invade here on Razork.
Might fight. Step up. Kazante now starting to roam down. Only level 5 for Impact. Oscar can get over there quickly with the Elastic Slingshot, but already the stun is now coming through. Razork in trouble. Determined to try and take the camp, but it's costing him so much just to stick around.
Nice steal though from Umpty. He's able to get it. He's going to convert that into the Wolves too. Razork says, no, 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 this is more than you're allowed. The TP now comes through from Humanoid, and Umpty, I think he's overstayed his welcome.
Yeah. Impact is teleporting back now, but Impact is really far. Dak would get there first.
Determined to keep this going. Level 5 now for Razork. Jun on the way up. That's the Weaver's Wall, though. Stun already going down. Should just be a quick kill onto the Xin. And his first blood. Fnatic thought they had the timing, but they were damn wrong. Umpty waiting on the Arctic Assault. Wants to make it over the wall. Only level 5 for Humanoid, but he's going to get a kill back. Oscar Renin doesn't have the Elastic Slingshot or does not opt to use it. So APA will be able to escape, or might just buy a bit of time here. Stretching strikes, will not find another target.
Got some bubble gum on his shoes on the way out, but he's going to be able to walk
I didn't want to
back.
be pedantic earlier, Betty, but that's an Intofu and that's a bubble gum man. They're not hitting each other with sticks.
My apologies.
Specifics are important, okay?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, getting into the specifics, it's TL that secure first blood. I do think that Umpty was overextended, but APA gets level 6 first because Humanoid chose to go back to base. The XP advantage is there. APA is able to collapse thanks to the ultimate. And look at this, the flash commit from Razork. He knows that Jun is behind and he wants to keep Umpty here, preventing him from getting to the blast cone. But that does ultimately cost him his life. They realize, oh, hang on, we're now in an awkward spot. APA is forced to flash away. Umpty chooses to save it, accepting the trade and 1-for-1 for junglers.
Yeah, the big takeaway off of that one is going to be that there is now no flash in mid lane for APA. So we'll be a lot more vulnerable there. And as well, like you mentioned, Razork using his, but Xin might be a little bit more comfortable not having that summoner spell. Meanwhile, Fnatic still with very marginal gold lead off of the extra CS that they've gotten through lanes.
Have to see what it looks like at the level 6 point, though. Obviously, a lot more room for Noah to enable Jun, to allow him to step up and play more aggressively once he has access to the Fate Call. But we've seen so many games where culling, especially on the first strike Lucian, is really where you can start to be that nuisance, start to pull ahead in lane.
And the recall here where Jan's able to come back with the Noon Quiver is a really big one for TL, for the Lucian Nami. Now they'll have a lot more pressure than previously as Impact.
Multi-pullback. Getting one tower shot, immediately going to try to bounce his way out. Again, picking up the blobs, a bit of extra sustain. Ulti traded for ult. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's the shockwave. No flash for APA means there's absolutely nowhere to go. Razork with a follow-up kill.
Yep, that's the danger. But now topside.
Oscar maybe a bit too confident in the sustain that he's got. He flashes Umpty! The hard read! Oscar going to get taken down slowly but surely. There's no TP on the side of Fnatic. Umpty clean with it. Nope. Oh, yep.
They get the goo man in the end. Oscarin goes down. Honestly, that was a clean prediction there from Umpty. Straight out of the fog of war right there immediately with the Sejuani ultimate, and they do get one back. But APA, you saw him get punished in mid lane for not having that flash, and it was bigger than just the kill. Let's take another look at it, Betty.
I mean, Humanoid just walks up to him, doesn't want to commit too much, lands the shockwave, sets it up nicely, and it goes back to what we were talking about in draft, where Fnatic's very common to play through this mid lane once they have the Xin Zhao, and they're able to make it work. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Oscar's wave is awkward. Now, great play overall from Impact to set up this play in advance, bringing Oscar in underneath the tower, setting up a nice freeze, and then forcing him to overextend, resulting in a kill traded. Well played from TL as they're able to find something back after losing their mid laner.
Certainly the case. Santé going to feel a little bit more comfortable on the top side of the map. Extra bit of early MR. And while we saw a great performance on BB from the Zac, obviously a champion that can fall far behind, will always have a lot of CC, will always have a lot of sustain, but The bigger concern, I think, is the K'Sante getting ahead of the clock, the disruption that this champ can provide, because you've seen, if you don't have the armor pen, you don't have the damage to shred through that health bar, K'Sante starts taking over fights pretty damn quick.
Certainly can. And this is going to be one of the big things, right? Because even in situations where you kind of look at the comps in terms of how they execute, and you'd look on paper, well, Fnatic have a very solid front line, they've got good utility, they've got good team fight damage, a lot of AoE, but K'Sante can just cause so much disruption and chaos in the fight. What if he just removes Noah from the equation? Do you think this Kalista is going to be able to deal with this K'Sante once he gets his 2 items? I would say no, so I think TL still have options. Even though they find themselves at a minor deficit right now, they're still in a comfortable spot and definitely still in this game.
I think one of the biggest things going on right now is that control ward did see Razork on the top side of the map, so Umpty kind of hovering mid lane, and we're going to get a 2v2 possibly.
Razork still walking down into River, will sweep, and now going to spot out Umpty. Can ulti to block any APA follow-up, but won't be able to interrupt the flick back, and Razork just getting taken down clean and patient from Team Liquid. Meanwhile, on the top side, the all-in coming through, but there's no passive for the Zac. Quick thumbs up from Impact. Thanks for the kill, baby.
Umpty has been so good so far this game. He ganked topside to get Impact ahead. Impact gets his solo bolo, and then he counters the gank in mid. That control ward I was talking about in the jungle of Fnatic really paid off there. That gave Umpty the information to get into place. He chained CCs perfectly for the seismic shove from APA, and they get their kill.
The last person to disrespect Impact went on to regret it, and I'm just gonna say, Oscar, things not looking too great right now up in the top side of the map. Also, Razork holding on to both the flash and the ultimate. He thinks that he doesn't need to commit it, but the disrespect coming out from Fnatic is biting them in the backside right now, as TL have secured themselves a minor, but still a gold lead for now.
Well, it is just a small gold lead. A lot of early impact from Umpty, and now Jun wants to keep the play going. Excellent handshake. Razork debating if he can follow because there's a TP on the way in. Flash backwards with the R to try to keep the team standing. Well played by Jun. Keep Noah and himself alive. Razork now just peeling back, and sadly no one does any damage to Impact. Luckily the tower does, but TL out for blood here.
Everybody's coming bottom except for Oscar, and he has no teleport. Impact a little frustrated because he teleported in and they couldn't get any kills there with the good ultimate from Jun. Both these supports are Mercedes featured matchup here. Core JJ with the Nami ultimate disengage, but then Jun to counter the teleport there from Impact does allow Oscar to get a turret plate on top side. Meanwhile, Impact kind of empty-handed on the bottom side.
I mean, this kind of flips that solo kill that Impact was able to get, because the amount of gold that Oscar was able to get back puts him in a very comfortable position now. Shockwave comes through in the mid.
What? In the replay and also in live? All right, well, that was 2 Shockwaves.
Oh, this is when Razork died from earlier.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Meanwhile, in live, it looks like APA was able to get away with his life. But yeah, look at the chain CC here. Beautifully done from Team Liquid. Razork should have just committed the ulti earlier.
And now we're live again.
Oh, and
constant
Jun is
action.
dead.
Jun is dead. Good job, APA, I think. All right, it's been chaotic. We saw a replay, a live Shockwave in the replay of another Shockwave. We've come back and Jun is dead. I don't quite know how we got here, but profit for TL seems to be the answer. Humanoid not satisfied with that. About to eat a couple rocks to the face, and APA, oh, a little question mark. Blitzcrank. But Noah
getting dived.
Getting cold. Jon just walks up and autos him. Goodbye. And this is what you want from the TL bottom lane.
And then you have Razork kind of chasing Umpty out of those grubs, but he's going to have to get out of there. He does steal one. So Razork chases Umpty out, smites away one of the grubs in the aftermath.
Razork goes in.
Goes back in.
Tries to take it. Ulti out, wants to knock Jan up, but Jan has a quick dash back. Here comes the TP, though. Oscar in on the way. Has the elastic slingshot. Good bubble from Core JJ to buy Jan a bit more time. They're debating where they can actually go. Core JJ retreating still, has the movement speed stare at Oscar. Might walk in and try to take out Jan. Recon next to the wall. Oh, Jan's gonna regret that. That's the one place he couldn't be. And now they're on the chase. Can he keep his life? Umpty going in, trying to save the support. The Ignite is gonna finish off the kill, but they're gonna trade one back. Fnatic over eager. Umpty is absolutely everywhere on the map.
What is Fnatic doing right now? The passive gets popped as well. Absolute chaos happening on the map.
Oscar's
now they're trying to dive Umpty.
Umpty's still living. The Sejuani passive is finally gone. The Cannon Minion and Umpty and Fnatic will grab their kill, but EPA's on the way up and Jun's gonna be in trouble. Bailout, doesn't need to use it quite yet, is still ticking. Low health bar, APA just trying to retreat. In goes Zac. APA stepping forward instead of backwards. It's a nice call overall. The hostile takeover not needed. A shutdown for Humanoid. What is happening?
It's NA versus EU, baby!
Yes, it is!
This is what peak League of Legends looks like, baby! It's a party in the top lane! Meanwhile, bottom bottom side, Impact is focusing on objectives, and he will get a turret.
5 to 7 in kills. The goal is practically even. Let's try and take stock of what's happened off the back of that.
Please, everybody, deep breath.
Yeah, deep breath.
They're not killing each other.
We're probably going to get some replays in a second, but I don't know if we can break them down. Yeah.
Detective Betty, please investigate.
So Humanoid is 3-0-1. That's the good news if you're a Fnatic fan. The mid laner is being set up for success. He's getting a lot of gold, and he's looking very fed. The good news if you're a TL fan is that Impact is not only playing Cassante, his Cassante is 2-0-0 and is 1k up over Oscar. So there's a lot of threats on both sides that are going to impact the upcoming fights. With the Dragon spawning in a minute's time and the Herald up, I imagine these two teams looking to brawl once again.
TL, powerful in the mid lane, 3 members pressing in. Yawn obviously has to be dealt with as well. Dissolution getting ahead of the clock. Impact stepping up into 2 members on the side of Fnatic. Doesn't even need to use the ultimate yet. Happy to kind of keep pulling them back into his team. Good handshake from Jun to disengage, but it's Oscar off on the side. He doesn't have passive. He lost it in the last fight, but now it's APA in trouble. Phase Rush coming out, zooming out to safety. Gets up against the wall, needs the rock surfing to take over, trying to sidestep on a Humanoid. Impact coming in the meantime. APA living for a second too long. Can TL get the follow-up? 4-man core of Fnatic standing strong. Noah coming in, but they don't have a lot of upfront damage. TL now retreating. They're down a man. They've still got most of their cooldowns, however, cooling off.
TL split their plan right there. They got distracted by Oscar. Oscar was distracting them up into the river, and then he flashes away because APA's teleport was so deep and the rest of Team Liquid did not arrive to the original play that they had focused on. They end up giving over the extra kill there. That super deep ward that APA tried to teleport on, he just got focused.
Gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I'm having a lot of fun right now.
I'm enjoying myself too, but I feel like the secret to getting them to kill each other again is just to say, well, it's time to take stock of the game, and then they'll start fighting.
Hang on a second.
And speaking of, MasterCard lane economy snapshot.
I mean, Razok will go in on this. He feels confident enough to fight, knows his position. All right, he's fine. He's been able to regroup with his team. Where's Humanoid? Still far from the fight, though.
Congrats on Yawn. Yawn playing really far up. I like that confidence from a fed Lucian. Dragon will just fall down. The second for TL, getting closer to Soul, and it'll be Infernal.
Herald now becomes unlocked for Fnatic, right? They're going to move up. They've got a slow push setting up in the top lane. They've been able to clear out mid. Humanoid is sitting bot lane, doesn't have the TP. This could be a window for TL to actually force a fight. Impact can join the fight at any moment, but you know what? TL have said we've just secured the Dragon. We're not going to overstay our welcome. We'll catch what waves we can, and we'll concede this for now.
Surprising not to see them try to get aggressive there. Use the Weaver's Wall, but opting to back out. Don't want to take too many risks. Humanoid TP is just about to come off cooldown if they're not 100% confident in that timing.
But look
Very
at Humanoid
turn against them.
setting up. Oh, I was going to say, he's setting up a freeze here to try and milk as much farm as possible. He's got a full level over APA. Same can be said for Impact in the top lane. But let's look back at this fight.
Yeah, so this is the one where clearly the original call is, hey, teleport down, we're going to long chase on them. But then the Lucian, Nami, and Sejuani all kind of get distracted up there. Also, yeah, I mean, that was actually kind of a reach with the teleport anyway. As right on arrival, Humanoid welcomes APA, and he's like, I see. Right into our open arms with the shockwave there.
The one member that isn't scary when they TP in.
Yeah.
Right? You're riding a rock wall in, you're sculpting the terrain in your favor. Talia's a little scary. The TP, face first into the Orion is Hin Sao. Maybe not ideal.
The one person we haven't talked about at all really this series is Yawn, sitting right now at 2 items on the Lucian. He should be coming into these fights feeling strong, feeling confident. He's got a 1k gold lead over Noah as well. He's level 10 to boot. I think that TL, looking ahead of these team fights, if they can just get the optimal setup, there's definitely a world where they can win out. Their big problem is going to be Humanoid. 5-0-1 on the Orianna. He's only continuing to get stronger.
And it will be tough for Yawn to navigate these fights, right? You are the Lucian, you have a cleanse, you have a dash, but there's a Zac, a Xin, a very fed Orianna. If you can keep it to that 1v1, I think much stronger champion than the Kalista as we get later into the game, but need to play flawlessly if you want to pull ahead.
I've got an update. Humanoid did indeed all chat. He said mid no TP. I think he was he liked that TP in the last play.
We're going for the plausible deniability.
Yeah,
he's just timing it. He's just timing.
That is
the summoner.
very EU solo queue.
Mid missing. What can we get through the filter, boys? That's the question.
Umpty hovering around Bob, but Razok's here to cover. A 2-level difference between the junglers. Lost track of that. Of course, Umpty just a single minion should be enough to get him to level 10, but still, Dragon in about 2.5 minutes. Baron's going to be on the table in 1.5 minutes. Not that I expect that in the immediate future, but you can see we're approaching, well, we're fully into the mid-game, and both these teams are raring to go.
Okay, so Humanoid does have a very big lead here on the Orianna, so Shockwave is going to be the key thing to dodge here for TL. But TL are on their 2-item power spike for Lucian. Yon and Core JJ are the fully operational Lucian Nami. It's level 11 with your rapid fire on top of your static shiv. That's where you want to really try and plant your feet in mid lane and get as many little chunks on people to open up ways for your team to then get objectives afterwards. But you have to be very careful of this Orianna.
Okay, walked up.
Doesn't have the mana for this.
Took 70% of his HP. Humanoid sending a message. The message is, let me farm my wave, please.
I was going to follow on Kobe's point, the culling is going to be crucial, right? The use of it, and ideally you want to use it earlier rather than later. No, it's not something that you should be trying to clean up on the fight with. You want to start with it, chunk out as much as you can, because the best Lucians in the world that we've seen use it when you're on this wave. And with the Dragon spawning in about 1 minute's time, closer to the objective, that's when Yon ideally just wants to throw it out, chunk down AD carry, maybe chunk down Humanoid, just do as much damage as you can in advance, because that's how you gain that mid control and make it that much harder for your opponent to then control the river.
Okay, Death Cap has been completed by Humanoid. So the Orianna is definitely the single most terrifying champion on the Rift right now. We will all be tracking Humanoid. He also has Flash up and available. So I think that Fnatic might actually try and look for something on the next Dragon. It's 50 seconds away. If you can get vision, Zac is always a very good delivery system for the Orianna Shockwave. If that's not in great position, then the Xin Zhao can also serve.
Nice. That was a nice trade there from Yon. Exactly, the good timing as well. 35 seconds until the Dragon. Noah ideally wants to heal up. He has the Blade of the Ruin King to get some of it back, but TL doing a good job of controlling this mid wave for now.
And I love how aggressive Yon is playing. I feel like this has been the plague of a lot of Lucians in the LEC and the LCS. You're not confident enough to step up and play to your limits to dash in. And so many other players are going to dash out, but Fnatic have first access to the Drake here, and this is going to be a big deal. They have to be careful. So many members of Fnatic in the area. Zac in the Fog of War, Herald getting dropped.
Yeah, that's very important. You need to track the Zac, especially as Umpty. Sejuani can try and Q bump the Zac as the Zac goes for an engage.
Impact's going to tick over to level 13 soon. There it is.
Off to the side.
Escorting the Herald into mids.
Dash down for Yon for a few more seconds. Need to track the Orianna ball. They take their eyes off it. They very likely lose the fight. Impact starting to step up here.
I like
Meanwhile,
this play from APA.
splitting.
It's a good idea. TL just playing respectfully, conceding the space, allowing him to do what damage he can. Investing the ulti there, though, I think was a little unnecessary as Fnatic.
Now the immediate turn. Nice backstep. Yon with the culling on the side of the entire team. Wave going in as well. Pullback only going to hit one. Yon locked up. He's going berserk, but he immediately is going to cleanse out. The Lucian is still standing. Oscar doesn't have a backline to do the damage. Razork finally entering the fight, but it's on to Core JJ. Arctic assault from Umpty to body block for his support to keep Core up. Yon still ready to throw down a bit more, but APA off to the side, split from TL. They're trying to converge on Fnatic. Razork forced to use the ultimate. TL slowly pulling ahead in the fight. Umpty wants to dash in. Noah over the wall. He can't do much of anything. Early damage onto Oscar. Passive already proc. And Fnatic now realize this fight might just be done. Impact going in. Bailout not nearly enough. TL taking Fnatic down.
Team Liquid showing patience in the team fight. Umpty, exactly what we were talking about. He waits for the jump from Zac. He Q bumps him, stops the original engage, and Team Liquid slowly whittle down the front line and go for the long chase on the play.
Could be Baron.
That's definitely going to be at least the Baron start, and I don't see a way for Fnatic to stop it.
And I gotta say, Umpty in this game, the previous series looked a little bit rough. I thought we might get Volibear, Jax, the early action, the comfort, but Sejuani, normally such an underwhelming champion, did so much in the early game and did so much in this fight.
He's been outstanding. This is already after they stuffed the original gauge. It's the long chase. Of course, they did such a good job there. Impact had chunked Noah really low previously. And they're able to finish off the chase.
Yeah, I think it's a shame we didn't get to see earlier in the fight because patience was the biggest factor there for Team Liquid. The Shockwave only connecting onto Core JJ. Jun's ultimate also only connecting onto Core JJ. Like, Noah spent most of the fight just hitting onto Impact and doing what he can, but he was just met with this front line that refused to move. Yon and APA were never really in any danger. A good collapse from APA from the bot side, and the target focus from Fnatic was all over the shop. Great play from TL as they find themselves 2 dragons up. They can set themselves up for the third. They have the Baron. They're set up to take game 1 of this series.
TL Excellent team play around the objective. Good discipline on their cooldowns, and Yon still standing, even wins. So many members are trying to dive into the backline. Humanoid, again, I think still the focus. Needs to find those multi-man shockwaves if Fnatic want to come back, but for now, they're on the back foot. They have to respect this Red Bull Baron power play, have to give up the third Drake to the side of TL. It's tough if Fnatic want to crawl their way out. We talked about it, the death cap, so far ahead of schedule. That fight is like a tickle fedora, you know? It's doing absolutely, if you're only hitting the Nami, it doesn't matter how much you spend on it, it's not gonna do anything.
The death cap, yeah, not very impactful if they're not able to get those critical shockwaves delivered. And the front line was unable to get past these bouncers on Team Liquid, Impact and Umpty. And CoreJJ with the Nami ultimate as well, and now slowly, again, with patience, sieging the objectives.
Oscar, good interrupt on the back. Humanoid just continuing to pressure on the side lane. We'll get the objective bounty. We'll stop really the effectiveness of this Baron. TL have gotten a single tier 2 from this. Only a 40 gold Baron power play now shifting up, jumping around as a tier 2 will finally drop in the bottom lane, but a bit stymied in terms of overall effectiveness due to the side lane pressure that Humanoid put down.
Well, Betty, this game calmed down quite a bit.
I mean, it did, right? But I think that ultimately it was TL that kind of put the foot on the brake, and they're the ones that slowed things down as Fnatic still eager to fight.
That's not the push you want. Hostile takeover, traded for a tidal wave. Just a lot of cooldowns burned thus far. Coling, Yon split off to the side. Razork sees one member of TL in his eyes, and it's Delusion. The flash for the wall from Yon is good. All of TL descending on the bottom side. Impact on the flank, ready to go in. Good handshake from Yon, but it's not going to stop him. Impact knows his target. Shockwave hitting multiple members, but Impact just runs. Fates versus the Orianna. He is not afraid. Pull back on the ulti is good. APA riding the wall over. Looking to knock down Humanoid. Good side steps coming in from the Orianna. The bailout not going to be enough. Delaying the inevitable. Jun retreating from his own base as TL take the fight.
A one-sided slaughter as Team Liquid completely wiped Fnatic off the map. In under 26 minutes, they already have their eyes on the Nexus.
Siege in on the bottom side. Power play gonna fade away. It was so close to just being even, but TL find the angle to force the fight. Fnatic overstep into their own jungle, just looking for a bit of vision, and it costs them. The bot side inhibitor costs them 3,000 gold.
No sooner does Betty say that the foot is on the brake than Fnatic slam the gas and they go for the full chase. And it's because they see the ultimates used, but they also just use Razork's ultimate and Jun's ultimate, and Oscar doesn't have passive. So he jumps in on the Zac, immediately gets popped, and then Impact gets the teleport in. K'Sante gaming time for the chase down. Oh, APA had a sick follow-up there as well on the Talia. There goes the ultimate from K'Sante, getting Humanoid back from the Blast Cone jump.
I mean, this game, it feels like that it's just been disrespect from Fnatic. They've tried to outplay Team Liquid, and TL have had none of it. While Humanoid may have gotten the better of APA, the overall team performance has been so much cleaner from Team Liquid. 3 dragons up, the Infernal Soul spawning in about 2 minutes' time. TL, they need to keep this control to close out game 1.
We get an engage coming in from Impact. Quick lockup here. Hostile takeover again. But no follow-up onto Umpty. Coling does big damage onto Razork, though he's not going to get a chance to put CL, just barely. Now trying to dash away. Impact can't quite finish the kill. The bailout coming through. Razork will finally drop. Impact unstoppable. Oscar flashing out. Noah just desperate to get anything, but that's K'Sante. Oh, you psycho! He finally knocks it down, but it's just one raid boss amongst 5.
Fnatic trying to fight their way out, but Team Liquid close their grasp on this game. The teleport towards mid lane, they're gonna lay destruction to these towers.
Team Liquid with nothing but confidence, clean execution, a sub 30-minute win is on the horizon. Another inhibitor will fall.
Team Liquid will not be disrespected. 2 inhibitors down. They slowly and methodically will rotate up to top side as Umpty
They are
barely
taking their
finishes
time.
this tower.
I really thought that they would try and end, but you know what? They're saying we're still going to show that respect to Fnatic. We know how aggressive this team is, and we're not going to gamble it. We look back at this fight, it's Razork that's kind of getting collapsed on. Sandwiched is a great word, Kobe. A good ultimate from Jin to buy him some space, but then Razork, he re-engages. Of course he does. Jumps onto Umpty. Yon, though, in still a very comfortable position. Impact diving the tower because that's the only real threat that he has. He disengages, but the fight is so one-sided as APA takes out Humanoids, and TL wipe Fnatic off the map once again.
Yeah, APA had a really good seismic shove onto Humanoid that was over the wall down there that got Humanoid's flash. And then CoreJJ had follow-up. Nami ultimate back to live, and TL continue their reign of destruction.
Dead. Noah's gone. And now TL, it feels like they should just be able to push in. They don't really have the waves outside of mid lane to try to make the end happen here. They are 18 seconds, excuse me, away from Soul. Jun will get the recall off, and it seems like, again, the more reserved call from TL. Fnatic, obviously a team known for their proficiency in the chaos. TL not looking to give them even a moment of it. Cold, controlled discipline, and oh my god, if at first it works again! Fnatic! They can't help themselves! Dying to their own namesake, the Fnatic Death Brush turned against them. TL reading Fnatic on every play, every single time they move to contest with vision. They just play for the kill.
Yeah, I think they're just going to play to end the game right now. Humanoid, the only equivalent raid boss on Fnatic, has been taken out once again. The Nexus is in their eyes. APA pushing in bot. There's a wave stacking up there as well. They'll take their time, but they have their goal in mind.
Packed frontlining. Oscar going to struggle to channel the elastic slingshot to get into the backline. Umpty careful to hold the Arctic Assault as long as possible. Ulti coming in, the Fates call from Noah, resetting Jun. Siege on the bottom side, Impact going in, trying to isolate a single target. Unstoppable now, just creating space so his team can hit the tower, but they don't do any damage to Kazante. APA, though, does a hell of a lot of damage to Fnatic. Impact moving through, another Pathmaker coming out as Kazante refuses to drop. And in the meantime, TL, eyes on the prize, hitting the towers. APA now on a rampage. Humanoid is here. Shockwave is available, but it's just not gonna be enough. The Nexus is falling. Team Liquid holding the line, holding hope for North America as they knock down Fnatic in this first game.
Team Liquid with some immaculate team fighting this one. And my honors are going to Umpty for game number 1. Really, really well thought out early game on the Sejuani. The early gank up towards top side, then using the vision that he had on Razork to get the counter gank, set them up to be able to play out those team fights in mid lane.
And I gotta say, when you looked at this series on paper, this is not the matchup I expected to be talking about. This is where Team Liquid were supposed to struggle. This is where Fnatic were supposed to be successful. Razork arguably with the superior early game jungler, Umpty with the superior early game performance.
I mean, I'm glad that the Mercedes-Benz feature matchup was the supports. Jun a single death, CoreJJ none. We could see how impactful both of them were throughout the game, but ultimately I feel like that CoreJJ kind of kept the reins on his team, whereas Jun couldn't hold back the aggression that we often see from Fnatic. And I do think that Fnatic are going to reset their expectations coming into game 2.
Looking to reset and rein it in. That's enough from us. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
I mean, we needed a bit more faith, a bit more hope in Team Liquid here after this game 1 statement game from them as they crush Fnatic. Jats, welcome to the desk. You came at the right moment.
I like numbers. One number that I saw before the series, which was puzzling to me, was that NA versus EU is 14 and 14 since 2021. Wow. So 50-50. Yet when I saw the predictions, it was 3 people predicting Fnatic, which is 100-0. It didn't add up.
Yeah.
So, you know,
reestablishing balance. Reestablishing balance here. Let's get straight into it, though, because we know that every second counts in League of Legends, of course, and thanks to the reliable Cisco networks, Umpty helped Team Liquid with a massing team fight, allowing them to just grab the lead they needed in a very slow-paced game, Jats.
And I think patience would be the key here from Umpty and the rest of TL. He dashed forward in order to delay and then back up, and no one on Team Liquid throughout this entire game actually pressed too hard as if they were under pressure, which showed me that they had found the sense of calm that they lacked hugely in the previous TES series. And then as they continue to run this play down, once they actually have 5 people there and Fnatic has expended all their cooldowns, it was an easy cleanup.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, in addition to what we saw from Umpty in this fight, right, as we see TL re-engage for the collapse, I think the big thing was that he got involved with his lanes early. The thing that we kind of called out that was missing in the top esports series, and that was a hallmark, get Umpty involved with lanes early. I can't see it enough to do it. But I think that is a massive thing, right? Because when we talk about their upswing at the end of the split, again, getting Umpty involved, responding to the chaos from teams like 100 Thieves, from teams like FlyQuest in the finals when they did manage to beat them in a rematch. That was my big thing from this game because it set them up so well.
And that's the important thing here because we saw what we wanted to see from Team Liquid, but on the other side, we've talked about controlled chaos from Fnatic. It was just chaos.
It was. I would say, actually, though, this isn't too, to me, dissimilar from the style in which they played their last series. The execution was worse, I would say, because Fnatic, they're just going to try and take skirmishes, and they're going to try and win those skirmishes. And they actually did have one really nice sequence of skirmishes up top lane here, where Humanoid ended up walking away from the eventuality of this play with like 4 kills. It's just after that, they were never able to have like the correct structure in their team fights in order to win a game against a more patient TL.
Yeah, and a credit to TL as well, because I thought their map plays were really good, right? When Fnatic was getting stuff on top side, you then had Impact getting that entire turret, all plates to him on bot side. And when we talk about TL at their best, they are, again, Spawn's team, very macro-focused team, kind of drilled into them. And I think we absolutely saw that in this first game against Fnatic.
And props to Jan here, honestly. We've been a bit critical of him, expecting CoreJJ to help him keep on holding his hand here, but I know that he's been criticized for these Lucian Nami lanes especially, but I do feel like he was the one leading the team fights here and also knowing exactly where and when to be.
Yeah, 2 critical things here for Jan. 1, he wasn't playing against Jackie Love. 2, repeat point 1. No, so I would say this is more the Jan that we saw in the LCS playoffs. I hope he can maintain this. He has been a relatively inconsistent player throughout his career, so by no means do I think the TL that we saw in Game 1 is going to be the TL that we saw for the rest of the series. But I would say one of the things that stood out to me in this game was Impact's ability to just get gold. The first 2 turrets that Team Liquid took were all solo turret gold to the Cassante, which then made him immovable in team fights. Because you look at the 2 team comps on the screen here. Very strong front line, mage mid, lane dominant bot lane. So they're actually very matched up team comps in terms of what they want. And then when TL played with a little bit more patience and had a stronger front line, that actually overpowered Humanoid's gold lead against APA.
Want to know a stat, Jat? You love stats,
love
right?
stats. Let's go.
I'm pretty sure Cassante is now 11-1 at this tournament.
You don't like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fnatic being on blue side for the next game, so staying on the same side here. What do we want to see from them? Because as you said, small methodical leads that Team Liquid has been building, but Fnatic was not able to reciprocate and actually try to fight them here. I didn't like the over-aggression on the side of June, but what adaptations do we want to see from them here on this blue side?
I think if Razor can do more to get his bot lane ahead, Noah was, I think, 1-5 in that game, very low impact on the Kalista, and a lot of that was Team Liquid leading the charge. They dove bot lane, they pushed him off, they moved top lane, they picked June, they killed him again. So just like more cohesion from that bot trio would be what I think Fnatic needs.
Yeah. I think also if you, again, with the Ori, I thought TL ended up playing really well around making sure that Humanoid could not be a big difference maker in these fights. But for me, this Fnatic team, it always comes down to Razork and Humanoid being able to make plays early together. And for TL, I thought they did such a good job of controlling that early, especially with Umti's early pathing.
Back to basics for Team Liquid. Let's see if Fnatic can bring back their basics and the methodical plays that we're expecting from them. No, you can show them on side. They're actually really cute. Team Liquid lead this series for now, but as we go to break, let's check behind the scenes and look at MSI, Genji, and Fnatic, thanks to the OppoCam.
me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G'd up. I'm top, don't speak up, dropped up, down, they need us. Taipei on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid. Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
Cookie 搁着加起的绿泡，在你嘴唇那吐一个泡泡。一不小心离不过我起跳，在悄悄地转一点半飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以下面会被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 为我的跳能刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。喂，没什么可骂些了，一句问号都不想要啊，可能以后像那个创业家，也有烦忙忙的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表站在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
This year, right? Oh, okay.
Welcome back to Game 2 in the series between Fnatic and Team Liquid Honda. Incredibly impressive Game 1 from TL. Fnatic fans, LEC pundits, me, we're all sweating. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I came into this thinking Fnatic were slightly favored, like medium-sized favored. I am no longer convinced of that whatsoever.
So I heard a stat though, which was this split, Fnatic have won all of the series where they lost the first game.
Yeah.
So is does that give you any confidence?
No.
Okay, well, let's get into the draft then. As we have an adaptation, that might give you some more confidence. Fnatic have decided that they do also respect the Taliyah.
Kalista, nice.
Well, they also respect the Taliyah ban. I think the Taliyah ban was actually quite big. Most teams had been spam banning that against APA as well, since it is meta, and that was the adjustment that they made there. And then Betty, as you say, they're going to be the ones that grab the Lucian, and assuming the Nami this time around too.
All right, I don't want to traumatize you, Kobe, but the last time we saw Lucian picked first, it was
Don't even say
response.
that. Don't even speak those words into existence.
I'm not willing it. I'm just saying it happened. It's a matter of record.
So, Team Liquid gathered their data already.
Decided the Jin Nami wasn't it.
Exactly.
So they've gone for the Varus. We'll see if they go for their pairing here. Obviously, Varus is good with a lot of different champions. Remember that Rel, as a jungler, deleted from the game as a jungler, so is always support now.
And, you know, if you don't know for Core JJ, this is one of his most beloved champions. He has been insane Rel throughout the lifetime of this champ as a support, so he's huge on those big wombo combo engages. Usually when Team Liquid pick the Rel, they're going to pick something else that is going to have really big AoE with it as well.
Could just do Cassante now, by the way. Like, they don't have to lock in mids. It depends how concerned they are about APA's pool getting pinched even more.
And also,
and there you go.
Umpty popped off with Sejuani, who's like 8th or 9th down on the jungle tier list, right? It's not like the pool was really hit that hard. They took away the Volbear, they took away the Jax, he still found something.
Now you ban Camille and TF, exactly the same as before. There's no reason to change that much. You've got a very solid bot side of the map. You now just need to find something for APA. Fnatic could look to... I guess the things you're worried about a little bit are maybe Marco Tristana, maybe your... I mean, I'm trying to think about like maybe
depending on what Humanoid is going to try and pick, the Ziggs is also you know, one of the main champions that APA has been criticized for having to rely upon.
They're really trying.
They are all three of them in a row, banned away. Of course. I mean, yeah, you have your luxury of red side, as you highlighted, Kobe, so you can counter pick. So Tristana, the other pick that he has played here so far in MSI.
Some of the reason why I mentioned, you know, early on with the Rel, you know, the big AoE angle, is that he also has done a lot of work on Nico. Not necessarily super recently with the Nico, but that was a very big APA pick.
Wasn't that last year? Worlds even?
Yep. And it has been something that they use to combo in some of those AoE situations. That would necessitate that they got a damage jungler for Umpty, though, which might be the case since Jax is not banned. And Jax is more of a jungle ban in last game because Jax with your Counter-Strike is very good versus the Xin Zhao, all auto-attack base. So maybe they go, you know, something like the Jax for Umpty and something like the Nico for Appa to be able to have the AoE and the engage. I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
I gotta say, a lot of good engage tools. Fnatic, strong champions in the mid game, especially with the Lucian Nami, but much less reliable engage options. Lilia certainly could indicate the Tristana mid, but instead getting the Lee Sin. Umpty.
How we feeling, Kobe?
He's feeling confident. I don't know how Kobe's feeling, but Umpty is clearly confident.
I really like the Jax. He got the pentakill on the Jax, but and then this also leaves open a pretty good Poppy angle there.
Poppy, okay. So again, it's another angle of, guys, Kasante's not that OP, I can handle it. And it's like, I don't know if you're the problem here, Oscar. Game one, Impact definitely got the better of Oscar, and I think that the Poppy matchup is definitely Poppy favored. With the Azir coming out from Fnatic, they have range, they have some scaling on their side, and we'll see if things change up for Fnatic, but I don't know if they have the same skirmishing power necessarily that they had in the previous game.
This is an insane Poppy angle here, so the Poppy definitely a very, very good look here for Oscar and could be a huge difference maker. I mean, with the Ahri lock-in on top of the Lee Sin as well here.
And one of the last times we saw Fnatic play against an Ahri Lee Sin in the OSC regular season, it was G2, and they picked Poppy for the jungle and shut them down entirely. Wonder if that's something Fnatic can replicate here. That said, Poppy's locked in the top lane, won't have as much roaming early on, and the Lee Sin Ahri is a lethal duo.
Here's what I'll say though, I think Kasante thrives in the current meta because the current AD carry pool can't kill him. They just don't itemize in a way, or they don't really work in a way that they're designed to be effective at killing tanks. The ways in which you can do with him is range and mobility. And I think that by introducing Azir, you have a lot more late scaling, just DPS available to you. On top of the fact that things like culling can be very effective at chipping down HP bars, I do think that Fnatic have way more tools to deal with Kasante. And if they consider that to be the major problem, along with limiting APA's pool and forcing him onto something that he's not as comfortable on, perhaps they're now feeling more comfortable in their late game team fighting and their ability to outplay TL.
I think the biggest concern for Fnatic fans is this bottom lane. It is strong on paper, no doubt. Lucian Nami absolutely lethal in the right hands. Last game, the right hands were Yon and Core JJ. Can Noah and Jun replicate that? Because we know his Renata is lethal, right? That is a champion who offers the strength of a range support and offers so much utility and engage. Nami doesn't quite provide that same playmaking potential. It's much more about funneling power into Noah, who has been one of the members of Fnatic who's been struggling the most.
Meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, APA's Ahri has not been in the spotlight for a reason. It is not grouped in with those APA champions for a reason, and having to play that into you know, Poppy on the other side as well as Humanoid's Azir might be a little bit scary. People are always focusing on this mid lane matchup here.
How can you not be inspired after watching FLICKR play yesterday? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm on the same page. You know, I'm like, you know what? I could do that too. I'm gonna get in there. Let me fire up a rank game.
Yeah, I mean,
How much do you think Ari's win rate drops the day after Faker plays in the game 5?
Yeah,
I know
tremendously.
The skin sales go up. I mean, yeah, incredible performance from him. We'll see if APA can replicate what we saw from Faker yesterday. Overall, I like what TL have drafted. I think that something that really stands out for me, and again, it comes back to these supports. I think that both had significant impact in the previous game, but something you mentioned, Kobe, is just that when you think of Core JJ, this is one of his champions. You know, we talk a lot about APA and his pool, we talk about impact and him having the Cassante, but Core JJ, I feel like when he is on a champion where he gets to decide how the game is played, he's able to have monumental impact on the outcome for TL.
100% there, Vedius, hitting the nail on the head. Core JJ is the in-game leader of this team. Such a big voice. When he is on engaged champions, they do look their best.
And we heard it. You know, LCK Secret Boardroom, Umpty came on. Thank you for the English titles. Subtitles LCK Global, and he's like, no, my entire job in most games is to free Core JJ up so he can roam. And it bucked the trend in that first game, right? It's not like that's the only style they play. But he said very openly, Core JJ is the man. I am here to get him out, to get him on the map, to make sure that he can do what he needs to do to generate these leads.
He's sitting up in his chair. I think that's a good sign for us. I see some readies in chat. I think that is a very good sign for us. Queuing up this game. Game number 2, TL coming out, getting number 1 of the series. Here we go. Can Fnatic turn it around in game number 2?
The GL HFs have hit the all chat. We're getting ready for game 2. I'm hoping for more games. I don't want to see a 3-0, mainly because I'm an EU fan. But also because I'd love some good...
No, you're a fan of a close series. You're a fan of a close series. Don't tell them that.
Also,
don't tell them.
after the last few series, I've really gotten accustomed to these banger, going full 5. The beginning 3-0s that we got, I think we're done with those. On to the land of Silver Scrapes and the full 5 games. Noah starts out with some first strike money. Oh my.
Money in the bank.
Why does it still say 0-0? But it's blue now.
You gotta understand, it's less than 100 golds. They're not allowed to put it on.
Bigger question, but why are all the others red?
Yeah, they turned it blue. By default, yeah, TL gets to start out with the lane differentials. Okay.
All right, so let's have a look, see if there's any early shenanigans. Jungle pathing is something we always like to keep our eyes on as Humanoid drops the ward.
Interestingly, Ghost for Yon, and we're also going to see Lethal Tempo. So wanting to be that mid to late game damage source in an extended team fight, not opting for the lethality that so many teams do prioritize to get mid prio, to allow you to play more through your side lanes. Yon taking that carry mantle on his shoulders up against Noah and Jun. While we do expect the bot lane matchup to be difficult, at least in the first few levels, Core and Yon can make a lot of aggressive plays.
All right, we get our Raptor ward for our handy-dandy vision on enemy jungle, especially important here in the Lee Sin matchup. They are going to see that he starts red side, so they should be tracking timers there down on the bottom side of the map.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Oscar, power the Poppy level 1. A little bit more impactful in those early trades. Obviously won't have the sustain of the Zac, but can still be a big threat and offer a lot of reliable teamfight utility.
Yeah, Poppy is really good. Obviously, the W everyone focuses on, stopping dashes. But the buff with the percent max health damage on the Q really did a lot for a lot of those tank matchups that he goes into, and that's why a lot of people really have come to like it in the Cassante matchup, even though people don't really like giving up Cassante in the first place. It is, what, 10-1, I believe, so far in the bracket stage. 11 now, thank you, Impact. 11-1 in the bracket stage.
Nice engage, though. Aggressive look on the bottom side coming for Core. He gets the cleanse out from Noah. Ignite going down as well.
I don't know if I love that from Core. Commits all of his summoner spells to try and get an advantage, but he does it into a massive minion wave. He ends up coming up short as well. We see both junglers pathing towards bot. I wonder if Razork is... Oh, cannon minion lost there for Humanoid. APA going to be feeling good about that one. But yeah, I'm wondering now if Razork is eyeing up that bot lane and saying, hey, there's a potential play here with no summoners on Core and a Ghost already expended from Yon.
I think in a perfect world, when you're in a range matchup like this and you have the Hex Flash, you get a flash out from support enemy AD. It sets up for such a simple follow-up gank from the jungler. But when you only get the cleanse from Lucian, that's going to sting for the next few minutes. You're already not favored in the 2v2. The sustain of Nami obviously very heavily buffed. The big reason we're seeing this duo kind of come back or at least remain dominant. So the extended lane, going to be tricky for TL to weather the storm.
I think the big thing as well with the recall there for Noah, going back just getting a longsword, is that this definitely going to be bottom side Scuttle Crab picked up here for Umpty, and he'll have first position in the river here. Does he get to the brush?
Noah, slows going down. Nice sidestep on the dash coming in from Core. Razork looking for the 1v1 versus Umpty. Umpty waiting for the 3-talon strike to expire. Good poke onto Jan. Jan forced to flash. Noah immediate follow. Can't quite finish the kill. Nice bit of CC coming through from Core. Arrow fired back. But Fnatic overall heavily favored in the trade.
Yeah, getting that flash off of the Varus is critical here. And Razork's not done. Going to delay some recalls as well.
Just being a pain for Team Liquid as they're forced to go back to base. Jun even committed the heal. I think the logic was, oh, if I give a bit of movement speed to Noah, he can maybe get in to actually land that last auto attack. Regardless, though, all summon is now gone for the bot side of the map. APA with great pressure in mid lane. Small advantage over Humanoid, but he's trying to keep him underneath his tower for now.
Yeah, definitely a better start this game, though, for Razork, for jungle pressure here. You know, Zin's out, very good in those duels. Just charges right in, runs through Umpty, able to get the first cooldown victory.
Keep your eyes on the top crab here. Umpty's going to secure it as he makes his way back out onto the map. Good vision drop from him as well. I don't think that they, well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they went out on that top skirmish, especially given Impact's HP and mana.
The upfront burst damage of the Poppy, lethal. Obviously, we saw yesterday Mickey playing it in support as well as Broken Blade playing at top lane. The early base damage, tough to handle, tough to deal with. Dragon is spawning on the bottom side. TL trying to fight back, get a bit more pressure here.
Nice awareness from Razork being able to steal away those Raptors.
Nice flash, double engage, double stun. Yun untouched off to the side. The bubble will connect, but Noah's just doing a little bit more damage for now. Arrow not going to hit, and that's big. Noah now free to fire back at least a little bit. Core blinking health bar, but will walk away for now. Needs to keep backing up, remounting.
I mean, they get the flash out from Noah. He didn't have his cleanse available to get rid of the Ignite. If he had, that could have been a devastating trade for TL, but ultimately they still went out. They get the Summoner.
Looks like Jan's poking around still here, too, on the Varus. This wave is going to push back towards them, so he doesn't need to extend into the lane and open himself up to a pressure from Fnatic trying to blow his ghost or anything.
APA getting pressure in the mid lane is going to use that to roam down and at least poke his head into enemy jungle. Pop the Scryer's Bloom. Can always look to roam bottom lane. Need to see this duo kind of start to take over the map, especially on the level 6 point for Lee Sin.
I mean, Fnatic, I think, are going to be thinking about trying to push this wave out, get a reset, and then start looking towards those grubs. But as I say that, Razork is still hovering around. Maybe he just wants to escort this wave underneath the tower, make sure they can get their recall off, and that's what it looks like. Something that we've been seeing more of from teams is securing those early grubs, because now you only need 4 to get the value out of the extra little mini grubs when sieging against the mites. That's the word I'm looking for. And again, we look at the minimap, you can see Razork making a beeline towards the top side of the map. Let's see if Jun chooses to follow him, or whether instead they'll go back towards the bot lane.
Really, though, you can invent any name you want for those things. I think people are very accepting of...
yeah, whatever.
The mites, the voidlings.
The little guys.
The Kevins.
The beans.
The beans, the jumping beans. Razork, though, going to go on up towards those with Humanoid and should be able to secure those first 3 in trade for the Dragon that we're talking about.
Solid start from Fnatic. Good use of the mid prior that they have. APA going to be first on the wave, but Jun already resetting and coming mid. Ready to counter any response that could come through. So just the Might for Dragon trade in the end as Noah gets a bit of free time to farm on the bottom side. And despite a lot of the trades looking kind of Fnatic favored early on in the bottom lane, it's only 100 gold difference with Noah packing first strike. So TL weathering the storm pretty well.
APA, he's setting his sights on a bot lane play. They're trying to catch Jun on the rotation, but he's respecting it. He's cautious. He knows the APA is missing, and he knows that the Dragon was just secured. He's not going to fall for any traps. Good awareness from TL, but not going to pan out.
Yeah, this Team Liquid composition really revolves around getting picks. Whenever you go for the Ahri Lee Sin combination, you need to take advantage of the mobility of these champions and actually find some mid-game picks. So first step in doing that is always setting up some deeper vision through the jungle, and especially between the mid lane and bottom lane are the kind of the highways here on Summoner's Rift, because nobody really wants to visit topside. All of the rewards are down around ganking those bottom sides and invading the jungle.
Oscar with a 20 CS lead. I mean, we know that this matchup is favored for Poppy, but I'm always surprised by how well it actually ends up doing in the matchup. Culling from Noah.
Good bit of poke. Zoning Jan off at least 1 creep, as well as just taking a big chunk of the health bar. Obviously 3 grubs picked up earlier makes it that much faster for Noah and Jun to grab plates when they do have pressure. Nice recall cancel from Humanoid.
Man, and Razork, yeah, taking away another camp here. Does he actually finish these off? Looks like he is. Fnatic have to be so happy with the beginning of this game. They've got the Xin Zhao, the Azir scaling up quite nicely. They're building up a really big wave here in the face of
Is
Impact.
there risk of a dive here?
-1 cannon.
Q3 ready to go. Wind becomes lightning, waiting for the Q3 to expire. It looks like pullback doesn't connect. Unstoppable coming in, grounded, not gonna have the angle to push back. There's Humanoid and its first blood coming in for Fnatic.
Really good patience from them. Oscar just waits for it. Impact, as soon as he pops his W, immediately they get him against the wall. They take him down. Fnatic with a successful play on top side. And Team Liquid trying to answer bottom. They should have APA on the way as well after pushing the wave.
Oh, but that's not a good trade for Umti. Gonna walk into the face of Noah. Doesn't have the culling to clear out the wave, but you can see Razor sprinting towards the bot lane.
Yeah, that trade was you just got shot in the face for nothing, and he traded him nothing.
Hey, he's going to get the red buff. It's not all doom and gloom.
It was like a 400 HP for 0 HP and some first strike money as well.
It's like I'm getting data in a game of Valorant. Guys, I know where he is now.
Oh, he's not going to get the red buff, Cody.
Oh, man. Umti just got kicked right in the last, like, 30 seconds here. Pushed out of bottom, doesn't get the red buff either as Razork was able to reset.
All right, APA just trying to harass, make sure they can protect the vision that they do have.
Razor stealing away some of that camp, gets 16 gold.
Right.
But we look back at this dive, and it's very clean from Fnatic. They know it's coming. There's not much that they can do about it, though. Even if he tries to retreat, he's still going to get dived. So his main game plan here is to get as much farm as possible. And the patience, Kobe mentioned it, they wait for the third proc of the Tofos, then they interrupt the dash, they knock him into the tower, and he doesn't even get to move. Just very well played from Fnatic.
Yep, very, very well played. Seems like they're calming down after that first game.
Charm connects, Q follow-up, kick back, a little bit too far away, but the flash forward is going to make sure that Umti can connect.
Oh, I mean, that's the pick that we were setting up before, you know, the Lee Sin Ahri. They do use a lot to do it, though. That was flash and kick and Ahri ultimate. See what they can do with the jungle advantage now after getting that kill. Razork, though, of course, he did save his flash there, kind of accepting death when you get caught like that.
Holds on to it for the next fight, but honestly, right now, TL...
Wow, Oscar's really feeling it, eh? Gonna get knocked back.
Pullback is good. Ulti going from Impact. He's going all out, but he's much squishier, and Oscar is just happy to take the trade.
Oscar would love to get his passive back up. Impact gonna pop the
They get called jungle, too. Impact is in a tough spot here.
I don't know. Is it worth it, though? I feel like the Grubs is just an easier secure. You don't have information on where Umti is, but with the pressure you have in top, even if Impact tries to collapse with no ulti, it's a guaranteed objective. You're going to get 6 Grubs, and I think that this is the smarter play. Just use the pressure that you have in top lane, the push that you have in mid to be able to secure another objective. You can maybe even look to contest Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Depends whether or not Razork wants to try and get a base off before that fight.
TP back to the top lane coming in from Impact. Wants to get a bit of pressure here. Is going to force the respawn out from Oscar, so neither top lane likely to participate in the Dragon skirmish. Yan trying to hold on. Immediate ulti. Umti on the way down, but it's double TPs. Everybody's coming bot. Core now needs to retreat. Nice knockup coming in from Jun. Humanoid push back on APA, timing the ultimate, but now he has to retreat. It's a man advantage for the side of TL. Sonic Wave won't connect. Both sides just going to back away.
Great response from both mid laners as they try to get involved in the fight, but crucially, Umti is here to cover. Humanoid is forced to flash away, and TL continue their siege. Razork pushes out mid, and let's see what he can do here. He might get caught once again.
Razork not gonna the Sonic Wave. Dashing from Umti, gets the initial slow. No flash because of the previous play. Cannot kick flash Razork back into APA.
Are they overextending?
But bottom side also got chased up through the river there. So we see the push out. Fnatic getting a couple of extra waves there. You mentioned the one in mid lane. Now they're pushing on bottom side with Humanoid still here.
They want to contest this Dragon. As we already mentioned earlier, no TPs available for top laners. They're looking for a pick on the Razork.
As a Sonic Wave, waiting as long as possible. Dash back is clean from Umti, but the follow-up damage isn't quite there, and Razork now realizes he has the isolated 1v1. Sonic Wave going in, Noah's here to try and punish APA. One more dash to get out over the wall, but just the 1-for-1 overall. No junglers going to be around for that Dragon fight.
Yeah, both junglers down, so I think they are going to avoid the objective and just focus on pushing the wave. Bottom side will get pushed in the aftermath there.
Crazy back and forth. Umti and APA doing what they can as a bit of a fight in top lane.
Knock back to the wall. Oscar forced to flash away. over eager, but remember, now that he has the Sundered Sky, you can see the healing
His health is back
ridiculous.
I mean, Oscar also, he's going to get this whole tower. Those Void Grubs are doing so much work here. Oscar himself on this Poppy counter has a 1.3k gold lead in top lane. What an answer to Cassante. Everyone's been complaining about this champion so much. Oscar is really the hero of chat, the hero of the people.
Trying to be, at least. We'll see if Cassante has anything to say about that. Oscar, Thunder Sky cooldown about to come back up, only a couple of seconds, going for the knockback, but Impact still unstoppable. Good reactions, has the Ghost, wants to keep going. The healing coming from Poppy is solid, but it looks like Cassante might just be stronger.
Shield.
Nice predict, though. Impact trying to cover the shield. He's trying to get a bit more space in there. Heal! Sundered Sky, baby! Sundering the dreams of Impact.
Look at Oscar's face. He was trying his best to buy time. Impact using the third and Tofo strike to try and get the knockup, predicting Oscar would go towards the shield. He was forced down into the river, and then Razor comes to save the day.
All right, chat, now you have to create a copy pasta for Poppy. Now you've got to create one for Poppy. That was...
Poppy, Sundered Sky, 400 healing, 5 million armor, a shield.
No dashes, cancel circle.
Yeah.
Look, I like the Sundered Sky adaptation. A lot of people going quickly and tank items in this matchup, but that healing's been big. Fnatic, though, seeing Umpty and Core on the flank, they're going to try to shred through the tower and fight on more favorable terms. Humanoid dashing in, the tower getting placed down by his passive. Crucial to stop the flank coming in from TL.
Nice play there from Fnatic. They realized the collapse was coming through. They focused down the tower and they said, hey, Humanoid, you've got your passive, throw that up. And now look at the lane assignments. Poppy been sent down to bot. They're going to send Humanoid up towards top. But that's 2 out of towers secured. Surprisingly, they put Oscar in on the kind of weak side. I guess they can use their pressure in mid to then translate the pressure towards bot. But with Dragon spawning, well, 4 minutes, it's still a ways away. Both these teams are now going to be in a bit of a neutral state as they look to work towards their second major items.
Yeah, and I kind of come back to the beginning of the game where we're talking about the difference in comps this time around. Fnatic are in such a great, well, Humanoid might get caught here.
They were in a great spot.
No
Humanoid
flash.
staying for a wave too long as Razork recalls. It's going to cost him. Q flash coming in, or R flash, excuse me, from Umpty. Dragon's Rage into the immediate follow-up.
Fnatic, they scale so freaking well, especially with the team fighting possibilities there. 2,000, over 2,000 the gold lead in top lane as well. But Team Liquid, they focus so much on these picks here. Unfortunately for them, there's no real big like Baron or something to take after some side lane pick like that right now. Still very early into the game, and so it's just going to be kind of turret pressure traded.
I mean, well played from TL. Humanoid greeted for an extra wave. He was hoping that he could push one out before getting his recall off. Ends up getting punished for it, and now the cross map is happening. Both top laners, well, I say top laners, both teams, I should say, trading these out of towers is Noah.
Vaughn. Bubble connects, Noah dashes in.
Ooh.
Arrow's gonna go wide. Chain of Corruption won't connect. That's the ulti down. Razork now re-engaging on Core to try to start the fight. Everyone's out of the circle. Flash out from Core. Both sides just scrapping, but Humanoid wants to keep it going. Yawn forced to flash back to safety. Coley now getting body blocked by APA. Humanoid still walking up, so much damage unleashed by Noah. And TL forced to retreat.
Yeah, let's see. Can Fnatic do anything with it? They do have bottom side pushed up, but that's about it. So Noah sticks around. He's gonna get one more wave here.
I mean, the crucial advantage is that Dragon spawns in 2 minutes and Yon has no summoners. Humanoid only had to commit the TP there, which he gets back to mid lane. Now he can translate towards top too. Umpty is going to be looking for something. I don't know if he wins this, though.
Yeah, he only has Sundered Sky right now. Might need another...
Oh, but here comes APA. As long as he can stay in the fog.
This is the long con.
Yeah, they can punish Humanoid here. It's a matter of whether he respects it. He has to recognize that he's isolated on the map, and everyone is missing. Look at the mini-map. No one is spotted. He has to realize that this is... Yeah,
okay.
Okay, cool. He knows that this is way too suspicious.
Every Fnatic fan is like, wait, we've seen this movie before.
the pleading in Vedius's voice.
It's the classic solo queue thing where you see a guy go for a top wave and I'm like, I see on the minimap, no one is visible. Bro,
it's also the classic Humanoid thing. You get absolute cinema or straight to DVD. There is no in between, right? In this case, made the one mistake on a side lane. Of course, I think that's the thing we were talking about with Fnatic in game one, was that we want to see them be more tempered, be more disciplined. I think they have done a good job of that so far in this game, even if they've been caught out once or twice. But TL, yes, they're at a 4K gold deficit. They've already stacked 2 Drakes. They have the on-hit bars as we get later into the game, and Fnatic have to still play this one out carefully. Can't afford to overcommit, as APA may have overcommitted himself. Razork Gonna force the ulti out at least when becomes
Again,
lightning will not connect.
Another advantage gain though ahead of the Dragon. 50 seconds. Fnatic obviously over-committing on the top side, but they can use this Herald and then translate this pressure towards mid. Look, they brought Poppy into the mid lane to catch this wave. TL is kind of overcompensating, trying to match this pressure top.
I think this is a good play from Fnatic. Just hard force with the Rift Herald up here before Dragon spawning.
That is a lot of mites spawning.
I see them now transition this pressure back towards mid. I feel like there's a big opportunity here for them to just take down this mid tower, but they're committed towards that top. They want to keep this pressure on the top side. Oscar underneath the tower.
Get the angle to get the stun, crucially. Tidal Wave now going in just to try to zone TL away so they can knock down the tower. Razor continuing to walk up. Third talent strike onto Jan, and now the Culling coming in. No one's there to body block, and down goes the Varus. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's the 1v1, but no, it's not. Here comes Impact, looking for a bit of revenge after the laning phase, but it's Razor behind Umti, and Umti's got nowhere left to go. A bit extra healing from the Thunder Sky might keep him alive for a brief second, but Oscar with the buckler, taking him down a notch.
It's Giga Poppy! Oscar is king in this game. You gotta send like all 5 people after him if you're gonna go for it. Fnatic though, back to their original play of hard forcing on that top tower with the Rift Herald. The Nami wave in the fog of war from the side from Jun. Look at this. Beautiful stuff from him. They had already taken APA's ult out, so Razork knows he can go for the dive here, and he gets that knockup onto Jan.
They know that he has no summoners. We talked about how it's going to be a problem in the upcoming Dragon fight, but instead they punish it in top lane. I thought that Fnatic was being over-aggressive, but the fact that TL kind of divided their resources, kept Impact bot, they had Umti and mid and only 3 members defending top, meant that there was nothing really for them to cross-map, and ultimately they lost so much. 2 towers, they lost a bunch of kills, and they're going to lose, well, they're likely to lose the Dragon as well.
3.3k Poppy lead. That's a whole item.
I'm with you, but Poppy wasn't even in the topside fight that they won, Kobe.
He was in a 2v1 in mid.
Poppy hasn't even participated in the team play portion of the game.
Poppy means you're not going to be able to win a team fight.
I'm inclined to agree.
I just love the idea that in that mid fight when Umti and Impact had come, he knocks Umti away and goes, "Wait your turn, sir." It turns his attention to Impact. Yeah.
One at a time, please.
Poppy also, I feel like, was so cool of a pick from Mickey in the G2 series. Obviously, you know, the beginning of that game number 5, he was absolutely popping off. Does seem to be an EU
Poppy,
EU power pick at the moment here at MSI.
We do like exceptionally obnoxious champions. Speaking of, there goes Humanoid. He's going to connect on the APA, but the dash back, and Humanoid overcommits. Jan quick to pop him and punish. Without Oscar there, their lead isn't actually that big, but Umti going to be the trade back. Jungler traded for mid laner, but overall...
Baron is the question. With no jungler, I feel like that Fnatic do have a pretty strong Baron take, but it looks like they're not going to take the gamble, the 1-for-1. Again, though, Humanoid committing his flash to try and punish Jan. Both summoners gone once again. The Varus going to be in some serious danger as we approach the next fight.
Yeah, I think if Fnatic want to actually press their lead, they need to be pretty calm with how they set up these team fights, because if you set it up front to back with that Giga Poppy on the front line, and Azir hitting from back, then it's going to look quite good. Team Liquid, they are the ones looking for the scrappy, like, pick isolated plays. Humanoid goes right in, and Jan is able to flash it this time around, and so they get that pop that you're talking about. But Umti as well, into the back line, is going to be the sacrifice.
I will say that I think Umti can still be pretty happy that they got Noah's flash, because truthfully, Noah didn't need to flash that. Even if he got kicked, I don't think he was in any real danger, given that Humanoid was the focus from TL's backside. So the fact that they traded AD carry flashes, considering that was an engage from Humanoid, ultimately not the end of the world for TL, considering they also got a kill off the back of it. Ends up being 1-for-1. Fnatic still in a commanding lead right now. Dragon 3 minutes away. Baron is available. Top wave being pushed in. Well, as long with bot wave, Fnatic forced to catch these waves right now.
And Team Liquid, I mean, APA's Ahri right now is kind of their hope. He's got the Malignance plus the Lichbane. The Malignance makes your ultimate such a low cooldown. You just have to keep on trying to look for picks, go camp in brush, look for these burst plays with that Lichbane, try and pick someone off, and then turn that into an objective to try and get TL some footing back into the game. And so you see the importance of these control wards here for TL. They just plant them down and then sit on them and hope for a good opportunity.
Praying to find that angle. Oscar moving up from the bottom side of the map. He does not have access to his TP for the fight to come. Both up and available for the side of TL, perhaps an avenue of attack. Oscar's not in the fight. It's so much harder for Fnatic to protect their backline. So much easier for someone like Jan, even without a flash, to stay alive. His Ghost will be up shortly. But Oscar just keeping that pressure point on the bottom side. Again, we saw utility Poppy, split push Poppy.
Now I'm saying murder Poppy.
Murder Poppy, yes. I wish he played Lolly Poppy skin just so it was as horrific as possible, but instead, little Christmas vibes. He's giving him a present.
I, for one, hope that Fnatic don't use their Giga frontline. There's a lot of times where Azir players are like, oh, never mind, we're going to have some sketchy stuff going on.
Four in trouble here. Walking into the entire team, but he's trying to turn it back into an engage. Umti going to connect on the Sonic Wave on a no. He's got no flash in the previous play, and that's the pick you were waiting for. Impact is here first. Oscar sprinting from the bottom side of the map, but Murder Poppy's not here. And it's not going to be a lot of time for Murder left. TL on the chase. Sonic Wave not connecting. 2 members knocked down. Baron? Fnatic bot lane deleted. TL starting the Baron. The on-hit bars will shred the objective, but
Poppy.
Oscar, the top side of Fnatic, so powerful. Can they find a way into the pit? Yon still with all the available.
They're gonna walk in, Dracos. Nothing can stop this Poppy.
They're trying to shred through. Core waiting over the wall. The knockback is big under the 80 carry. They can't really afford to go for the Baron. Interrupt coming in from Oscar, and they're shredding through Impact's health bar. Humanoid thinks he's waiting in the darkness, but he's spotted on vision. Now trying to dash into Yon, and he'll finish the kill. Hex slash from Core just into the brush to try and hide. The top side of Fnatic is too damn strong.
The value of the Azir is in the extended fights. He has the DPS required. Really nice ultimate from Oscar to just kick out the front line from the fight. Core JJ couldn't really find another angle for an engage, and even though the bot lane falls, Fnatic come out on top.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they go for it though. Core JJ knows they have to get picks if they want an opening into this game, and they do just that. APA, look at that follow-up. The ultimate plus flash on Ari to combine for the kill, and then chaining too. The reason TL forced on the Baron after this is they know they're going to get out-comped later on. But Giga Poppy is here, the front line for the Azir. Those two are going to do a lot of work here. You see Poppy ult one out, and then the W lasts so long, it's longer than the Cassante one, so then they can kill Impact there. And once that front line is gone, Humanoid says goodbye to the back line.
And this is the struggle, right? You talk about outscaling. In the time it's going to take Yon, even on probably 3 or 4 items to kill the Poppy, Humanoid will have killed him 10 times. The Azir damage getting more and more powerful. He's crested the 3-item point now, has Leandries and magic penetration. So Impact isn't even that tanky as we approach later and later fights.
Yeah, that's why the topic we were discussing earlier, sometimes when an Azir has a really good front line, they still feel the need to go in for like Azir sex, as we saw in the mid lane play. And you're just like, calm down. Like you don't have to be the engaged.
No, you gotta, there's 1 to 2 item brain and then 2 item onward brain.
Sit back and hit stuff.
Yes. When they designed it, it was supposed to push people away.
Yep. They didn't expect the mechanics. It's going to push people in. Speaking of, Oscar about to push them into the wall, knocking back the rest of the team. Good ulti from the Varus, but Core's about to get taken down. Noah shredding through that health bar. Inhibitor about to drop. Umti praying for the flank here. Impact effectively no HP in the fight to come.
I mean, this feels like this is Fnatic's game to lose.
Dash in! Oh! APA gone in the blink of an eye. Noah gonna finish the job, but it's the knockback from Oscar that seals the deal. Razork zoning away Umti. Umti gonna try to go for the kickback. Yon still standing, but Fnatic are just too damn powerful. Humanoid takes out the 80 carry in the meantime. Impact gonna get knocked down. Fnatic striking back in game 2 to tie up the series.
They'll respond with an ace. 26.5 minutes. The star of the show, Oscar's Poppy. I mean, we look back to game 1, Umti and Impact were immovable objects that Fnatic could not get past. This time round, it was the Giga Poppy that was running amok all across the map. And now you have to question, what is this top lane dynamic going to look like in the rest of this series?
Well, we were kind of all in on the Cassante is going to be super broken train for either side, and it was true in game 1. Absolutely. But game 2, Fnatic have found an answer, and that's a bit concerning for TL.
I saw there was someone on Twitter who was tweeting out Cassante counters and had Poppy and S tier. I blame that person. It's got to be social media, right?
Stop telling pros things. They'll play the same stuff unless you tell them about new stuff.
I'm pretty excited to see this Poppy copy pasta, personally.
Yeah, no, me too. We submitted our request very early to chat, so I'm sure they'll deliver us something very spicy there. But Fnatic really responding in a much more calm and structured team fight this time around, and many more scaling options for themselves here. So interesting what this will do for the entire series.
Have to see how both sides adapt as we move further into the series. Of course, don't forget to log into LoLesports.com using your Riot ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, Game 3 coming up.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem. Thanks. Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All the things that we wished they never came true. All the promises made were broken by you.
Back here at the desk as Fnatic comes back here in game 2. And guys, I'm just gonna say one thing, one name, one word: Oscarinen.
And what a performance by him.
Amazing.
It was just absolutely incredible, especially considering when we came into this tournament, a lot of people looked at Oscarinen as a weak point for Fnatic. He joined the league last year, really struggled to have an impact, has slowly been improving, but his performance at this MSI has been head and shoulders above what we expected from him.
And I know he's a good Poppy, but I don't know if I've seen a Poppy take over a game as much as Oscarinen took over this game. He made it feel, it was completely unplayable for Impact. He was under his turret the entire game. Oscar, I think, took 4 turrets.
Yep.
4 turrets by himself as the Poppy. It completely dominated the game. At over 10 CS a minute this entire game. Probably the most gold in the game. Just a complete class act there on Poppy.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit because obviously we saw Mickey's Poppy support yesterday, which I thought was phenomenal.
In game 5?
Well.
I'm just kidding.
Wow. Wow. Okay, chat. I see how it's going to be.
As we see
Impact is washed.
Oscar's stats down there, I think Poppy is a really good response to a lot of things we are seeing in the meta, just generally. And Oscar himself, for me, it really started with that Camille game, right? Where I was just like, okay, this is him going back to something we saw from him in EU Masters, right? Came to LEC, got slapped around a little bit, didn't play as many of those carries. That's really where it started for me, but he's had a surprisingly strong tournament compared to his domestic performance.
And it's crazy to see that through the small leads that he got in lane, he was actually able to translate all this into amazing mid-game pressure. I feel, how pivotal was this for Fnatic?
Oh, it really was. You just have to look at the Baron play that they had, where Noah and Jun get caught out initially. Team Liquid go for the Baron. But because Oscar is so tanky and because Humanoid can just stand behind him and have this meat shield in front of him, it became so much easier for Fnatic to turn around what was a very disadvantageous start to the play.
For me, I'd say this game actually wasn't that different than game one if you ignore the top lane.
Sure.
Because in game one, Impact is the one that had a solo kill on Cassante, took 2 turrets on his own and was unstoppable in teamfights. In this game, Oscar actually did even better than that, and it was more one-sided than in the side of Fnatic. The other things in this game would be the mid lane. I think Humanoid has pushed in APA in laning phase, and then been not like, for his gold value, not as effective as APA in teamfights. Bot lane has been slightly favored for Team Liquid, but it's been the top lane for me this series has decided game 1 and 2.
Then what do we want to see on the other side of the map? What do we want to see on the side of the other members, both on the Fnatic side and the Team Liquid side? Because again, if it's only about top lane, then it means that the rest of the team is lacking in a way.
That's been the difference in the games, because the other 4, I'd say, have been a bit of a wash.
All right. So
I'd agree with that. I think there's an interesting dynamic with lane swaps as well, where you argue, do you lane swap in future games when that puts your top laner behind, and the top laners have been so impactful because both the bot lanes have struggled in their own respects. We'll have another look at this Baron play, because TL have already got 2 kills at the start of this.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that I like TL being able to capitalize here, but obviously Raid Boss Oscar is still making his way up, right? And so I don't even mind the TL Baron call, because they're thinking, you know what? We get outscaled, we're not in a great position, but then here he comes.
Yeah, I will say, if you're looking at it from EU-tinted glasses, very disappointed with Fnatic's positioning at the start of the fight. Why are you here when Oscar doesn't have TP and he's all the way in the bottom lane? Obviously, they play out the fight well after that point. Humanoid can dive back in. It's decisive play as well by Humanoid, which gets Fnatic back into a winning position in the game. Not that they were in a losing one, they were still about 7,000 gold ahead, but if TL had got the Baron, they can play very well around slowing the game down. But just look at that Poppy damage. Oscar in and Oscar in and Oscar in. Say his name. Put respect on it right now, 20k damage.
We talk about the absolute cinema in the mid lane, but yeah, solo carries here on the side of Fnatic just popping off, but I want to see team's ability to fight back. We saw this in game 1, Fnatic not being able to do anything against Team Liquid. Same effect here in game 2. Team Liquid is going to grab the blue side this time around. Any specifics that we want to see both in draft and in priorities on the side of Team Liquid, maybe?
I mean, I do find it interesting how the Cassante had won, what was it, like 11 out of 12 games or something at MSI so far?
I mean, Impact's the only losses on main stage now.
But then also it just got 1,000% shut down there by the Poppy. So I think as you enter the 4-5 in the draft, I think you're going to see some switch-ups in the ban phase. One thing I would say that I'm just grateful for in this series is I don't feel like either TL or Fnatic have just mentally boomed or tilted off the face of the earth. And I think to me, this series was going to be like, well, either it's decided by the mental game, because one of these teams just doesn't show up because of the pressure, or it's going to be really, really close.
And in that
I think we're getting the really, really close one.
I hope we're getting 5. I hope we're getting a close series here. But in that sense, I'm doubting the confidence level on the side of some members. I know we've been critical of Noah and Fnatic's bot lane as a whole for the beginning of the series. I want to see some improvement here on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think the bot lane is also super interesting too, right? Because we've seen both teams now pull out the Lucia and Nami. Obviously, maybe not as impactful as they would have liked, but I do think still, regardless of the West Smith's performance on it. Even in regular season, we were talking about the discrepancy between LEC and LCS, and then LPL and LCK, and how they played out that champion. Jan has actually been a huge defender of it publicly, where he's like, I think you need to pay a lot more attention to how we move that around the map. So with lane swaps in play, that's actually what I'm the most curious about, is in terms of where these bot lanes both go with their picks in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, now with TL prioritizing getting the blue side, I really wonder if we'll see them prioritizing that Lucian first pick. Maybe Fnatic will ban it out. It is the first time we've seen Fnatic on red, but it's going to be standard bans to kick us off. Lucian actually immediately banned by Fnatic.
Yeah. That's a good thing to point out. I'd say Team Liquid hasn't switched their bans at all. Vi, LeBlanc, and Ashe has been their red side bans as well. We were talking before the series about how good June's Ashe is, so I wouldn't be shocked if Team Liquid throws that third ban for Ashe here as well, and then just tries to... I'm not sure what they're going to control with their first pick, because it would have been the Lucian. They could also throw an AD carry ban in here to try and first pick an AD.
I think if you ban out the Ashe here as TL, Fnatic then have to pick between Varus and Aurelion Sol, or even the Talia. So then you are getting something strong for TL on that first pick. I expect Fnatic will look towards banning out the Varus, but we'll have to wait and see where they decide to go.
Yeah,
Talia
and the
instead.
Talia is taken out, of course. Now, it's not going to be so... Oh, I love the hover. Thank you so much for JJ for doing this when I'm doing the draft. But it is never going to be Zyra here. A bot lane first pick here on the side of TL is what we want to see here.
I mean, bot lane makes sense. Zig's obviously possible for upper as well. There's the Ashe locked in, though.
It makes sense because it's the ban that they dropped. I don't know how much value they'll get out of it, because there's only one AD carry ban. We've seen so many other drafts with Senna, Kalista, Lucian, Varus, all these things banned up. So Fnatic actually gets to kind of choose their own adventure here with their bot lane picks. I think Kalista Renata might be what they go with.
Yeah, it is important, though, that you do know Ashe, can pair with multiple picks. If they go the Kalista, obviously, Ashe Varus is still an incredibly strong lane. And we see the Rumble coming out.
I'm a bit surprised to see the Rumble. I think the Renata does fit into Jun's wheelhouse a little bit more. It kind of implies, if you're playing it in support, that Fnatic want to take the lane instead of trying to get away from it. Ashe Varus, the likely answer here from TL, which is such a strong double Halo Blades bot lane.
What kind of direction do you want to see Fnatic's draft taking here? Because, again, a flex pick with the side of Rumble, but...
Yeah, I think the Rumble is a flex pick. I think Oscarinin is better on tanks generally, so Rumble going to support, Jun a great playmaker. Alongside that, you want Humanoid on someone with agency. You probably actually want to pick Jungle on 3 here. Maybe something like the Xin, just to allow Razork the ability to have that early game pressure. Yeah,
he's been so good on that pick, and I think Xin Zhao is just deceptively tanky in early levels. He allows you to do so much. We'll see Cassante coming out again for TL and Impact.
I mean, it's Poppy, isn't it? You can leave junglers for second. None have really been banned out, only the Vi so far. Mid lane is the same, and with TL having not picked their mid, it means that if they're banning out the mid pool, they're banning out Upper's APA's pool as well. Instead, the Zac for Oscar.
And I think this is super interesting, because I would say the Cassante versus Poppy matchup, Impact probably thinks it wouldn't go that one-sided if he were to play it again, because I don't think it's the matchup that lets you get 70 CS ahead. Then the Zac is so much better against Varus Ashe than a Poppy would be in the team fight. So for me, Oscarinin doesn't think he can solo win the game again through Poppy, and would much rather try and be hugely impactful in team fights with that Zac.
More jungle bans expected here in the second ban phase. Any pivotal picks so far that we've seen? We know that Razork performed super well on Xin Zhao. Any champions that you want to see taken out of the draft, Emily?
Yeah, jungle bans, and then also I'm actually really curious to see what Fnatic do for Humanoid, and what if they decide to ban out APA's Aurelion Sol here, because again, there goes the Xin Zhao, as you said. I think APA, obviously massive Aurelion Sol player back before the changes, has been a strong pick. I just think Aurelion Sol is kind of broken in general. So that's the ban I actually expect to see coming out here, unless Humanoid wants to pick it up.
I don't mind the Aurelion Sol ban. I think Orianna actually fits relatively well with the Fnatic comp. You have people diving on the backline. You could last pick the Jarvan. Instead, they've gone for the Volibear, trying to negate some of Umti's early pressure. I mean, Orianna and Azir both work well here for Humanoid. I think you have the ability to slide in behind the Zac if he's already engaging. I would like to see Razork on something with a little bit of engage. The Xin Zhao taken away, but something like the Jarvan even still fits in that wheelhouse. maybe even a Viego as well, actually. You already have the chunk out potential of the long-range equalizer into Zach jumping in, into... There's the ban.
There's the ban,
TL agree with me.
And it's the Wukong. We saw him perform on the champion.
They want as much dive as possible to close the distance onto Varus Ashe. It's so vulnerable. It's not even like the Varus Kalista that we saw from T1 in Game 5 yesterday, where you can actually use the Kalista ult to make you a lot more mobile. It's very easy to get picked off. So I think Wukong is a spectacular pick here. The engage range of Wukong Zach is screens away.
Yep. Especially with Equalizer coming down on top of it. And then we'll see what TL want to respond with here. Obviously, Lee Sin, he's so comfortable on that champion.
You have so much pick potential as well. The Ash Arrow, the Chain of Corruption, Lee Sin diving in. Instead, though, the Poppy into Wukong, into Kalista. It's the other side of the matchup. It worked so well for TL.
I do like the Poppy in that aspect, and if Team Liquid picks the Azir here, would explain why they didn't throw any target bans towards humanoids, Azir or Orianna. But also, like, Asol and Ziggs are up. I don't think APA necessarily wants to blind pick those.
There we go.
Yeah, with every mid laner being up, I think both teams gets their pick of the litter. When I look at the overall team comps, though, I'm really favoring Fnatic's ability to engage on the squishy backline of TL.
And the Ori is perfect for this, right? Because if they end up locking that in, that just adds to the amount of dive. If you think about Wukong going in, Zach going in, they both have really good angles with the Ori ball on top of it. Humanoid Hui, though.
I like Humanoid's way. He's very good at putting a lot of damage down, gives him a little bit of extra protection in the lane as well, because you can just fear away the Poppy as she tries to run towards you. I do think the Orianna gives you a slightly higher burst potential initially, but Spiraling Despair in a team fight can do a huge amount of work, and you have enough CC to enable you to land that ultimate.
All right, where are we looking at in the early game?
Bot lane.
Bot lane?
Bot lane,
Varus
absolutely.
Ashe, what can they do?
And we'll see if a swap comes through, too.
Bot lane it is. The stage is set here 1-1 in our best of 5 between Team Liquid, Honda, and Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lore, Desk, Drafters, Draft Enthusiasts. We are moments away from getting into this game, and I gotta say, I'm a little nervous as to what this early game.
Oh
is.
yeah, I'm gonna disagree with the Desk. I'm going to disagree with the Desk.
What are you going to say?
I think that Kalista Rumble's a stronger 2v2. I think we saw it. I'm trying to remember which the game was. I'm kind of annoyed that I don't remember it. But it was, I swear it was Fnatic that picked Varus Ashe, and then they played it into Genji's bot lane, and then they just got murdered.
Yeah.
But I might be misremembering. It might have been Top Esports that played the Kalista Rumble. Like, Kalista Rumble is, like, so powerful in terms of, like, it's level 2 and it's level 3. The lethality that it has, especially once you hit level 6, like, that bot lane doesn't have any mobility. You just drop a Rumble ultimate and you can just kill them.
There's a lot of situations where we see an Electro Harpoon hit from the Rumble, and they just all in and kill off of that single spell hitting with the empowered Flame Spitter. And so, I mean, if TL are ready for it, if they play around, if they respect the spikes early
Well, this
push
is the
control,
thing. Yeah, because early on, naturally, double range matchup, you're going to have that push, you're going to have that control. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Fnatic swap for the first 3 levels, even. Just swap out for some of the most dangerous and risky situations, and then actually swap back for the 2v2, where I think you have kill threat. I mean, already, we see Noah hovering around the top side of the map. I wonder if they will do that. But Razork needs to be careful. Is he going to face check this?
Nice level 1 call out here. Razork forced to start clone. Oh god, that is not a good jungle clear. And they're still going forward. They want to kill this Wukong, but how much is it going to cost them? First blood. Now Noah's caught between multiple members of the team. Jun coming over the wall. Instant ignite. Double Electro Harpoon. Noah getting a kill back.
All right, we're back to peak League of Legends, baby. Let's go, level 1.
What just happened? Razork, why was he even face-checking that brush? Like, I don't understand what the game plan was there.
But this is also going to change the bottom lane now, because neither support with summoners available, and Poppy is a better early ganker than Wukong is.
But look at the swap, Kobe. They're sending their bot lane up towards top.
Yeah, they want to get around it.
And I got to be honest, guys, I really like the initial play here. You
Which
see
one?
Wukong
From
start.
Razork?
No, you see Wukong start W. And you get the flash, I think you're good. I think that was when you needed to call quits. I think second Core burn the flash. It gets a lot trickier.
Core should have ran back to the rest of Team Liquid there. He should have ran straight through Noah, but it is kind of like goes against your instincts.
It's fair.
Well, you're also, you know, with the approach velocity, you're real fast when you're going forward. You're not so slow going out.
So
a bit tricky.
My expectation here is that Fnatic don't want to fully commit to a swap. They're just trying to avoid some of the early lanes. Once they've got a few more levels and they can actually contest them in the 2 versus 2, maybe they even wait for the flash to come back, or at the very least the ignite to come back up. Core. Hang on, Core.
Harassing Razork here. Ash level 1 with Hail of Blades, just so obnoxious. Razork really wants to finish the camp. Does have Clone to get out of the wall to safety, but Core level 1 wreaking havoc here in the lane swap.
How annoying is this?
Humanoid could now be in trouble with Impact ghosting in. Humanoid walking back. W in. On the damage.
The big thing there is that Razork was able to steal away, basically. You say steal on lane swaps from your own side because that is where the lane swap is, you know, where enemy, AD, and support are. But because of the push out there, Umpty's like, he feels pressure to go to the other side as well, and now he's going to get found by Oscar.
No flash on Umpty, remember?
View from the Poppy. Yeah. Secure a couple. Umpty trying to zoom out, and Fnatic cannot follow up.
It's these junglers kind of scrambling there for scraps as Humanoid's going to take some damage on his way back.
I will say, though, that I'm annoyed that Humanoid fell prey to that. I felt like he should have learned when they played against Gen G, and they did the exact same thing. The Vayne came mids, he W'd in with the LeBlanc, and then he immediately lost his flash off the back of it. So the fact that, like, you have to assume that in these swaps, this type of pressure is going to happen. So he ends up getting punished, loses his flash. APA in a pretty good position now in the 1v1 as Fnatic, now that they've got level 2, are actually looking to come back and try and catch this huge stacked wave in the bot lane.
Only level 1 for Core, still does not have flash, but Umpty is on the way. If Fnatic get too hungry for the 2v2, it could cost, and they're trying to burn down Core. Heal going down, retreating back into Umpty. The Humanoid is already TP'd. Little bit of poke there coming in. Yawn now looking to back away. Extra movement speed coming in from the Hui.
They can't overchase.
APA there to cover. Severing Bolt, good bit of damage, but not going to finish a kill.
I like the idea there from Fnatic, utilizing the TP to try and punish TL, who's overextended. The problem is the fact that APA could also move, and Razork was on the top side, meant that TL guaranteed a numbers advantage, and Fnatic was forced to back away. The farm in terms of the bot lane is now relatively even. Level 3 and level 2 secured for Noah and Jun, means that the scariest part of the 1v1 has now passed.
Meanwhile, you have the junglers on opposite sides, so Razork does get topside scuttle, and he's going to think about paying a visit to Impact over here.
Level 4, though, for Impact is a scary place for this Cassante to be.
Giant wave, too.
We only have to think back to game 1, where Impact, in this matchup, was able to run away after a single gank. He was an absolute monster to deal with, and you know, you think about the threat on Cassante, how good of a champion is Kalista and Tway at actually killing them? I would say they're not the best.
Yeah, kind of the immortal question, right? The good news is you have Wukong, you have some of that armor shred, as he's going to get the Black Cleaver. Well, we'll have just a Nate kit. But I'm concerned as we get further into the game. That said, when we look at lane swaps, it's important to check in on the experience. Core JJ is still a little bit behind, and Oscar doing what he can to catch up to Impact for now. Razork's slightly pulling ahead of Umpty.
And because the junglers have been scrambling around because of the chase out of the jungle camps early on, the junglers are going to be a little bit behind in this game, both of them. Umpty should be able to get his Krugs and catch up a little bit there, but slightly for Razork on the Wukong, trying to get to his level 6, of course. But meanwhile, the Poppy looking to make use of that flash.
Now walking in bot side, spots out the control ward, but wants to keep maximum value out of the sweeper, so we'll check the brush as well before returning back to clear the control ward. And honestly, a relatively quiet early game. Lane swap, I think, nullifying any potential early action, but Umpty really wants to change that.
Well, his camps are so desynced. Like, he has no camps on the other side. Like,
backing up.
Wow, that was actually way more damage than I thought they were going to get in the trade. But yeah, Umpty had no more camps on bottom side, and you know, all of this passed through towards bottom side.
Level 6.
Level 6, flashing on the Humanoid, the stun, APA hits him with the thumbs up.
The Aurelian Soul main. Jun, though?
Jun, overheating. Continuing to walk forward, Razork flashing over the wall. Immediately now dashing in, Noah gonna flash, commit as well. They want to take down Yawn. 1 kill on the bottom side for Fnatic.
A lot of flashes committed there, but Fnatic gets something back after APA outplays Humanoid in the mid lane. Massive mistake from the man in the mid lane of Fnatic, as Core JJ now in some serious danger. Has the flash, has the barrier.
Walking up, Halo Blades initially procced, a bit of a slow onto Razork. Razork holding onto his cooldowns as long as possible here. Getting lower and lower, but yeah, Razork, couple extra seconds, he could have finished the kill. It's not quite enough, but he has zoned him away from the coming wave. Yawn walking back, but he'll be solo for at least a couple of seconds.
That's going to have some huge repercussions for the bottom lane down here. Really, really big for Noah to get that kill on this Kalista. It does cost them a little bit on top side here as Umpty is able to pulled together some of the scraps. Grab the Scuttle Crab on top of it.
Just to clarify, it was Jun that actually ended up getting the last hit because Noah got the kill in the first blood. But ultimately, the point still stands, right? No flash available on Yon. Level 6s are about to come through. And once they do, that's when this bot lane becomes very scary.
And it's a lethality build Kalista as well. So it's the early spike there, getting the serrated Dirk. But here's a look at the star falling.
I mean, I'm shocked Humanoid didn't expect this, right? But he himself was close to level 6. He knew he didn't have flash. If that ultimate connects, it's a guaranteed stun. So big misplay from Humanoid. Huge credit to APA for finding it.
Yeah, APA, Aurelion Sol main, even back pre-rework Aurelion Sol, and it is highest win rate champion in his top most 10 played champions. That's why everyone always focuses on those few. And he does get one there, but Umpty's back bottom lane.
Umpty ready to try and make that play, will be spotted out.
Razork is in the area, though.
Trading in the mid lane, grasping maw, bit of poke. APA just going to fly to safety. Severing Bolt does hit, so good trade for Humanoid, but not going to have access to that ult in the fight to come.
I think the advantage of playing Hui into Aurelion Sol is you have a little bit more range, and you can trade a little bit more effectively. You don't get as bullied in the early laning phase, but ultimately that doesn't matter as much when APA has been able to find a solo kill. Dragon being started off by Team Liquid. Remember that they did get the early grubs as well. The early level shenanigans kind of screwed with Razork's pathing. Let's see if he can steal this, though.
Umpty opting to start the Drake when the lanes are kind of in an even state. Means that it's just effectively been leashed for Razork. APA not going to connect on the ultimate. Humanoid learning his lesson from the last one. Has boots now as well. So Umpty donating the Drake over to Fnatic, evening up the overall objectives taken as they did get the grubs on the top side.
The classic TY4 leash, and the star goes wide as well. So some emotes traded mid. I don't see any all chat this time around, though.
We'll see. It's in their hearts. We know it's in their hearts.
Oscar struggling a little bit in this lane. One of the big reasons for that is in the early swap, Impact was able to catch a lot of farm after Noah and Jun went top lane. Now level 6 has been hit for Jun, and this is where things get scary for Yon and CoreJJ. Yon, no flash, remember. Razork on the top side of the map means that he's unlikely to get involved. He will be spotted out. Ping secured for TL, which means that they're looking for a play of their own. Impact realizes he's on the weak side. But how much danger is he really in here? Comes Umpty with the flank.
Jun and Noah, how confident are they? Pushback comes in from the Poppy, immediate ult response. Noah knocked up for a moment. Umpty just wants to chase down this Kalista, but has held the W for so long. Noah down, and now there's no one to save Jun. No Fate's Call. Equalizer gone. Odds in the favor of TL. Dominant play on the bottom side.
A great play from TL. They time that and execute it perfectly. The Hawk shot from Core spots out Razork on the red buff, knowing that they have a window for APA to roam down to bot. They find an angle to come in from behind, and Noah has no tools to escape.
Exactly, that's the key. They punish him for the aggressive flashes that they used on bottom side. And I'm becoming a very big proponent of Poppy. Poppy in any role looks good to me.
Wait, the problem is we have to pick a copy pasta. Are we picking the Ornn copy pasta where she's assassin tank yes mage, or are we picking 500 HP no dashes Cassante copy pasta? Or can we get both?
I think we combine both because Poppy is also flexible in all three roles of top, jungle, and support too. So I like leaning into that one. But now CoreJJ teaming up with Umpty for a little bit of a vision excursion.
I mean,
here.
the grub spawning in 10 seconds. The timing is immaculate from TL.
Look at the bottom side, though. Fnatic are doing the similar thing.
Stun there. Humanoid's playing to his bottom side, but no one is playing to Humanoid, so he's just running for his life, praying his jungler can get there in time. Looks like he might have escaped. Umpty and Core still there. Humanoid will back away, but it costs his flash.
Humanoid is playing way too aggressive this game. He gets collapsed on by the jungle support of Team Liquid. No level 6 just yet for CoreJJ. More plates are going to be funneled. TP into the mid lane from Humanoid. How much danger is this bot lane in right now? Looks like APA choosing to go back to base. Does of course have the TP. Vision going to be cleared out. But these grubs are up for the open for the taking. Ping's coming down from Fnatic. They realize that as well. I feel like it's an easy secure as Yon getting himself a plate in the top lane.
This is a bit tricky. Does use the ulti just to stop Oscar from following up. Zach has a lot of kill pressure on these immobile carries, but Yon, fantastic use of the ult, means he wins out and pushes Oscar back.
What was that HP? What was that HP? I want to click on that icon.
150, 200, all right.
It was definitely under that at the time of the arrow hitting, but bottom side turret plate also going to go over.
plate, impact, dashing back, using the footwork just to escape. He knows he's on the weak side of the map. He can see his bot lane hitting the top tower, knows this is just going to be effectively an even trade. But Razork really wants to punish here, spending a lot of time just hovering, making sure that his bot lane can keep the pressure up.
6 scrubs secured for Team Liquid. They're going to be able to get some plates top as well.
Oscar teleported back, and he had gotten a little bit of extra experience, but they are going to push him off in the end, so should be a trade. Pretty clean for both sides as they give up their outer towers. Oscar gets trapped a little.
Arrow is there as well. Umpty knockback into the wall. This Zach cannot move. The flash forced out. Ooh. Again, sub 100 HP.
Okay, Oscar, you need to chill out, man. Like, he is dancing at the very
In his
edge.
defense, there are 3 people trying to murder him, Betty. I don't think he's trying to do anything
why is
other
he
than
doing
get some
Krugs?
XP.
Like, what? Umpty's naturally going to try and steal those. That side of the map belongs to Team Liquid. Therefore, that's Umpty's jungle. That ain't yours.
Krugs are dangerous, Betty. We know it.
But have you considered he didn't die?
He didn't die.
Rebuttal!
Counterpoint, he has his passive still.
We will remember this
flash.
as the day that they almost caught Oscar
Betty, in terms of the space he has created.
Dragos.
Some LEC memes deserve to be international, boys. Sometimes you need the cope. And right now, you know, Fnatic, again, the gold lead isn't massive, but 6 scrubs is going to be the big concern. Is TL really starting to get more active on the map? Level 6 for core. Going to make these plays so easy to pull off if they ever find an isolated member.
Dragon, 5 seconds. Both teams are on the top side of the map right now. Jun. Here comes Impact.
Good bit of damage. Has already itemized MR, of course, for the Zac matchup, so it takes nothing effectively from Jun.
Yeah, they have a Kalista ultimate, but if you blow that on like a topside skirmish before Dragon and stuff comes up, that is one of the big team fight enabling tools for Fnatic. So they hold on to it.
Good, severing bolt. Yon forced to flash backwards, but Razork is caught up, but he's already used his clone. He's got one more stack of the Cyclone, but he won't get to use it. APA in trouble though, getting burned down by the Equalizer, but now it's Humanoid who's been caught out. Clean bit of CC coming in to make sure that he gets punished for trying to participate. Double kill for Yon. Fnatic pushed out of their own jungle.
All right, Team Liquid, let's see what they can do. It looks like it's just going to be push on mid here. They want to continue.
Impact is just, again, an immovable wall. While he has prioritized early magic resistance, once that armor comes through, I feel like Fnatic is going to struggle to deal with him. Nice TP in from APA. Does a lot of damage even though he loses his life. The fact that that fight became on 2 fronts meant that Yon was able to get the kill onto Humanoids, and ultimately a play initiated by Fnatic falls short and goes in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Razork used his clone to get into this position, so Yon is able to react with both summoner spells and punish him with the Chains of Corruption into the Umpty flash into wall. But then APA got annihilated there as he arrived. And TL still able to force the rest of the cooldown tier, killing off Humanoid and forcing the rest back.
Yeah, Yon uses his ultimate onto Razork, and then Korja uses his ulti onto Humanoid. The single target CC is very real. And now Fnatic might be in danger again.
When they're sneaking away Dragon, they're sneaking the Dragon and they get it.
That's going to be big. Having that extra objective. Essentially stole away one Dragon, got the other one leashed, so Fnatic donated a couple objectives in the context of this game that are going to make it a lot easier as we get later into this one.
I just feel that the TL scaling is just better. Like, I know they're going for the full lethality virus, but while there's a lot of dive threats, Poppy mitigates a lot of that, right? On top of the fact that, I mean, APA on Aurelion Sol, it's just a scaling monster that's only going to get stronger the longer the game goes on. To add to the fact, again, I come back to this Cassante problem, who's going to kill him? Like, I don't think Humanoid has the damage, and we saw what happened in Game 1 when Noah just tries to hit that champion, he's not going to take any damage.
The Poppy is on the other foot now. Team Liquid with some adjustments, and you mentioned the Aurelion Sol. The Aurelion Sol is really big because it's a champion that does make timing your your Star Dust collection for Dragon number 3 like a very powerful strategy. So you can try and put a stop to the Dragon stacking later on, as long as you are able to save that really big upgraded ultimate for APA for the correct timing on Dragon number 3 and set yourself up for the big AoE.
Need to see Fnatic as we get later into the game be a little bit cleaner on the execution here. Overeager have been punished, and obviously with an Ashe on the opposite side, relatively low ulti cooldown even at this stage of the game. Really need to pick your shots, pick your fights well. Oscar faring a bit better in this game.
Magic resistance.
He's doing a bit better than he did in the first game, at least.
I mean, sure.
Made it through lane, didn't die, Almost died twice, but didn't die.
See, the scoreboard remembers.
Team Liquid seem to have a firm grasp on this game with the 2K leads. They're scaling nicely. I'm sure they would have loved to have secured a few more dragons. Does mean that Fnatic can just afford to concede the next one. The Baron threat is not something significant from TL, so ultimately I think this is going to come down to some big fights. It's a question of who really starts them, and as we've seen from this series, it is Fnatic that's often the initiators when it comes to these fights, which I don't think is a bad situation for TL to find themselves in.
It does require something that I brought up last time around when Fnatic had the Zac, and it's on Umpty here. If the Poppy is able to position between the Zac and the rest of the team, that Poppy W denial is very, very big in trying to counter the start of the Fnatic AoE, because Fnatic have very capable AoE team fighting tools here.
Yeah, for sure.
Wukong plus Hwei plus Rumble. They definitely have the explosive AoE to win one of those team fights, but it does require either the Wukong, or the Zac to have a really good initiation. They're going to teleport for a flank.
See if they can find that good initiation. Equalizer used initially. Oscar over the wall, connecting onto multiple members. Umpty not in the right spot. Flash forward. Now trying to make it work with the stretching strikes. Knockup is there, but the entire team a little bit split from the side of Fnatic, taking down Yon. That's the shutdown. APA, Core on the way out. It's Impact versus all of Fnatic. Core can't even come to help, and Kasante is good. And it might take them a while, but eventually Impact should drop, or he's going to Houdini his way out and just try to keep the fight going. Impact finally going to escape. 3 members standing, but Fnatic find their fight.
Really good flank there from Fnatic. They call down the teleport. Oscar goes in over the side, and Jun's Rumble ultimate just decimates the Poppy and the Varus there.
I mean, the good news for TL is that Fnatic can't really convert this into anything. Well, TL do still secure that mid tower, but they are a little disconnected. CoreJJ is staying safely on the back. Umpty gets initiated on. The Varus is using the Herald to try and escape. But it's an awkward situation. You can see how disjointed TL are as they try to retreat, and Fnatic are quick to punish that. Impact can't really impose himself on the fight, and it makes it a much more one-sided affair for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice attack there from Fnatic, splitting them. And they got a bunch of summoner spells on the way out as well.
It comes back to what we were talking about in draft, Kobe, which is very much that the backline threat from Fnatic is very real. They have so much dive. Oh, hang on a second, Razzle. They have so much dive, and if Yon and Core and APA don't have their flashes, it's very difficult to escape from Fnatic's composition. But it then becomes a question of, can Fnatic get past Umpty and Impact? If they can, TL's in danger, but if they can't, TL have a massive scaling and damage advantage.
Exactly. In both games this series, the team with the more structure on their front line has been the winning team. The calm plays have been winning out, and if TL push all the way up in mid lane, allow themselves to get flanked from multiple angles like that, then you don't have your Poppy and your Kasante, your bouncers there to protect you. So nicely done from Fnatic, really attacking the map there. And we'll keep track of those wards, because each of these wards is such a critical place there for those possible plays to set up flanks.
Represents that potential flank that could decide a fight, and certainly sets Fnatic up with a more favorable angle. Pick on Umpty would be big. He can't overstep here. Poppy getting chunked out. Disastrous start for TL. Flash out from Umpty now. Yon trying to re-engage with an ultimate of his own. Jun pulled back by the Fade's call. Star getting dropped on the backside of the fight. Good bit of burn damage, but Razork in the back line. Already onto Core JJ. Razork untouched for now. TP now coming in. Razork firing back in a bit more damage from the Sundered Sky. Healing up. Oscar now trying to body block for the Wukong. Pullback is good from Impact. Trying to stun, trying to lock him up. Yon finishing the job. It's a scattered, chaotic fight. 2 members down on both sides. TL hovering for a moment. Next arrow from Yon, where's it gonna go? Does it connect? Good bit of damage down. He's gonna hit onto Noah and Oscar. That's gonna be big, but Jun just stepping up, getting a bit more poke.
An incredibly close fight. The HP bars are blinking, but Umpty's gonna be able to get the fast recall off. Now Core JJ is back in the action.
Big difference maker too is that APA has teleport on the Aurelion Soul, so should be a quicker reset there. Hex gates are actually also up though,
That's
so
true. That's a good point, Kobe.
They can just hex gate.
JJ going to clear out some vision, needs to be careful. He's very suspicious about Fnatic members still lying in wait, but here they are. They're returning back out onto the map. Razzle, Humanoid, back in the action.
So teleport used from APA to push bottom lane. They should get that local gold on the outer turret first before moving over, and they have vision control.
Wait, that control ward wasn't in the brush there. They didn't actually spot out that ward. Blue buff going to be secured, but it's Team Liquid. I think Fnatic need to concede this. They're in no position to really contest. The tower's going to go in favor of Team Liquid in the bot lane, and I think TL they made the correct choice. Good use of the teleport to get back control over the river. Fnatic's forced to retreat. A very even fight though, 2 for 2 overall. Summoners spent aplenty.
The gold lead starting to grow from the side of TL, as well as the passive map control. 4 towers taken down, and TL want to keep stepping up. Extra stacks for APA as they trade a bit of damage. Fnatic pushed out of their own jungle. TL, not a lot to play for in the mid lane right now. We have to feel like Baron is the next big objective for either side.
This is such a strong point for an Aurelion Soul. When you get your 2-item power spike, you're slow from the Rylai's, plus the burn on Leandries. And APA with the biggest gold lead, barely bigger than the Yon gold lead in the bottom lane there for Team Liquid as they transition over to that Baron side of the map.
Tense mid game between these two teams. Really a single fight can swing the whole game. I think we've already discussed at length how both teams want to play these fights. Fnatic finding flanks, basically finding ways to get past Umti. Meanwhile, Team Liquid want to use the space that they can create with Impact and Umti, relying on APA and Yon's range and damage. Arrow connects on a Jun.
Big start of the fight. Umti gonna find the angle to knock it back into the wall. Quick pick onto the Rumble support.
Nicely done there. Umti follows it up. He gets just in there for the angle.
Shield now taken away. Ulti, Noah's in trouble. Stun gonna connect. The skies descending on Fnatic. Razork and Oscar trying to piece together a fight in the meantime. They've taken down Core. APA for now untouched. Big damage onto Razork. Wukong taken out of the equation. Now Aurelion Soul leaping in. He gets the reset after the kill. But Umti's pushed him away. It's a little less than ideal, but he'll get one more resource here. Now reset coming through. They should be able to chase down Oscar. Team Liquid are slaughtering Fnatic in their own jungle.
APA sliding in on the Aurelion Soul, calling down the power of the stars for Team Liquid, and that's going to be a turn towards Baron. Unless some magic happens here from Fnatic. Razork is 10 seconds death timer, even with Hex Gates, that's not going to be close. Umti should be able to secure this one for TL.
It all starts with a great pick from Core. He finds the arrow onto Jun, and then Fnatic, they seem to think that they can walk into this side of the map, but they can't. We look back at this now. The arrow connects. They've spotted Jun out, who's just trying to get some vision around the Baron. Great punish from Team Liquid. And it's at this point that you think, okay, maybe TL can now threaten the Baron, and that's what Fnatic's scared of. But look at this engage as APA throws down the star.
Yeah, Core JJ, his volley pops off the spell shield from Noah, so the star comes down, blasts him, and then the counter engage from Fnatic is just a little bit too late because they've already lost so many key members, and TL chased them down. Humanoid here on the way has just kind of been easy pickings for Team Liquid as they cruise over the wall, picking up the extra kills and then picking up the objective.
Right into the midst of it. They can't get away from Umti, and now APA is just free firing over the entire team. Razork used the ultimate. Oscar trying to get in, but APA got the reset because of the initial kill. Flying over again. Oscar gonna drop. Passive resetting, and the dragon just keeps going. Razork's got nowhere to go. I don't know what the hell happened to set up the fight, but I know TL are sure as hell winning it.
And just like that, Fnatic are wiped off the map once again. Team Liquid with a commanding team fight. Only Humanoid is left alive, but with the Baron buff, TL can set their sights on the Nexus.
And gentlemen, I thought we would reset a little bit longer and that the Baron might take a little bit more time, but no, we are not. Spiraling Despair, marginal sadness for APA. He is not concerned about that one.
APA so heavily criticized for his champion pool, but such a big factor this time around. Obviously the Poppy as well, but really, really standing tall when the team needs them. Let's take another look as Umti, we got a picture once the General had all 3 of them. They walk right into him. The Poppy ultimate. Core JJ falls with his Ash Arrow as well, but it's just destroyed at that point. Then they're all grouped up.
Oh, wow. It wasn't even APA's ult, it was actually Yon's arrow that did so much damage across the Fnatic lineup. Incredible combo. And TL with a one-sided fight once more.
Here you see the back half of the fight, but ultimately I think we're seeing Game 1 and Game 3 looking very, very similar. A lot of activity from Umti, and when TL are at a decent lead, they set up these traps, and Fnatic walk into them every single time. They're so eager, so ready to contest a bigger objective, so scared of giving something else away that they just walk into Fog of War and die. And now you can see the alt chat. APA's calling out, why are you giving me this Ace Soul? And Fnatic probably asking themselves that same question.
All right, well, Team Liquid still with a job to finish here. Job is not done for them, although they have a commanding lead in this game. They should be able to pick up the Dragon. Fnatic, whenever they're pushing in these positions, they usually force.
Good arrow engage coming in from Yon.
Oscar is level 12. Impact is 15. So is Yon. The level discrepancy is absolutely massive. The Dragon is available. I don't know if TL actually care at this point. They need to be a little careful, though. They're a little disjointed right now.
Gun fishing for a play.
APA is fine, though.
No, APA flying out to safety.
The Star Cruiser.
Yeah, my man got the Yamato cannon. Chain damage, has got all the upgrades, tier 3 armor, tier 3 attack, invested all
I mean, he's got the
gas.
Medjai's upgraded.
Yeah, I mean,
he's talking trash. He's upgraded Medjai's. That is the Yappa we know and love. And he's got his upgraded Aurelion Soul ultimate too with that last little bit of Stardust.
my man's opening all chat as he flies through the air queuing, keeping the APM and the words per minute up.
I mean, also blue side proving very effective so far in this series. I like TL's approach to the draft, and they're making it work. Their adaptation of picking up the Poppy is doing them wonders. 2-2-13 for Umti. The bot lane continues to do well. Humanoid
just going for the solo kill. He does too much damage. Humanoid cannot stop him.
I'm going to say that Hui is not the counter to real.
I don't think it is. That's not it.
Uh-oh. TL.
Noah takes him to safety, but this
Fates
should be all the
fall.
damage that they need. Yon, okay, that's a little wide. That was...
He frogs himself. Okay, it's cool.
It's cool, it's
You
cool.
recognize it. No one can flame you if you take control
It's
of the
okay.
situation.
Acknowledging your mistakes is how you improve. That's fine.
You can't make fun of me. I already did myself. Ha
I also think, you're going to whiff and all. This is the context you can do it when you're 10K gold ahead.
Yeah.
I don't need this. Throws it away.
I can
TL
beat you without my ult.
I mean, look at TL pushing down 2 lanes. They're keeping the pressure up in mid as well. The 6 scrubs doing some serious work for Team Liquid. They're looking to go to match point.
Oscar with the setup. Interrupt from Umti is good. Again, that one fight win awry for TL. Every fight since then, Umti has been exactly where he needs to be to start things off with a pick or to interrupt the engage from Fnatic. 5 members on the top side from TL. Fnatic, this could be the final fight as Razor goes in, but a clean flash out from Yon. Not able to pop the Banshee's Veil initially, and now Yon unstoppable. TL looking to mop up the fight. The Aurelion Soul flight resets. Gonna start coming through fast. Yon with a bit of extra poke. They can just take the base if they want to, but they're debating if they want to be playing for kills.
Yes, they can. Team Liquid with Captain America at the head are going to be able to take game number 3 over Fnatic here, pushing them to game point, series point.
Incredible game from TL, no doubt. Again, discipline, the story of this series, and TL have just been more disciplined, finding better angles. Fnatic, certainly some heavy hits, some haymakers. But in game 1 and game 3, TL with the necessary discipline to close out the game in their favor.
Ultimately, nice draft adaptations. They weren't thrown off by the lane swap. They started this game with a first blood onto Razorg, impacting his pathing, and it felt like that throughout this game, they just kept calm, they kept control, and Fnatic was very limited in terms of their options. You already mentioned Kobe, AP8 with a fantastic game. I don't think he's getting that Aurelion Soul again.
Don't think so. I also still have my eyes on this Poppy pick. Has been very useful in so many roles, but it's also like the only real answer we've seen to Cassante. This Zach is really not doing it. So we'll see about the shifts in priority here going into the next draft.
Well, Fnatic are going to have to figure it out fast as TL are on match point. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Yeah, fast. I think it's going to be the point here as Team Liquid enters the first match point of the series. Emily gets
Poppy
it.
is good,
Emily gets
actually.
it. Poppy is good, actually, in any position so far.
It's a triple flex.
It's yeah.
She's good.
It's a good pick.
Especially into Kalista. Yeah.
I was wrong, actually, about that game, because I thought that the Fnatic draft was going to be favored.
Okay. I did not think so at all, in the sense that I saw the top side of the map, I saw Aurelion Soul on the side of APA, and I was like, if this game goes to late game, I don't know how we're going to kill them.
Yeah, APA and the Aurelion Soul just absolutely body Humanoid in the mid lane. It's not something you commonly say unless you're in the LEC regular season where Humanoid has a few happy moments. Obviously, Umti coming across and helping out. Umti was always there when the wave state wasn't good for APA to put Humanoid in a disadvantageous position, but like, all respect to APA, he played it well. Humanoid should not be dying to this. You know that APA is about to hit level 6. You shouldn't be on the edge of Star Surge range. I understand wanting to get back to the wave, but I'm more frustrated with Fnatic than I'm proud of TL. TL are playing well. I will give them their flowers. They're doing a really good job. Fnatic are playing really poorly at times as well.
We are going from absolute cinema to a really bad soap opera here, I feel. And yeah, APA points it out in our chat. We were talking about this at the beginning of the series. I love the confidence from this guy. Are you trolling on stage? Humanoid owning it? But yeah, come on, the counter pick. If it's going to be used like this, you can't do anything.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely worth reiterating that Aurelion Sol is APA's, like, his best champion, I believe also his most played champion. Obviously, so much of that was before the changes. It's kind of hilarious. When the changes came through, he was like, I actually think Aurelion Sol is kind of bad, guys. And then obviously we've had successive buffs. It's a really, really powerful pick and something that APA is obviously super comfortable on as we see this fight coming over through topside, Core pulling the trigger.
And this is why I'm annoyed at Fnatic. Hey guys, we've just lost our support. What should we do? Should we try and continue the fight outnumbered? They did this multiple times across the course of the game. You do not need to fight here. You're 2,000 gold behind. You can slowly reclaim vision and then fight TL around the Baron, but Fnatic over and over and over and over again. From LEC playoffs to MSI, just over-invest in these plays where they're outnumbered. They had another example earlier on when they took a fight in mid lane, TPing in, they didn't have their entire team against 5. It's just so frustrating to watch them make the same mistakes because there's so much potential in this lineup as well.
But not jumping ships here, but I also feel like, Jad, this is where Team Liquid excels. When they grab at it, they just don't let it go.
I think that's very fair, especially when they're successfully able to pick for team fighting, and then also striking first, like in this game, because if they don't strike first in this game, it's ruined. If I zoom out a little bit and think about what's decided these first 3 games, game 1 and 2, I think we're top lane. Cassandra got way ahead, game 2, Poppy got way ahead. This game was the most complete Team Liquid victory, but the breaking point was actually APA just beasted Humanoid, which was not on many people's bingo cards for any of these games. So if that happens again, I think TL would take a 3-1. I don't expect that to be like the norm now. I think Humanoid definitely is not going to take that way pick again into specifically an Asol. And then what's happened in all 3 games actually is Yon, I think, has been stronger than Noah. And if Fnatic wants to win the next 2 games, I don't think they're going to win the next 2 games with Noah performing like this.
Yeah, I think the Varus pick, as you especially saw it around that Drake fight, the Varus arrow just slicing through everyone.
So much damage.
I think, obviously, yeah, Jan and Core have played well. I feel like this game, most of all, though, exemplifies what we would want to see from TL as people who watch them all through regular season, right? Like, this is, you get involved early with his lanes, right? As you pointed out, he's setting that up for APA to be able to do well on Aurelion Sol, get into the mid and late game where he can zone people out of fights. Their bot lane is performing well, and they have... Yes, Fnatic had a lot of opportunities to jump onto their carries, right? Because they are very mobile. However, in all of these occasions, they were able to kite back. And then that's where the Poppy and Cassante did a lot of work as well.
Yeah, all credit to TL. They are playing the map really well. When they get a lead, they do not give Fnatic an opportunity to get back into the game. And then Fnatic are playing into their hands a little bit by gifting them a few kills. I think going into the next games, I would like to see Fnatic put Noah on something perhaps just a little bit more scaly. Like when he joined the LEC, Aphelios was one of his picks, Zeri was one of his picks. Maybe you just opt into a lane swap. You accept that you're going to lose extra plates in the bot lane tower, but then you play to try and get Noah into a position where he's a little bit more comfortable, because he hasn't looked comfortable on the Kalista apart from one game against Scam. And I'm sorry, that was easy love. That was a sub you were playing against who'd lost like 18 games in a row before coming into MSI. I think you need something more comfortable for Noah.
Quick question for you. When you think of Fnatic at their best, what do they do better than anyone else in the LEC?
Humanoid and Razork. It's all mid-jungle, get into the enemy's faces, get into the enemy jungle. It's a bit of an interesting one because does that as well. We talked about the 3 minutes ganks earlier on, but I think if Fnatic and Humanoid can team up, they can take down this TL roster. The problem is they've been doing that through the Vi, through the LeBlanc, and TL have been doing their due diligence and banning them every game.
And I would like to add on top of this, when it comes to mid-game fights, I want to see the Razork June synergy operate even more, because it mostly came from these engaged champions from both of them and them being able to control the pace of the fights. So we'll see if they can make it happen. Any champions that we want to see bans maybe here?
I still think it's going to be going to game 5s. I don't think Team Liquid's going to be changing much. I think Potentially, Camille will be opened up, or a first pick
Yeah.
Ashe for June, because those are going to be the options that Team Liquid's picking between on the red side. So early priority on those picks for Fnatic.
I would say ban Cassante, but I think Fnatic should lane swap, in which case I don't think the Cassante is as big of an issue because you will have a hyper-scaling AD carry with the Jinx, with the Aphelios, who can work their way through if you build Lord Dominic's regards. And
He's going to ask. He's going to ask if that's available.
I don't think you have to ban the Cassante. I think you can leave that open, but yeah, maybe we'll see the Camille getting freed up.
Fnatic is usually a team that thrives into difficult situations and into chaos, so let's see if they can bring us into a game 5. But so far, Team Liquid are the ones bringing up to match point. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back for game 4.
The light is fading.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
here we are, straight into draft for Game 4 of the series. TL now at match point, moved back to the red side as Fnatic, well, they've decided to ban away the Aesol. We'll hop into that picks and bans in just a moment, but spoiler, he's going to keep yapping, but he won't keep Aesoling.
And they also keep the Talia ban here, you know, kind of over the
TF
course.
suggests Cassante, perhaps? Oh, that is a Cassante, yeah.
All right, Impact, how many Poppy games have you played? Because I really think this was such a good answer. Maybe he learned enough from being on the receiving end of the matchup. Lucian plus Nami, but you don't have to do the Nami super early. Oh, actually, they're sifting through all of the ideas here.
What are they going to opt for? Lucian Nami looked good for them. To be fair, so did Ashe Varus. But Lucian appears to be the higher priority.
What I'd really like Fnatic to think about is there's not been that much like early diving, right?
No.
I think Fnatic could afford to pick something a little more scaling. You know, something like a Zeri, Sivir, just something a little bit more that's on the late game
Wait
team
a
fighting
second.
side.
Are you saying you want to see Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu again? You didn't get enough of that?
Look, all I'll say is, for the sake of my region,
yeah. Yeah.
For the sake of the fans, hell no. Absolutely not.
But I think that they could afford to. They probably won't. It's probably Varus Ashe. Yeah, okay, it's Varus Ashe. But this time, Fnatic have the Cassante, and ultimately it's going to come down to whether TL do want to go with the Poppy. Do they want to play Poppy top? Is this something that Impact is comfortable on? Something that he, like, typically I would associate something like the Renekton, maybe the Udyr as an option for the top side. But who knows what Impact has prepared for us.
It's not too complicated of a champion, at least.
It's true.
Now, though, debate on the final pick here.
Oh, you had a fun stat for me earlier on the Sejuani.
Oh,
yeah.
It wasn't a fun stat. That is not for air. Let's just say that Umti's early career may have negatively affected his Sejuani win rate slightly.
Okay, yeah. Umti's Sejuani win rate is 28.6%, and his second.
What's his win rate in this series,
His
Kobe?
second most played of all time. But exactly, the Sejuani has been good this series, this is an A Sejuani now. You know, X-Smithy leading the way, right?
Well, yeah.
Smithy crawled, so Umti could walk.
Xin Zhao going to be banned away by Team Liquid. I think that makes a lot of sense. Razork has had a lot of agency and early game proactivity with that champion. He was out of sorts with the Wukong, especially based on what happened in the early game. I mean, huge amount of respect to APA. Say what you want about the player, that anyone that earns this amount of bans has to be doing something right. And they might be trying to pinch his paw, but he's still finding ways to have impact. I think his Ahri performance was still solid earlier, even if they weren't able to convert it into a win.
Yeah, I think I'm more scared about what it does to your team and how your team is going to have to play. Not having like the longer range kind of scaling outs that Dracos was kind of alluding to, having a lot of success in this series. They do ban away the Azir themselves, though.
Interesting. So feeling like that's the last real threat that can come through from Humanoid. Of course, for Humanoid, it is one of his most successful picks domestically. It is the champion that he can completely 1v9 games on. And, you know, these proactive playmakers for Humanoid in the mid-game are always, you know, kind of play to his strong suits as an individual, but the Zac will be taken away.
I think it's Renekton. Sejuani Renekton offers a solid front line. If you can get onto the Varus and Ashe, then okay, maybe a very different direction. Might even be a lane swap angle. Of course, always dangerous to talk about hovers, but a Scion would be a very solid front line.
Taking the time, though. Want to be able to counter pick mid lane seems to be the option based on what we've seen thus far. In the end, Ornn going to be the choice. So looking for the outscale angle.
Oh, reliable.
And look, the champion obviously provides a lot of gold value in the item upgrades, a lot of reliable long-range engage, which can punish if Fnatic are too over-eager, but they need some kind of late scaling option for APA if they want to be able to go toe-to-toe in the mid to late game.
I'm worried about Fnatic's damage threat when it comes to dealing with these tanks. But, ooh, I don't know how I feel about Lee Sin here. Lee Sin Orianna is a very sketchy combo just because, like, they don't really complement each other very well. Normally you'd pair something like a Viego makes a little bit more sense because then you can set up for Viego to get the resets, especially in these early skirmishes. Also just Viego having a little bit well, I don't want to say more damage than Lee Sin in the early game, but I think that ultimately they don't have to synergize as something like a Lee Sin LeBlanc or Lee Sin Ari would have a lot more agency with.
Yeah, definitely. All right, dig deep, APA. What do we got here? They will be light on magic damage if they do this, but this is the next in his tier of champions. The Tristana was their go-to AD source. His Jace was a little bit shaky, so they never really liked that one. But they do have, you know, a decent amount of scaling options. Obviously, they're gonna have to worry about Frozen Heart becomes a very, you know, powerful item to build against them. There is a Cassante on the other side that will be stacking armor against the double 80 carries.
I will say, while it might be a little nuanced, you want to build armor boots here, but armor boots against Ornn plus Sejuani is not ideal. You actually want Merc Tread, so there is that element to it, but you're definitely right that the bulk of TL's damage is primarily AD, and it'll be interesting how they navigate the Cassante problem.
And as long as LDR is back in the shop after yesterday, and they get their armor penetration, then it should be a better
gotta understand,
time.
Lord Dominic needs a day off. He's
yeah.
living there. He's been selling them this entire season. Needed a break today, though. He's
Boris
back.
was out yesterday.
You know, he was out. He wasn't available.
Today, restocked. All right.
Of course, I think more pressure now goes onto the top side for Impact because if he falls too far behind this Cassante, if Oscar gets ahead of the clock, is able to build a lot of those really powerful armor items, team fighting gets so much more difficult for the side of TL.
I will also say, too, against Ornn, like, Ornn's got some good magic damage there. To threaten at least early on as far as the rushing of those items. So let's see it. Team Liquid locking in the double 80 carries, the Lucian Nami again. Lucian Nami, that was such a horrific story for not just LCS, but also LEC.
The West.
But to be fair, I thought we were united in suffering there. And Jan seems determined to change the narrative.
After all our teams have been playing against, you know, Jackie Love, Lucian Nami, they've decided they're gonna go with it again.
And unsurprisingly, as we enter a game where TL, they're on the cusp of victory, APA just continues to fire shot after shot after shot. Right. Got G2, can't carry you forever.
Don't lose to NA, boys. Some of APA's funniest lines are when he uses himself or NA as like the insult. He's like, "What? You're gonna lose to APA, bro? You're gonna lose to a one trick?"
So far, the answer is yes, and twice thus far.
What are you feeling, Kobe? You thinking Game 5, or are you thinking?
I mean, you said really early on that you just wanted 5 games.
Did I? Is that what I said?
Yeah.
I seem to remember Draco saying that, and I was like, I don't want 5 games. I'm still recovering after yesterday's 5 games. And if there's 5 games tomorrow with PSG and G2, I'm going to die.
Well, you will have given your life to a worthy cause.
Well, rest in peace, Vedius.
It was a pleasure knowing you.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see how things play out. The lane swap is coming through from Team Liquid.
How would you like to be buried? I would like to know.
You're not confident on Team Liquid's lane swap?
maybe?
Yeah. We're trying to get a 2-for-1 special, which whenever team loses the series. Betty. We really got to know.
Okay, let's keep track of what Impact is up to. Who's attacking level 1 first? Humanoid, you better not lose your flash this time around.
I appreciate the impact cam, but now I can't see what anyone else is doing.
Mini-map is like the most critical part for lane swaps.
We're just watching him run around right now.
Chickens! He's found the chickens!
This is like us with the pandas. Oh, no, we did not do that at the pandas. that is not allowed.
Right. You're going to get us taken to jail or something.
No, I said nothing. Anyway. Fnatic trying to pressure on the bottom side.
Okay, so we've seen this from PSG in the planes. They were kind of the ones that popularized this initially in MSI, where you basically bring your top laner to the bot and you start fast pushing, basically to be able to soak up some farm and also to be able to hit onto the tower, because the bot tower does die quicker than the top one does. So you can just funnel more plates, and Oscar being here, he's looking to get some information as well. That early ward, maybe they can even steal this blue buff away.
Razork now coming in. I think it's crucial that he is here. If you let Umpty and Impact walk down to that bot lane tower, could be disastrous, but APA really taking a lot of damage. Tristana jump forward, Rocket jump there. Razork forced to flash back. Now wants to go back in with the Spectral Mont. Stepping backwards is the level 1 Ornn. Impact forced to flash away. Phase rush proc, but Fnatic happy to just trade flash for flash.
Umpty steals away the blue buff here, which is kind of critical because we didn't get to see it because of the mini-map, but Razork, starting on that blue quadrant of Fnatic's side, was able to take that whole side side away of the jungle from the lane swap power of Team Liquid. And so it's going to end up where Razork has way more camps to go to here. He steals away the Gromp, and he's still going to have his red quadrant to go back to afterwards.
What's really interesting about this swap is they actually sent Jun into the jungle after getting level 2, and Oscar, along with Noah, with a duo attacking the plate, meaning that they only shared the resources between those two as APA looks for a fight.
APA, a bit of damage, gets the reset on this after charge. Can Rocket jump out or continue to extend the trade in his favor? 3 plates taken down on the bottom side for Fnatic.
And now is in a really tough spot because of the jungle takeaway there on lane swap when they started their own red quadrant. Meanwhile, Razork is finishing up his red, and Umpty's venturing in to try and find him at those Krugs. They are going for the call there, though. Fnatic now swapping their duo right back to the top side.
You'll notice Impact trying to push in this wave as quickly as he can because he knows that the swap is happening. He has information on the bot side of the map that Oscar Renin is choosing to stay, meaning that he's trying to get as much farm as he can, knowing that a stacked wave is likely to come, and he doesn't want to run the risk of getting dived.
Umpty now is going back into the side where Jun already is, where Fnatic re-swapped to. So Umpty here has just lost so much time going to the other side of the map, and going to have to just start his re-clear now from top to bottom.
And if Fnatic just want to try to zone off, just hold this wave, stack waves, they're going to take so much experience away from Impact, and the tower, or the waves will hit after the tower armor has fallen away on the top side of the map, set up to take a lot more plates, especially as Impact is just being forced away.
He needs to be really careful because the dive that we were talking about earlier is still a very real possibility. Only level 2. You can see Noah level 4, Razork nearly level 5. He has the top crab that he's going to be able to secure as well. Oscar making his way back out onto the map. He has his TP still available too. The pings are coming down onto top. Let's see if Impact can survive.
Yeah, let's see about this jungle lead. Umpty's coming back for the cover.
Impact just running. He knows he has to give this one up. But already, Spectral Mach connecting. Impact has to walk back under the tower. A lot of early damage. Noah taking tower aggro, though, is a bit of a disaster, and here comes Umpty to punish. One more tower shot. Noah running for his life. Umpty's attention a little bit split, but Impact is still standing. Rock in North America. Rock here for TL. Impact refuses to go down the redive. The Q will not connect. Piercing arrow, not enough. Fnatic desperate to get something. TL taking their time, standing strong.
Soaking at the turret, they're still waiting around here. Meanwhile, we get the pop-up on bottom side.
They're just going to attack Noah. They're going on to Noah, who's isolated right now. They're able to catch the wave, which means that the dive is not a possibility anymore. Fnatic completely fumbled at the arrival of Umpty, bought so much space. I don't know how Noah got tower aggro, but that's what caused the dive to just fall apart for Fnatic.
Heal for additional movement speed, trying to zone away Oscar, only level 3. TL denying as much XP as humanly possible here.
The redive.
TP now coming in. This time around, will they be able to get it right? Impact can go unstoppable. Dashes to the tower, but won't catch anyone with the stun. Razork standing on the edge. This time they've cleaned it up for the side of Fnatic. Q forward will connect. Noah with first blood.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they tried to chunk out Oscar as well, but Oscar still surviving down here.
Two more autos. Footwork shield, not enough. TL grabbing a kill as well, matching it up.
Oscar does have the TP, so he should be able to just return to this lane, but props to Yon and Core JJ making that work. Without their jungler in the vicinity, that dive should have been way harder, but they're able to find the outplay onto Core. The gold largely even as Fnatic finds advantages in top. Yon responds in the bot.
Yeah, huge stuff there, Fnatic. They used a bit of a lead in jungle, and Razork going over. They go for dive number 2 on the top side, and as he said, Impact uses teleport before, so he has nothing to get back to lane. So then the experience difference here for Oscar is going to remain. A nice lead for him.
The initial survival, obviously solid, TPing back. The redive from Fnatic, much cleaner the second time around. Razork, again, the one that we have to keep our eyes on. Almost level 6. Umpty trailing just a little bit behind. Total go, though, still favoring Noah. It is the on-hit Varus, not the lethality Varus. Wants to be able to shred through the tanky front line that Team Liquid have brought. In Champ Select.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely need that to be able to get through that front line.
I agree.
I think they're going for team fights for later. Meanwhile, a Dragon should be collected, no problem.
APA flash forward, bomb ticking, not quite enough.
Nice play from APA, gets the flash out from Humanoid, no TP available for him. He's demonstrating a level of aggression that we need to see from him. He's feeling more and more confident as this series has gone on, and why wouldn't you after a fantastic Aurelion Sol performance in Game 3. Humanoid gonna go back to base. Decided to go for the Ionian boots, makes a lot of sense. Not a huge amount of armor on the side of Fnatic just yet.
We'll see if it manifests on the top side of the map or if Oscar has to itemize for something against the Ornn, but of course not playing against him, so can just focus on armor. Dragon will be barely picked up there, but Fnatic now continuing their assault on the top side. They did pick up 3 grubs courtesy of Razork earlier on, so we'll start to tear through those tower plates. Impact still only level 4. Razork level 6, probably can't kill him in isolation quite yet, but with Jun on the way, he might be in trouble. Nice buffer out on the Searing Charge does mean Impact holds on to his life for now.
Impact is not having a fun time. Core, though, here to assist. Razork needs to be careful about overcommitting.
T on the way in. Out of the Shroud, Razork going to be a little bit slower, but Noah and Jun just continue to take plates.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Oscar had actually roamed up towards mid lane, and it's just Yon down there, the Lucian, trying to zone him away from the experience, as this tower will fall on next wave.
It's going to take one more wave, but they haven't gotten any extra XP for Impact, a tiny bit there on that last crash, so a lot of resources burned from TL for very little effect.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can't solo dive Oscar down there. The Cassante is fine slipping under tower, so Oscar is going to have and even build on the experience lead that he already had, so the Cassante here does get to the level 6.
I mean, overall, this early game is going great for Fnatic. You look across the board, Oscar Renan has a full level now over Impact, who's trying to set up a freeze on the top side of the map. Razork has nearly a full level over along with a healthy CS lead. In the mid lane, Humanoid is pretty much a whole wave up somehow, even with the level of aggression that we're seeing from APA, and Noah's about to crest over to 7, with Yon keeping pace with him for now after securing the Static Shiv.
Yeah, full reset here for Fnatic means that TL need to be very careful with their invade that they're doing right now. Because Impact cannot join. Impact is slow pushing.
APA going in, good chain CC, just trying to burn through the Ash before she takes over to 6. Jun just barely able to escape. Culling offering a little bit of damage there, but not a whole heck of a lot else. Noah now running as well, getting the flash out. Thus far, favoring TL, they get a lot of initial cooldowns.
And they're doing this on the timing with that wave that we saw Impact slow building on top side, since it was going to push out. Just last hitting, slow building. That big wave now, he's trying to crash it quickly, but Oscar will get there in time. So Fnatic lose some summoner spells there on a intelligent move from Team Liquid to actually force, even in a scenario where they are 4v5.
I mean, they got 3 flashes, Kobe. I think TL played that very well. Jun, I thought that he had an awareness of it, but caught completely unawares. Surprised that he was able to live off the back of that play. Team Liquid, even though they find themselves at a bit of a deficit, still in a commanding position and feel confident. Now that they've moved their bot lane into mid, we're seeing the strength of Lucian, and Tristana in a side lane should feel very safe, and also that tower threat is very real.
Definitely looking at that cooldown on Umpty's ultimate. When that Sejuani ultimate is back and available, the Fnatic bottom lane are sitting ducks. Varus and Ashe without flashes have got to be the angle that they go for. But meanwhile, Oscar with his level lead.
Continuing. Just get aggressive here. Pullback is good. TP coming in, but they might find a dead Impact by the time they arrive. Quick finish coming in from Razork. He resets. Now he's the Ornn. APA's got nowhere to go. This is not your side of the map, buddy. Double kill coming through for Razork.
That top lane level lead, Oscar with the Cassante just forces it on Impact, and even with Team Liquid making the call to try and send extra resources up there to answer, Fnatic get the first kill. They get the extra flash out of Impact as well. Pretty big stuff for them. It does cost them a little bit of mid-wave priority there, so Lucian gets, a turret plate or possibly 2. But it's still going to be such a massive, massive play there for Fnatic.
12 minutes in, and it's just 2,500 gold lead as Razork looks to secure 4th grub. Might have to pay his life for it. Yon chasing forward with the culling. Razork nowhere to go. Shut down. I'm about to praise Fnatic, but TL with an excellent punish.
Yon really the saving grace for Team Liquid right now. His Lucian is doing, it's doing work. He's keeping even with Noah, even with all the action happening on the map. The question is it enough? Yon, he's going to be able to get away to safety. No shockwave available for Humanoids. But things are starting to crumble very quickly for Team Liquid. The top has fallen apart. The bot lane tower lost as well. The fact that they get 2 grubs is something. But let's see if Umpty can make a play happen. Oscar.
Oscar caught out here for a brief moment. Unstoppable. Just going to keep trying to dash out to safety. Initial stun now coming through from the permafrost. But damage not quite there for TL. And it's an important thing to note about these double 80 carry compositions is that if they don't get ahead of the clock by taking more plates, by pressuring more in the early game, they don't really do a lot around this 1.5 to 1 item mark compared to champions like the Orianna, the Viego, these champions that spike or can spike pretty hard early on.
I mean, these fights are largely going to come down to that whole Well, I say Team Liquid's composition is very straightforward, front to back, right? You want to set up on those objectives, and you either want to use your front line to force your way into an objective, or once you've started the objective, use it that the moment the enemy comes in close, you turn and engage. I mean, this isn't a perfect example, but you overstep, and that Sejuani ultimate is so effective at kind of isolating you and gunning you down. So nice stuff there from Team Liquid. The Dragon started off.
Good steal, though. Razork. Damn. Stole a grub, got them to 4 grubs, is now stolen, and Drake, he is taken over here.
Yep, remains calm. After the last death on top side, hits the smite, gets the objective here for them, and Team Liquid, not a lot you can do after that either. Side waves, kind of a dangerous place, so just gonna go for the reset there. Somebody has to go catch top side now, reset impact up there as APA pushes out bottom.
Now I think Team Liquid need time. You know, 1.5 items on Yon. Would love for him to get to that rapid fire cannon. Is still confident enough to step up in mid lane, but Razork is getting more and more powerful. I don't think they have the tools to contest this Herald on the side of TL.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where you really have to be aware of Ash arrow angles. Trying to keep track of Jun here is kind of important for Team Liquid.
I would also say this is when Viego is at one of his strongest points. That initial item gives you just so much dueling power. The moment that you get one reset, he can be an absolute menace.
I think Umpty's been spotted here going for this play on a Humanoid.
Humanoid getting a bit of poke down. Will take the passive away, making the dive that much harder if they do want to try to go for it. Gets the pullback on the Arctic Assault. Good shockwave. Forces the ult for ult trade. APA a little bit more to step up, but Oscar Renin wants to keep this play going. Knows that Umpty, no real resources left. APA going back in onto Humanoid, wants to try to make the confident play, flashing forward. Humanoid doesn't have a lot of mana. Arctic Assault, the reset on the jump is clean from APA, but they can't quite finish the kill. Nice sidestep from Humanoid, but now Core stepping in. Oscar TP's in and gets nothing.
APA leapfrog there as he's able to use the flash to get to the other side, and they still come out with the kill despite the teleport there coming to support Humanoid.
Absolutely love the confidence from APA, recognizing how dangerous this situation is, knowing that he could get pulled through the wall from Oscar Renin. He makes the choice to dive onto Humanoid's face, get the reset onto his W, dive back out, and outplay the whole situation. Incredible stuff from him.
Playing with confidence, so critical, and seeing the bottom side where the Ash Arrow was used towards Yon, but no hit there.
APA. Very confident 2-level lead on the Kazante. Does just continue to walk up. 1.5 items now, Kraken Slayer completed. We take a look. MasterCard lane economy snapshot, slightly favored in both AD positions for the side of TL.
What a successful Aurelion Soul a game does to someone. APA playing with confidence. Impact, though, is going to have to flash that.
Now, ulti's down. TL, can they get anything in the extended play? Razork still has to be respected here. Diego pretty powerful.
All right, so this should just be topside overloaded for Fnatic. APA on the Tristana will get the tower, and Fnatic trying to take over Vision through jungle.
No flash on impact. Razork can't afford to overextend with Yon and Umpty here in the area.
Charge out, they're so uncertain. TL don't want to risk stepping up.
Remember, Impact is really starved, though. He was the way more starved top laner, a full level down. This Ornn keeps getting chunked out early. So as they try and get up here to answer the Rift Herald push, they have to be a little bit careful, and Umpty is there to escort him and allow them to actually finish off that Rift Herald, take it before the tower goes down.
Sun5 finally completed Impact is going to help him a lot. But yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, even though they're 1,000 gold down, not the end of the world for them. You can see Yon with 2 items fully completed is feeling pretty confident with the control of a mid. That tower is going to be chipped away at. If Noah, he's in some serious danger here. Yeah, he knows how dangerous this is, so instead he's going to concede the tower. So that's another unlock for Team Liquid. Momentum slowly shifting back into their favor. Razork was dictating a lot of the early game, but he's not quite having the same impact as we enter the mid game.
I mean, 5 minutes ago, it was almost a 3K gold lead for Fnatic. Now it's less than 1. TL have done a fantastic job punishing some of these over-aggressive moves, and now APA does get the input buffer off. Clean on the Tristana. Nice interrupt from Umpty to stop the chase coming in from Humanoid. APA, shockwave there, but he already gets the knockback. TP now burned. Both sides happy to back off. TL have to commit the TP to make it happen, though.
A little trigger happy, I feel, from Team Liquid. You really can't afford to have Impact losing out on these waves in the side. He does TP, paranoid about the fact that Fnatic is forcing into the fight, and Fnatic will be happy with that exchange.
Yeah, that was all props to Humanoid. As he got knocked back, he hit the shockwave onto APA, and Impact comes in to make sure that the long chase is not there. But that's going to be a critical cooldown missing here for the macro for TL.
I mean, yeah, great that you highlighted it, Kobe, because Dragon, 17 seconds. We take stock of some of the ultimates that have been used. That's APA's ulti gone, Umti's ult gone, Humanoid's ult gone, but Impact still has his, and that could be massive in the upcoming
Yeah, I guess the difference is Impact's going to have to walk his way down, so he didn't get local gold on that outer tower that just went down, but he will walk his way in time.
Humanoid Shockwave still on cooldown, 10 seconds till it's back up.
APA is on the wave on bottom side. TL got to back off.
John still playing very far forward. Razzler trying to find the stun. Good calling, and the Forge God getting called. Choo-choo, baby. Knock up onto 3. Reset coming in, though. Razzler now taking the body. Will dash out to safety. Arctic Assault over the wall. Fnatic get 1. Are they happy with just that, or do they want to push for more?
A massive bubble from Core JJ almost swings the fight in favor of Team Liquid, but Razork is just barely able to get the kill onto Umti and steal away his soul. The Dragon's still up, but TL with control over the mid-wave. With the arrival of APA are feeling confident and don't want to give this objective up for free.
Yeah, that was a good job by Fnatic, pulling the trigger there when they saw that the Tristana was on the wave on bottom side, forcing it, getting the kill, Razork getting the soul, and flashing back out, but now we arrive for the Dragon fight.
APA zoning away the jungler, gets the reset on the jump! The confidence of this man at match point versus Fnatic on this Tristana is incredible.
He just Goomba stomped Razork right on top of his head. Jungler down, objective claimed.
Really nice play from APA. Even though Team Liquid lost the initial fight, they still had very healthy, well, champions ready to contest, and they're able to get a good punish. Keep your eyes on Core here. He's going to land a fantastic bubble onto Razork just as he's trying to get this initiation through. Ultimate into knockup. This is where Razork gets dangerously low, but he's able to get the execution off thanks to his auto attack. Gets the soul steal, and then is able to dash away to safety. Fnatic, with 5 members alive, you think could secure the objective, but it's not quite enough as APA finds an impressive pick, taking TL to 2 dragons up.
You see immediately afterwards, that lack of flash costing Razork his life as APA found him in the river and got the objective afterwards.
Look at how strong this Tristana is now. 30 CS up over Humanoid, a full level, working towards his second item. Even though they are largely full AD, it feels like that's not going to slow them down.
Alti forcing out the early flash. Good look from Umti. Getting the Orianna flash in the fights to come is going to be big.
And APA has been one of the most controversial figures in International League of Legends after last Worlds. You know, this guy gets criticized so much and still embraces the trash talk, embraces the entertainment factor. But here on the international stage at MSI versus EU, when all of the pressure is on, he is performing.
Dash forward, Lucian pulling. Damn! And the damage
really
is
nice
so
play.
hard for them to respond to. And Kobe, I have to agree, this man is trash talking before he even knows he's playing against Europe. The full confidence, the full commitment, despite leaving himself vulnerable.
Look at the momentum shift, though. Like, a single dragon is all it's taken. Fnatic's gold lead is dissipated. Team Liquid are playing with nothing but confidence. They're playing on 2 lanes, and they're forcing Fnatic on the defense.
All right. We get another timer window between arrows as well. It's a very short cooldown, but it is there. And so Team Liquid trying to take advantage of that little timing window to keep their vision up inside Fnatic's red quadrant of their jungle.
John has the cleanse, quick thumbs up. Fnatic getting pushed back again. They've got good tools if we get later into the game, but they're against the double 80 carry comp. It might just be so tough, especially because you have double items on APA and Yon already.
So the thing that we haven't talked about, we mentioned earlier, Oscar. Cassante can still Cassante. Against a double 80 carry, could be problematic as he continues to mount armor. Oscar, though, speak of the devil.
Good bit of poke. APA, small chunk there. Once again, just going in onto Razork, knowing that he's stronger in the 1v1. Damage onto Umti is big, though. The fight already kicking off, and Umti just about deleted. Impact off to the side. Call the Forge God up and available. Second rank in the ultimate, and Yon just continues with the calling. Massive damage down on the Humanoid. Impact now flashing into the backline, trying to create a bit of chaos. Razork can't find the reset. The VA goes down. Oh! Impact barely lives. Oscar's going for it. Dash out. Oscar keeps walking up. I don't know if they're going to get another chance to find a fight like this. Dash in from Yon. Confidence into the face of Noah. One more Q. Double auto. Wants to dash in. APA keeps going. Leaping face first into Cassante. It's completely psycho. And Oscar is quick to punish. TL turn it back, though. The the bubble comes through, and Yon is a monster in the fight.
Yon on Lucian performing here. It is Team Liquid's Academy promoted carries. People criticize both of them on the international stage, but APA and Yon are playing with confidence. They went all in on this river fight. Let's take another look, Betty.
Crazy close. You can see APA turns his attention up towards Razork. It's that's getting melted on the front line. He's able to just barely get away with a good flash. Fnatic is indecisive about how they want to engage. Jun oversteps, and the culling was massive, melting through Humanoid and Jun. A good knock-up. Impact, oh, nice flash from Core JJ. He doesn't give the reset over to Razork. That could have been everything. The heal comes in for Impact. So close from Fnatic. The health bars were blinking, but when you needed to make the play, it was APA without hesitation, flashes in, gets the kill onto Jun. Yon on the backside looks for Noah, and it is a one-team fight for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid put faith in their academy system. They built these players up along with Spawn, who's the head coach now, and APA flashing in there, getting that explosion, getting the reset. Yon on the Lucian Nami, one of the characters that gets criticized the most, and Team Liquid are here with a very slight lead. We're getting very excited after these team fights, but Fnatic still looking for a turn.
Arrow, quick sidestep, relentless pursuit out from Yon. Umti and Core retreating. Meanwhile, on the top side, APA pushing in, Impact off in the bottom lane, ready to come up and support.
Yep, that's the key. The 1-3-1 here for Team Liquid. Fnatic grouping up mid. They were really banking on that Ash Arrow to try and find a pick onto Team Liquid.
Remember, it was last year that Fnatic were in dire straits. Two of the worst regular seasons we'd seen. They brought it back at Worlds. They brought it back this year to bring them to MSI. But now on the cusp of elimination at the hands of North America, at the hands of Team Liquid, the pressure has never been higher.
Every Ash Arrow cooldown, you got to look for it for
Yon,
Fnatic.
the calling, Noah's ulti doesn't connect. Yon is just better.
Yon eviscerates Noah. He's gonna secure a tower off the back of that as well. We've talked about confidence, and Yon is playing with nothing but it. Another pick.
Calling out, getting the ulti over the wall. Humanoid hurt, bleeding, but will limp away. Have to respect the resources from Razork, though. Have to be careful, trying to take down Yon. If they can kill Yon, he gets the reset, and now it's Razork's turn to take over. The Lucian dashing in, but the interrupt is there, and they get him! Team Liquid in the team fight are so damn clean. APA is Goomba stomping. He is all chatting. He is winning it for North America.
Core JJ hits the bubble. He puts a stop to those resets, and Team Liquid are going to go for the Baron.
A massive team fight once again for Team Liquid. Incremental, small leads, but they have amounted to a massive advantage. They have picked apart Fnatic, and this may have been the fight to secure them the series.
Impact, the veteran, in the jungle. He forces Humanoid's flash, and then Yon goes for the kill onto Humanoid and trades 1-for-1.
A dangerous gamble from Yon because, as you mentioned, he gets the reset, which means that Razork takes over his body. He thinks he's going to run away with the fight. A huge ulti from Umti combined into the bubble, shuts that reset down, and then they just don't have the damage left. The arrival of APA to clean up the fight. Team Liquid have been decimating Fnatic time and time again in these fights. Now with the Baron buff, they have a 5k gold lead, and they're on the precipice of knocking Fnatic out of MSI.
Yon, 5.3k damage. Game 1, Game 3, discipline for TL won them the day. It is their bloodlust in Game 4 that allows them to take over these fights, punishing Fnatic at every turn.
Okay, EU faithful, Fnatic fans, you've got to be looking for these Ash Arrows again, but it's on Impact anyway. He slides out. He has multiple outs for Ash Arrows with his W as well. He's going to be able to back up in TL. They're going to destroy your base for it.
3 members committed topside for Tier 2 in the potential pick. The Baron has not been slowed. An inhibitor will be knocked down. They can shift their sights now to the bottom side of the map, to the bottom inhibitor. Fnatic ready to mount what could be their final defense.
Exactly, Dracos. The siege is absolutely crazy from Team Liquid. Double AD carry just melts through these towers. They're continuing to siege. Impact isn't there. Fnatic, though, they don't have the easiest engage tools. The damage is massive from Team Liquid.
Lineup now retreating. Now they temper their aggression. Now they wait. They know they've got the lead. They are in control. Fnatic, the ones who have to throw the crazy punches, the ones who have to take the risks. Ones who have to risk it all in the fights to come. APA continues to push mid lane, lock up there. Razork buffer out to safety, but he's already getting chunked down. Call of the Forge God is here. Razork knocked up. Impact not sure if he can quite finish the kill. APA leaps in, takes down one, gets right back out. Oscar trying to make the difference, but he's already down. TL looking to go for the throat, looking to end it here. It's just Noah and Jun. Razork now coming in. The reset's there. He can see it in his eye. His time to shine. But if he fails, it will cost him everything.
Team Liquid, they're getting poked out, but the APA's taking down the Nexus turrets. Fnatic against the wall, and here comes TL.
PvE, they don't have enough. APA's hitting the Nexus. Team Liquid are taking everything. Team Liquid will knock out Fnatic. Wins for them, for North America, as the LEC falter.
Damn the doubters, ignore the haters. Team Liquid are here to defend North America's honor.
In game 3, the early game was not looking great. Sorry, game 4. But slowly, incrementally, patiently, they reasserted themselves back into this game, and they absolutely dominated in the team fights. An incredible turnaround for Team Liquid. Not only will North America not go winless, sorry, they will avoid the lossless streak. They will win a massive series over Europe, and they will keep their hopes alive here at MSI.
I believe Fnatic have never lost a best-of-5 to NA until today.
It's true.
5-0 they had been, but TL are going to hand them the L.
It's an incredible moment, to be sure. Of course, we're going to hand things over to the analyst desk, but stick around for the Verizon post-game interview with APA and Core JJ in a few minutes. We're going to hear from Humanoid shortly after.
Amazing series on the side of Team Liquid, and Castors were right. It is the first time North America wins the best-of-5 series against Fnatic, and it was
crazy,
amazing.
that's
First
it.
seed to do it.
They have
I'm not
only
gonna
actually
need this,
played
so.
one best-of-5 series before. The other
Yeah.
series were best-of-3s, so it is the 6th time of asking in a best-of series.
But still, it's like 14 years.
It's amazing.
For all the fans who stayed up late in the night to support their team, they shall be rewarded. Amazing series on the side of Team Liquid, ramping up game after game, solidifying this best-of-5 here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Team Liquid, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah.
What a performance by them, especially the man in the mid lane, Yappa himself, absolutely outshining Humanoid in every single, well, at least 4 of the games. There was one game where Humanoid was ahead, but you just have to give the guy so much credit, because coming into the year, people were asking for his head on a spike. They were saying, why on earth are we keeping this guy around? Even during the split, as you say, before we got into playoffs. But what an evolution for the player, and what an evolution for Team Liquid.
Yeah, as we see down here, this APA play, starting the APA highlight reel early, I think the big thing with APA, especially in playoffs, Jat, I know you remember this, where people were absolutely ripping him apart. They're like, you're playing so bad. Why are you talking so much trash? How dare you? Who are you? And I think the thing that people really underestimate, and the thing I absolutely want to hammer home about APA as a player and a person, is he is such a grinder. Like, this person, no one thought he'd ever be LCS level. No one thought he'd ever be able to compete internationally. He grinds so much solo queue. He's done so much to open up his champion pool in the face of allegations that he can't play enough champions. He can't play anything besides Aurelion Sol and Ziggs. And I'm just so happy to see how well he performed today.
Of course, heartbreaking for Fnatic here, but as you said, you can only respect APA here, because we saw some fan reactions about the bencher and everything. Disrespectful, maybe coming too aggressive. He was just confident all along, and this is what brings you these necessary wins.
Yeah, and I'd say APA and Yawn, the damage dealers, the 280 carries in this game, 2 of the biggest grinders you're going to see in the entire region, showing up pretty much this entire game. This fight in particular was just kind of indicative of that aggression. Like APA flashing into the bush where there are 4 people potentially. Yawn on the backside executing the other 80 carry as well. Yes, he dies, but who cares, because he won the series. And I think that was the mindset of both Yawn and APA this entire game, was just so much confidence and aggression. And you can see they carried this game that they needed to carry.
I think if APA is your playmaker, Yawn is Mr. Consistent. He was always out damaging Noah. I think that was the largest discrepancy in terms of 1v1 matchups across the entire course of the series. And it's so great to see these two players coming up through the academy roster, being picked, basically handpicked by Spawn, and him saying, I'm going to put my time, my investment into you, and seeing them grow over the years.
Yeah, and I think Jan is absolutely vindicated in the Lucian Nami argument he's having with the NA fans this year, right? Like, I thought they used that pick super, super well, especially in this final game.
I honestly love the way Team Liquid kept on progressing game after game after game, because we saw that the first game was one-sided, the second game was one-sided as well, but when we've been talking about Team Liquid being able to snowball the lead they have, here they've been able to come back.
And I'd say the series that we saw from them against TES, they looked really nervy to me. And I know that's an excuse you can use when the other team is better, but they just were so indecisive in small things that you wouldn't expect them to be indecisive in. This series was very much more the confidence they played with, and it will make me really interested for the rest of the tournament, because if we just looked at like, oh yeah, by the way, Fnatic played their best of 5 kind of close, Team Liquid really got slammed even though they were both 3-0, you're thinking Fnatic's going to win the series, but a team is way more than the one series they played before the next series. So it's going to make the rest of this tournament really interesting.
Yeah, and I think they definitely went through the keys to victory that we kind of identified, right? Like, we want them to have 5v5 team fighting prowess and comfort. We want to get involved with his lanes early, and they want to play the map well. And now they will be going on to face the loser of BLG T1.
It doesn't get easier, let's say that.
No.
Yeah, there are no easy paths at MSI usually. We'll see how well they can do against BLG T1, but I think today has given me a lot of hope in the TL lineup, especially if they can manage to get an early game lead against either of those two teams. I think they have the macro sense to shut out their enemies. I do think it's likely going to be a very difficult task for TL, but I think they have a shot.
But we saw the improvements that we wanted to see from them, so it's going to come down to the homework that they're going to do ahead of this series. I'm happy to see them perform, honestly, and I'm happy to see them implementing what we wanted to see from them. And also, as you guys said, the carry stepping up, especially after a difficult time in the previous series.
Yeah, APA, he's my player of the series for sure.
Definitely.
And I think I do want to see job done. Like, for what? Job done. You beat Fnatic. You beat EU. Anything you do from this point forward is just gravy. Like, I'll take it.
Icing on the cake.
Yeah, icing on the cake.
I mean, we talked about this at the beginning of the series, right? This one is for banter. This one is for memes. This one is for bragging for the next 6 years, for the next time we're going to face off against in the international stage. And honestly, I mean, they had Fnatic's phone number the whole series, and they showed it with confidence and with aggressive plays over and over again.
Yeah, for APA as well, to beat who's widely considered the second best mid laner in Europe at times, comparing like on a level with Caps in terms of quality, is a very impressive thing to do, especially after disappointing Worlds last year. You have to give this guy his flowers, and although, as Jat says, it's kind of job done, we're satisfied with this conclusion. I think there is hope for this TR lineup in the rest of MSI, although it's going to be a difficult road, but definitely coming into Worlds, I expect to see them challenging to maybe get to a quarterfinal.
Well, and I think it goes back to what we heard from Spawn when we were looking at his initial quote about this team, right? About what they wanted to do going into this game, open up mid for APA, and then play a lot more confidently. And I think we absolutely saw that. The hallmark of APA's performance, obviously, I think his laning still needs work. I also think and him worked really, really well together in this series early to make sure his lane was absolutely fine. But his team fighting and his willingness to play so aggressively in fights serves him so well, and I think is a crucial part of the way that TL fight overall.
What do we want to see next from Team Liquid? Again, as we said, it's going to be a difficult task for them, whatever is the opponent that they're going to have, but what is the specificities that we want to see them bring into the next series?
I think I'd like to see unleashed a little bit more on the map in the early game. He did do a good job in this series of shutting down Humanoid in the mid lane, as you say, working well with APA. I think when Team Liquid are at their strongest is when is actually able to get into the enemy jungle and start tracking the enemy jungle and making sure they can shut them down. So I'd like to see that. It's going to be really difficult because you're against either BLG or T1, who are teams that are very, very good at defending their junglers.
For now, time to celebrate. Time to enjoy the wins, and Shox is standing by with APA and Core JJ for the Verizon post-game interview.
I'm here with Core JJ and APA after their fantastic victory over Fnatic in the Verizon post-game interview. My God, what a victory. It was incredible to watch. APA, I'll start with you. I mean, you had an unbelievable series, and I want to know how it was in terms of your performance backed up by the mental warfare.
Well, I think we had a lot of good prep against this team. We knew, like, generally how they played. They're very heavier on the map. Like, everyone follows each other. So, like, pretty much the entire time, we're just trying to, like, we call it dribble in our team, like, dribble them out, and then one person keeps pushing. Like, if you look at our last game, that's what was happening. And then, yeah, I don't know. I was just typing down the entire series, and it seems like they were getting pressed about it.
Seems like it, right? Core, in terms of that, it seemed like you had great preparation. I mean, in terms of the draft, it showed as well. Do you feel generally the drafting was difficult and the choices you had to make were straightforward, or?
I mean, we couldn't show many things versus our TES matchup, so we could play many different our original comp, and then Fnatic is not a team like we need to think about a lot of champions, so draft was easier.
I see. Now, historically, Fnatic actually always does very well, specifically into LCS teams. I think you've been a part of that as well. And an LCS team has never beaten Fnatic in a best of 5, if my information is correct. Oh. So, Core, yeah.
Not me.
Not
I
you?
think it's G9.
Yeah.
Not me.
Okay. But why do you think today was the day?
I think we were just better team. Yeah, we were just better team. Fnatic played really well. They prepared really well, but not enough.
Not enough. I feel like you want to be like a little trash talky, but you're keeping it back. You don't have to hold back.
Yeah.
Not for my sake. All right, if he's too humble, then.
I mean, EU is trash. It's not surprising to me.
Okay. Well. I'll go on to your next matchup. Now, of course, the TES series was the one that was tricky. Obviously, I'm sure you learned a lot about it. The good news is you don't have to face them again for now because you're facing the loser of BLG versus T1. Oh, so how would you feel about those respective matchups?
Well, I didn't know. I thought we were playing versus loser of TS or G2. No, not G2. CHENGDU. Because I wanted to revenge them really hard because I didn't show anything what I could do. But I'm confident. Yeah, I'm happy to play versus anyone right now.
No, I feel the same way. I think MSI has looked a lot closer than a lot of people have imagined, and I think we're just ramping up. I think our first series was pretty terrible, to be completely honest. But I think this series was like okay, but I don't think it's still like to our peak level of what we can perform.
Hey, there's a lower bracket for a reason. You can make that run. Thank you so much. Any last words for the EU fans that are probably crying? Not me, though.
I mean, you have G2. You guys have G2. I think they are still EU team. I hope we can meet G2 in this tournament. But until we meet G2, NA is better than EU.
All right. On those words, we'll cut the interview here. Thank you so much, you both. An incredible victory. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Words of encouragement for G2, I appreciate it, but I also appreciate APA not trash talking after the game. He knows that what you're supposed to do before the game, and I mean, yeah, here he's owning it. Not so much about the next game, though. Saving this for all chats.
He did say he was trash, so...
I mean... We'll see. We'll see what happens later.
I think on the other side of the coin, we haven't talked a huge amount about Fnatic. Yeah. I think they will be disappointed with how this MSI has gone for them. They did look okay against CHENGDU. You know, they had some signs of promise. And I think generally the same mistakes that we've seen plague them in the LEC continue to plague them here. It is frustrating to watch as an EU fan, them do the same thing over and over again. But on the day, TL were just a much better team.
Lots of things to reflect on for sure for Fnatic. We will hear from them at the end of the day. But for now, time to us to toss to a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the second series of the day, upper side of the bracket this time. TES taking on CHENGDU. Stay tuned.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 5
a massive risk. Balancing the paths I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. That kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmates. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tore. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to finish there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to finish a minute. It's foolish of me to consider my peak is a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. On my knees, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need mandatory. They can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I miss. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, a homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the late madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find out pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm when I press with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name's Hysterix' Chronicler. This is Dag.
Yeah,
boys.
Yeah. Games.
It's hard. We're stuck in here, but we're stuck in here with Gen G and Top Esports.
Which is not a bad place to be.
Honestly, actually.
It's all right.
What, for you or for us? I mean, we're old LPL casters. You're the LCK
I think we're all going to have fun today.
Yeah.
Okay,
I see. Put him out of it. We don't need to see him anymore, man. It's good. We got
I see how it is.
Nice balance on this test. You're going to run us through all of Gen G's tidbits, which I think even LPL fans right now should be scared of this first seed.
Yeah, if you don't look too closely at the historical record of Gen G against LPL teams, I think I'd be very scared.
But hey,
realistically, I do think the Gen G that we had over the last couple of years is different from the roster we have now.
Yep.
As we have, of course, no more Peanut, no more Doran, which, as good as they are domestically, they have had their fair share of hiccups internationally and in general, some consistency issues. And we'll see if that's enough for Gen G to finally take down a team of the LPL, because this is #1 seed versus #2 seed. But we have seen, I think, every single top team kind of have their moments where you go, they'll shake you at times.
Yeah, and agree. Especially, you know, you look across the top esports. Their play-ins were ropey at times. I mean, even 369 getting solo killed by Oscar Innen. So I think for top esports, we got to see them settle in once we got to the stage 2 of MSI. But I really want to see now what they can do against Gen G. And for me, looking at this series, it feels like a huge amount of it is Mako and Jackie versus Canyon Chovy, because I feel like that's where we see the biggest discrepancies between the two. Pays has not had the strongest of laning phases, where Jackie and Mako have been incredibly potent, but the mid-jungle from top esports has been really lacking at MSI.
And then the mystery is all about top lane as well. Who comes in the better form? I think for 369, like it's been a mid kind of tournament where he still had great team fighting, but the laning phase hasn't been as consistent as we liked in the LPL. And then Keen is just this player who's so good on Cassante and has all these other flexible picks that you're like, well, how's that lane going to go and balance everything out?
Particularly with 369 also last year being, I think, far and away the best top laner, the way that JDG played revolved around him and Knight, creating space for Ruler, and they were really incredibly dominant. CHENGDU had really a kind of transcendent moment where he was able to finally break his curse and single-handedly slam Zeus down in the mud in that game 5. Which
solo killed twice over the course of the series.
It was nuts.
Now, just quickly, while we are waiting for this one, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some content from the last game for you because Shox is standing by with Humanoid for the Verizon post-game interview to check in on Fnatic after their loss.
I'm here with Humanoid in the Verizon post-game interview after Fnatic unfortunately falls in MSI to Team Liquid. I'll leave the first question pretty open to know what your reactions are in terms of what didn't work out today.
I mean, I think we were just completely choking out of our minds. It was pretty obvious, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I remember you did the interview after the Gen G series, and there you were like, all right, well, they're a lot better at a lot of things that we are not yet. That was a relatively close series, even though it was a 3-0. I mean, I feel like you could see some of what Fnatic could do. So what do you attribute the fact to that you were joking then today?
I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, I felt fine playing. It felt a bit weird. I think we were not doing anything. Everyone was just playing scared. And then, yeah, then maybe it's because we are supposed to win. So then it's pressure on us, whereas before in the matches against the Asian teams, we are like supposed to lose, right? So then it's easier to play, but I don't know.
Okay, how do you look back at MSI overall?
I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun here. I wish I could stay a bit longer. I mean, I'm going to stay a few more days, but then I have to go back. But I wish I could play next week as well. But yeah, I had fun.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and apologies, went a little bit over pick ban there, but it's okay. We had a small delay getting into things. Now, let me just run you up to speed here. In this Champs League powered by Omen and HyperX, we get Jackie Loves Draven opening up game 1 of the series.
Right from the get-go here, a couple of things to note. The Kalista feels like a necessary pick away immediately, given how well Jackie Love and Mako have been performing. TES slammed down the Draven. Not only an iconic pick for him, but also one of the traditional counter picks into it. Chovy, even blind, we know how much he loves this Corki, both a menace in lane, while also having incredible late-game scaling.
He just absolutely slaughtered Fnatic on this pick just a couple of days ago as well, picking up 3 early kills, especially playing around that bottom side, being able to get some, so not surprised at all. And the Vi taken away definitely gives a huge amount of threat, but Nautilus going to come in on the opposite side, and we were kind of discussing off air, Chronicler, like not picking Nautilus with Renata open, but you get the opportunity to take the Nautilus and then ban away the Renata in these next pick rotations.
That's 100% a given. The Nautilus Draven lane, insanely strong. Renata, I think, is one of the few picks that can really mitigate while simultaneously being a threat. Like, into Nautilus, normally you can go things like the Braum, but, you know, Braum Kalista isn't really going to excite anyone. Canyon getting the Vi is big, though. One of the big weaknesses that the Draven can struggle with is whether you get lockdown guaranteed there. Unsurprisingly, Renata Ben comes through. Another big thing is, what is Keen going to pick? Keen is a big fan of the Urgot. We also saw the Vayne, but I don't know if they want to pull that out in a game number 1.
Yeah, especially against top esports, but it is a nice takeaway from 369, seeing the early Cassante. That was one of the adaptations of TL and Fnatic last series, as well as this pick has just been on a tear. It's like 13-3 or something right now at MSI bracket stage. It's insane. But as that goes through, we see the Poppy taken away as well. One of the options into a lot of mobility, especially the Nautilus.
Yeah, I think this is where it gets a little bit interesting, because I imagine we're going to see TN go back towards something like the Sejuani or a Maoka or something along these lines. Decent into the Vi, also a decent amount of lockup then for what Gen G want to do. But I think you're kind of forcing Cream into a Azir, kind of Talia area. More than likely going to be Azir, just because I think against the Corki, the Talia not going to have the best of times, but could be relatively okay. But I think the Azir for Cream has just been a stronger pick for him.
Is a matchup that Chovy is very comfortable with.
Oh, yeah.
Often picks it into the Azir as well. That obviously is a classic LCK handshake. Could also be looking, because I'm double checking, like looking towards the Rumble here for Keen. Something that he has brought out in the past. Cassante can actually get bullied in the early levels, and particularly with the Corki and Vi already, I think Rumble gains a ton of value. Not only that, But if FaZe and Lahens really want to throw down, you can also go for the Kalista Rumble. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G is going to look for a lane swap, because with the performance that FaZe and Lahens have thus far, I don't think you should try to flip into the combination, particularly with the Viego added of that Draven and that Nautilus, because if you make like 1 or 2 laning mistakes, the game can be blown wide open.
Best snowballing champion. I mean, TN also, by the way, whenever there's any opportunity to pick Viego, this guy's like, yeah, I'm slamming it in. A lot of teams have started banning against him in the second rotation. As Alistar on the other side, another adaptation here for the bottom side now that the Renata's taken away.
Yeah, I'm only so-so on the Viego pick, though. I think I would have preferred to see a bit more of a front line for JackeyLove, because 9 times out of 10, 369 is going to be the side lane.
God.
And
I love
Keen is bringing it out again.
I don't think you played a game to 1. Surely not, right? Well, Keen is ready for it.
He's gonna. I was actually looking at something like the Mel fight, right? I think Mel fight into champions like Draven would be something.
This would be a Cream specialty. I mean, the audience knows that we talked about the Azir. Maybe he doesn't want to take that matchup in. He's played against a Corki before, and in the LPL, something a bit more ambitious through mid-jungle.
Let's go!
Cream debuts his Akali. We have seen him on standard stuff so far on his favorites. We have not seen a melee assassin come out of him. Finally there in the debut.
But this is what he made his name on in OMG. When he hit the main stage, he was like, I'm going to go for the Akalis, the Silases, the Yones. I'm going to pop off with having Aki give me that attention in towards the mid lane. And now bringing it out against Chovy's Corki, it is comfort for Cream against the best mid laner that we have at the tournament.
I think it's also quintessentially 2 comps that these teams love. On one end for Gen G, you have Chovy on a hyper carry. Canyon in this team has been more of a facilitator. Keen with a counter pick. And then Lahens, who kind of ties it together with the Alistar. I gotta say, the top esports comp on the flip side, very much something that you'd expect from them. If they can pop off in mid-game, obviously exceptional, but the point-and-click lockdown of the Vibe particularly always makes me a little scared for Akali specifically.
Yeah, and I think that's why we need to see top esports finding their success in early skirmishes. If you can get this Draven going, if you can get a kill or 2 going onto the Akali, that's where you're going to be able to try and play it through side lane. Look to see if you can get a little bit of a snowball rolling for Cream. And then when you get to team fights, a ton of backline threat where, yes, Alistar can protect in the front line from something like a Nautilus, but if an Akali has a flank, if you got Viego coming in on the side, it becomes way more difficult for you to play the front to back that Gen G are looking for.
I love it again. You both have outlined the stylistic matchup here, the stylized team compositions from both TES and Gen G. 2 teams who haven't really been tested so far in the bracket stage. Now, of course, Top Esports came through play-ins. They got beaten out by Fnatic in a game, but still managed to push their way through. Gen G, remember, have debuted, played against Fnatic, 3-0'd them, and now are sitting up here with Top Esports saying, what are you going to do? This is a matchup I've been waiting for. This is a matchup I felt so lucky to be able to cast, because this winner out of this series moves up straight into the upper bracket finals. Remember, you win this, you win another one, you're in the grand finals of MSI. It is the upper bracket run that is going to test these teams and set them up for success. As they're already gying, we're not even into the start of the Fountain Rush. And the Chinese fans are coming out in force.
You know how important this is for both sides, though. LPL versus LCK, a grudge match as old as time.
Get me in.
And now we will get to see it for the first time here at MSI. And both squads looking to prove themselves. Top Esports show that they can perform on the international stage. Gen G show they can take down the LPL.
Grudge line kicks us off, doesn't it? But Top Esports is just the invade, because it might be setting up for the potential lane swap here. But the Draven and Naught to go top side as a potential. Get pressure here for Tien, who we talked about on this Viego, needing so much to play with.
I think it's more to try and spot if FaZe and Lahens are going for a lane swap, because you're definitely on the defensive half of it for the Kalista and the Alistar. Alistar has that pulverize, so then as you engage as the Nautilus, you can try and get that disengage off, so he can't get the auto attack down as the follow-up. But realistically, looks like, honestly, Gen G are happy to just go for the standard lane, and it'll be Top Esports that are on the wrong side.
One of the big things here is that even though I agree in the 2v2, I think JackeyLove, Mako are going to be very happy. Level 1 in particular is so rough for the Alistar, so you don't get to take early control of the lane. On the flip side, though, I think as top, you look at this and you see, we have a Cassante and they have a Vayne. And one of those is going to feel a lot better in a lane swap scenario. Last time we saw CHENGDU do a very similar thing where Keen is just straight up, runs to mid, pressures the enemy mid. And I want to again reiterate, one of the big things with Akali is that you need to be able to get through the first 6 levels relatively unscathed. Post 6, you obviously have a lot of all-in potential, but early on, if you fall too far behind when it comes to experience, you can kind of get stuck in a situation where finding that all-in window becomes really, really tough.
And Cream's completely zoned off the wave. A nice hit, Chronicler, because Keen sticking around in the faces, I feel like something we've only seen him do as well, where other top laners will just appear, get pressure, then leave. Keen now moving around in the jungle as well and watching to see if Cream steps too far forward in the lane again.
I think 369 is coming across here to just cover for mid lane just in case any funny business comes down. Also to just start up the Raptors here for Top Esports, but good ward coming through from CHENGDU will spotted exactly what Top Esports are up to. So all said and done, it's kind of Cream who's bearing the worst of the brunt here alongside Keen, who after helping Chovy now, he's actually going to set Chovy a little bit behind in experience because they are sharing there, whereas Cream did miss out on a little bit of that experience off the first wave.
Another big thing we haven't touched upon yet is Keen does run Ghost as well as Flash, whereas 369 has gone with the teleport, obviously. So one big interesting thing actually, 369 going for the Flash on the Cassante. We've mostly seen the Ghost, but instead going for the Flash here. Specifically with the Vayne and not having teleport available, might be a little bit harder for CHENGDU to respond, but right now, just looking like even trades and no really big shenanigans yet, as his entire wave is going to get lost.
I like the way FaZe and Lehens are playing this though. They're playing up past the turret there. You can see it in the picture-in-picture, which is just denying 369 any chance of actually getting up to the tower. So he's definitely going to lose all of this experience to the turret, whereas Keen at least is getting some experience by sharing in the mid lane. Again, it will actually give Cream, as you can see, the purple bars underneath the portraits, a little bit of an experience lead. Cream just hitting level 4, and a lot of that coming off of the shared experience that has been done between Keen and Joe.
But the level 2 Vayne that we talked about is coming in. They're winning the fight already. CHENGDU got the damage down on 369 as he gets flashed on. In comes Keen to save for the first blood. The rotation, massive in CHENGDU behind the turret, push TES back.
This is where the experience sharing comes up huge, but the teleports come in.
Okay, we're doing it round 2. Tien gets lured in, false sense of confidence. Getting chased down at level 6, pays with another. The spears stack up and CHENGDU are playing with their heads.
Massive mistake from Top Esports. You just don't have the numbers advantage. And you can see they're going to dive again.
Do it again. More blood in the field. Just give it all to FaZe. This one to be traded, but Keen dies to a turret. No response kill for TES and a 2k gold lead at 4 minutes in the game.
Honestly, win for Keen. He just gets a quicker reset, and now will be able to move up towards top side if he really wants to. Wasn't going to be able to get too much on the bot side, but Top Esports, they tried to invest resource onto the bottom side to get 369 under the turret, but they completely mess it up. You don't have the experience lead, you don't have the numbers in the positions that you want, and CHENGDU punished perfectly.
Trade up in blades, trade up in kills, and no real counterplay possibility for Top. Not only that, but 369 still sitting, again, at a very, very low level. We'll see when he's actually able to get to a wave. And because he TP'd, one of the few advantages that he did have over Keen when it comes to getting to the wave earlier gone. Pays now double buff, 3 kills already, meaning that on his first back, steel caps as well as a Dirk.
And look at the where we're extending our lanes. Draven going topside to match FaZe as well. So FaZe now gets to take that 1.1k gold that he has and turn it up against JackeyLove. And you needed this Draven to get rolling. You needed Cream to get going. But at the moment, Top Esports are massively behind.
And because of the fortification as well, it's not like JackeyLove just walks away with so many plates. He only got 1. The second one doesn't actually fall down in the end either. So, but CHENGDU, this is insane. I love the adaptation. We always call them such a smart team. But I think this single movement from Keen and the way the map now is just again shows it in spades.
One of the things, though, that CHENGDU need to keep in mind is something that we saw. I think one of the other teams that Top played into
was Fnatic.
I think it might have been, but walking into JackeyLove and Mako when you have a level deficit, as is the case right now, because the one thing that Top still have going for them is that JackeyLove hasn't gotten anything yet, but he's also just been stacking, he's just been hitting the turret, he's been in a position where they're going to have to try and get him into an actual kill. That said, though, one of the things I always look towards when you are talking about these Draven compositions is how much setup do you have. And Nautilus is good, but I think something like a Vi really would have helped as well as Mako.
Well, we're speaking of her. Mako's going to be outnumbered here. The Vault Breaker forces the flash in the end. Jakilov walks on in, but Lahans gets butted back. The standard sign was beautiful.
Cream.
Wrench line is out of range here. Cream, you mentioned, starts walking up, but the play diffuses. Genji walk away.
Just able to step it back. That could have been very, very dangerous. Mako did have to burn his flash, but still Top Esports would get all 3 of these Void Grubs. A lot of that coming off the back of Jakilov, styling on the hens a little bit with that stand aside.
Genji did take a little bit of a risk there, because early skirmishes, that's what Top is going to be looking for continuously. Yep. It's not like they can't play late game fights if you get a good angle on the back line, if you have 369 eventually farmed up, although obviously in the 1v1 against Vayne, not going to have the best of time.
No.
One of the few champions that can actually chew through him. But Chovy still isn't that strong. Also going to go for the Hex Drinker rush, which we've seen a lot into these type of aggressive matchups. So early Hex Drinker and then just go into the normal Corki core. Also, with only a tier, he's not really going to be too much of a threat outside of lane.
Surprised to see the lane swap again coming through from Top Esports, though. Moving Cassante back into that top side, it will be a, hey, we want to try and punish Keen, but I thought at this stage maybe they would just let it play on out with Keen being a little bit far behind already compared to, say, Jakilov on experience, but they really just don't want to give this Vayne any opportunity to farm on up.
Makes sense considering how the game started, but remember as well, with the swap and being behind a bit with 369 not able to step up, it's more turret plating over to this Yue that's already betters. Perfect execution starts off. Cream jumps on into Chovy, but then dissuades it as 369 comes in just to save the day, just in case. Jakilov's ult in the meanwhile clears out topside wave, so the push slows down for maybe an extra waves time.
Yeah, we'll get the opportunity for Draven to actually start taking turret shots, or sorry, shots to the turret in the bottom side.
Yep.
You still have a huge amount of resources from Top Esports dedicated to the bottom half of the map, and it looks like we're going to get the reset in response from FaZe and Lahens to try and answer for this push on the bottom side by Top Esports.
Jakilov currently sitting at about 240 stacks. That's something that Genji fans are still going to look towards. But Cream trying to look for a play in mid. I think those early ults with Akali really are going to be where you want to try and make something. And that's again where Viego Akali, if they're ahead, I feel like that combo feels impossible to play against because once they get on top of you, you're dead. But it isn't the best way to start a fight, right? Especially against a champion as slippery as Corki. Actually locking him down can be quite tough as long as Mako isn't there.
I think that's the problem for Top Esports, though, is that with all these lane swaps happening, it has been Genji that has gotten the lead, right? The 3 kills, obviously, for the Kalista, the extra plates. They're also getting at least the experience lead for Jakilov, which does help, but when it comes to pure raw damage, it does feel quite Genji favored, especially with Keen. You can see the level 6 versus the level 5. He's kind of come out on top as well over the Cassante, and if that's going to be the case, as long as you can wave clear with Chovy and let Keen 1v1 against 369 in the side lane, it feels like eventually with these towers falling for Genji, they should be in a position to just continue to play out the map state, and that's where Genji's always been comfortable.
We haven't talked about this as much yet. Mentioned Chovy a little bit, but his mid to late game team fights on this Corki pick are
exceptional.
Absolutely insane and incredibly hard to deal with. And because of the early attention that was paid, like he's just farming first strike gold off of Cream. Cream has no threat whatsoever. Might get a little bit better as he finishes his first item, but right now not going to be the case. It's a possible 3v3.
Well, Top Esports needs something, so Dredge Lion in is exactly that, but no further. Canyon hovering on the side now with his cease and desist as well. Tien matching as on a ward. The bottom lane sits right now with Canyon backing away.
Okay, there's not really much that you can do here as Top Esports. Mako would look to hit 6, should hit it off the wave. Maybe then you look for the play as Cream. Just going to go in for some trading, but Mako just hit 6 on bot. Are they looking for the play? Looks like at least Genji are respecting it and backing off.
I mean, on a ward, Tien backs off, and you can see that Canyon now hovers towards mid. The other lane with the all-in that just came through from Cream, where Chovy now having TP and the package to be picked up right before Dragon spawns in 5 seconds.
Big thing here is that it is a Cloud as well as a Chemtech, meaning that outside of Ocean, all the remaining Drakes mega have I love Cloud Soul as oh
Jakilov caught on out season with this package time at great as Jackie flashes though. His ult is going to come and use it onto Chovy. He needs to catch on in. Canyon a new target, Tien finds one and Jakilov. The money bags are there. Top Esports back into the game.
There's the skirmish that Top Esports needed. Genji think they can catch Jakilov just as he opens on mid, but instead Jakilov is able to get the space he needs thanks to Mako, and they turn that one around.
Genji knew as well, if we can kill this Draven, the game might be as good as one.
Yep.
But just a package, not enough. With the help of Mako there, Canyon doesn't have that much damage. Actually, he was behind, and they overestimate the amount of damage they can do.
especially with the Essence Reaver just picked up from Jackie Love as well. You can see how much he just chunks health bars every single time with the Sheen proc. Even getting the cash in the end is perfect. Now Gen G, they run back up towards the top side. This is still going to be, you know, an awful lot of damage from Gen G onto these side lane turrets, which could come back to bite top esports. But with Draven being huge, it's at least some win cost.
Yeah, at least something there. You already picked up the Essence Reaver before, but as TP comes through for top esports to defend top side, it really feels like 80 carry versus 80 carry. But the question is which one? Keen running in. Man has to be careful. That guy now at half HP after a couple of autos from big bad Jackie Love Draven and 369. He's dancing again, but maybe he shouldn't with the cow. That cow's got horns.
At least he's got flash this time, you know?
Yeah. It doesn't have Axe Flash though, so he doesn't pass the test. Now, as a result, despite the 4 kills, we do see Jackie Love at the top of the gold standings. Hey! Aiko got that one. One thing to note though, and this is important, is that while Jackie Love is now sitting on a nice little gold lead, the other side laners for Gen G, kind of what we expected coming into the series, are still sitting at a lead. And with the Vi, Jackie's going to have to play very, very respectful. As we do see a small invade here to the top side of the map by Top Esports. And first turrets are going to start dropping soon. And it is Ocean. We hadn't mentioned it yet, but...
You know what bothered me about Chovy the other day? Why did all his ults hit? Like, every time on Corki, bro, have we checked his PC? Like, this guy, every single Corki rocket hits, and it's so frustrating.
It's the same with how does he get so much CS? Because he just lost hits.
ASOL ulti up every, like, 10 seconds.
All the CS. Yeah,
it's like,
it's a
people
problem.
think it's just a meme, but it's actually true. Like,
yeah. It definitely feels like this is coming down to a battle of the hands with Chovy's rockets, but also a bit of battle with the brains. Because one of the things that I've loved about Gen G is how well they play off of side lane pressure. And as you were alluding to already, Mao, the Keen and Chovy going to have a lot of pressure when it comes to those sides. But I think Top Esports have been one of the best teams in the LPL at playing off of 80 carry pressure in mid, unlocking Mako to make plays like this because they control mid lane.
There's no help for Chovy. Canyon's on his way, but Keen doesn't have TP.
Chovy's trying to clear the way for the time being. He gets away from the Dreadnought. Nice sidestep. Phosphorus bomb clears, and he Valkyries back under turret. Cream's going to be the traitor, at least we thought. He gets away. The turret shot ain't able to clip his wings.
I cannot believe he survived, especially Canyon has the ultimate, but didn't want to commit that underneath the tower. So it's going to be Chovy falling, despite how well he played that.
Really big win there for Top Esports. Meanwhile, on top lane, and this is one of the big things that Top is going to have to find a way to deal with, is 369 is not in the game. Like, we talk a lot about the Cassante. It's been one of the hot topics. In this game, though, he's sitting on steel caps.
Yeah. Wait, you don't want just boots 14 minutes into the game?
Well, if you're a support. Even that. Like a Mako. They're sitting on Kindle gems.
He's got
they
more
got
on
cloth armors.
Yeah.
They got pots. They're flush with cash compared to 369, and that is one of the things that if we get to actual 5v5s, I'll be really interested to see how that is going to end up going. On the flip side, though, Gen G's only frontline is Lahens, with Keen playing the Vayne, mispositions not really allowed, and a ton of burst damage available on the side of Top.
We already talked about him. I mean, that burst damage is alive and well. Tien, though, speaking of which, is going to be one. Lahens found him. Pulverized headbutt, easy combo. And down he goes, caught out in front of this Herald. Ain't where you want to be.
He didn't stand a chance there, very quickly able to pick him off, and now Gen G get access to this Rift Herald again. I think Tien could have tried to play through mid, work with Jackie Love and Mako to move across, but Gen G, great punish on the play.
Lahens, his laning phase has been something that has been often criticized, but his game sense is one of the big things that he is often credited for when it comes to how Gen G move around the map, and that's going to be Herald here as well. And once mid lane turret starts falling, particularly with a comp like Top Esports, if it is impossible for Cream to like find a vision pocket because you can't walk up safely in mid, it becomes a lot harder to execute the fights.
Especially even just trying to get control of mid for Jackie Love, right? Because one of the things that is a win condition for Top Esports right now is trying to play off of this Draven, but if you've lost both side lanes and suddenly Chovy is turning around with a package in towards the mid lane, or you've got Keen who's able to find angles in behind the tower, it's going to be very difficult to defend that structure, especially with Rift Herald in tow for Gen G. So if you get Top Esports pushed back in behind their tier 2s, access to the map just starts to fall apart for them.
And if Jackie Love dies again and loses the Adoration stacks, then there's another problematic on top of that, because pace in the early game, Might be down in CS, might be down in levels, but he's still got the gold, he's still got the value here on the Callista. That's the other problem. We're coming into this being like, Jackie Love's going to clear the bottom side of the map. Well, GenG right now are clearing all portions still with a 3K gold lead and the push towards mid. You guys were just talking about it. Mid's now down. Those pockets of vision get harder to play.
Packages there as well. I don't think top necessarily want to look for the contest, but it looks like they are moving in position right now. Cream on his way, level 11 hit. Does have level 2 on the ultimate. GenG though in full control here.
Chovy's package, it's scaring me. There's the engage. Lehen sets it up. Look at the poke. Yuck. Mako's at half HP. Goodbye, contest.
And usually you would rely on 369 to be the one that comes in to check, but as Broniker was already saying, you just can't use him in any sort of way at this stage.
He's a plastic bag.
Exactly.
You know, there's a fridge that keeps things cold for a long time. Plastic bag with a bit of ice in it, melts after an hour. It doesn't do anything. That's the problem.
That was very Australian of you. If you put ice into a plastic bag in either the Netherlands or Ireland, it will stay basically as cold as you need to.
That's gone in 30 minutes. That's water.
It'll just be lukewarm.
Yeah.
Very quickly. Unfortunately, the weather in our respective countries not too great, Dagva.
No.
The big thing here for me, though, is that this is what GenG wants. Ideally, Chovy mentioned it, against Fnatic, they really were happy to throw down and be scrappy and really fight them continuously as, the TP.
It's the play all out for 369, trying to find Keeney. Kites away with the final hours. Cream looks to chase on in as well. He doesn't have flash, though, and he needs a perfect execution target as Keeney's just ghosted, and he's out of there for the TP.
That's for a TP as well.
There's nothing that you can do. The fact that he's able to escape away from that is perfect. He gets the wave pushed in, and now you've committed so many members of top Esports down to this bottom side. GenG go great. Go just take the top.
That's as I was saying. This is the ideal GenG game where they can just shove turrets, play you around the map, drag you around, and even on this vein, Keen been able to just generate so much pressure. 369 just about to get close to his first item. He's going to have the Iceborne Gauntlet, but the problem is, of all champions, Vayne is probably the best at dealing with Cassante.
And that's the thing. I feel like this is the first Vayne game where I'm actually impressed by the Vayne. I feel like too many times we've seen them try to scrap with the Vayne when she's behind. Actually take skirmishes, take fights, and that's not what this Vayne really wants to do when she's behind on the grand scheme of things. But if you can isolate the 1v1, which GenG have done really well here, that's when Keen can still have that impact, even if he's slightly behind in, say, like the Jackie Love or to Cream on the map.
Which is why it's important that we talked about playstyles, because obviously when GenG are a team that can play sides so well, you know, Dagda, you said you're impressed watching them back and how they play the map. With a pick like this that always has side lane pressure, that always has shove against this Cassante, it's just perfect for the way the comp's going right now. They're 4K gold ahead, and it's not like it's been a really flashy game for GenG. It's been smart moves. It's been slowly pushing that barrier of entry towards the enemy jungle. As you can see, Vision Line pushing up as well, and slowly increasing that gold amount, as well as the Dragons to boot.
But it is really bringing up Keen's international stock, right? Because let's be real, when we came into this, everyone in the world was like 369, best top laner, he's the guy to beat.
Everyone.
But he hasn't had the best of tournaments thus far, and Keen has had an exceptional tournament. The Cassante looked absolutely great. Now he's having a wonderful time against 369 as well, and even just picking up his first title this year, it feels like Keen is really making himself known on the international stage.
Keen, of course, part of some of the LCK's darkest memories. When we go back to 2018, and it was a really big moment when he was able to finally win his title. Sure, maybe you didn't catch it on the early broadcast, but Keen has placed in every single spot in the LCK as the lane turret getting sieged from 10th to 1st. Took him, I don't know how many years, but
at least 5 anyway.
No, because he debuted relatively early, right? I don't remember when it was exactly.
No, I mean,
but
if he has to hit every single one, there's at least 5 years in there.
And it was supposed to be last year, but that was with KT.
We
the big
didn't
T1.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that didn't
I was going to
happen.
say, we didn't talk about that, but go for it.
I mean, it's part of his story, and him finally breaking out of that. As Jackie!
Pick on to Jackie, where's those adoration stacks going to go? He flashes away, and now for the re-engage, whirling death onto Canyon. Helps gets the cash in. Jackie got the money bag again. Top Esports have no business finding anything, but it's Cream flashes into 4 members. 369's coming in. This is where TS's stock rises once more. Perfect execution, the trade. 369 team fighting is where he finally makes his move. Flashes in, all out. GenG, a bewildered plays getting hit but survive. Somehow, Jackie flying through, gets another cash in. Reset for Tien. Headbutt polarizes Flash. He finds Chovy downtown. You can never count out TES when there's blood on the rim.
For the second time in a row, CHENGDU look to kill Jackie, and for the second time in a row, it ends in absolute disaster. He makes it out, stays alive, and the punish from TES is huge.
I have never seen a Draven look this slippery before. Twice they've invested the Vialt onto him, and so many members come mid. But watch the hook again from Mako. Prevents the follow-up. The flash prevents Keen from getting the condemn, and then he's in a perfect spot here to get the great whirling death across so many members. And Cream, showing why he's so well known for the Akali, hops into the middle, keeps CHENGDU interested, gets the perfect execution onto Keen, and just opens up the floodgates for top esports.
Package is ready though, and in the picture-in-picture we see CHENGDU starting up the objective.
Again. The flash over, they turn away from the Baron. The package positioning great. Jackie Laporta GA on the back end though, and Chovy gets hooked back in, but that GA timing's everything. It's Canyon interrupts it. We go from 0 to hero for CHENGDU, but Cream's still alive. Wait, bringing the fight in, but someone needs to deal with pace. Someone needs to deal with pace. Someone needs to deal with pace as he cleans up the entire fight and brings it back to square one.
CHENGDU get rocked, but they come back with the haymaker immediately in front of the Baron. They bop top esports and they'll take the Baron.
And right there you see top, they got the kills, but it took them a long time. And Lehens, the Jester, finally they find Jackie Love. Immediately the GA procced, and even with the damage being done and Keen dying immediately, so much of the gold of top is on that Draven, and with him going down, even with the resets, look at Pace, completely untouched in this fight.
And the fact that you have almost perfect timing, consistency from Canyon there on these vault breakers is insane. They catch Jackie Love as soon as he comes out of GA. He catches Tien as the Vayne, who could have potentially tried to carry that fight. But a jungler posing as an AD carry is no match for Canyon.
Well, I said someone needed to deal with pace. I was wrong. Someone please take care of Chovy.
That's fine. It's normal Chovy thing.
Oh, it is.
Don't
Only
pay too much
8.5k
mind.
damage. All right, well,
it's fine.
Let's watch it again, because Dragon starts objective bounty for top esports, and Canyon again will be multiplying his objective bounties as it goes down. Canyon does die though. Cream in the back end on top of Chovy, trying to take him out, but Chovy is hitting range. TES have already picked up the objective bounty and need to get out of there. Again, Chovy hits an R button and 3.5k damage in that fight where he didn't even attack at all.
Nice successful though for top esports, and the Red Bull Baron power play from CHENGDU is going to suffer as a result of that. Should still be able to pick up the inner, but as long as no inhibs fall, top can at least hold on to a little bit of map pressure. But the kills that they got in the previous fight, I think, much more important.
Yeah.
Because the Baron going over is one thing, losing the turret is another, but no GA on Jackie, that cooldown is still not even halfway right now. And CHENGDU, one of the big issues that you see the top is facing is that there are too many threats. Corky's online, Vayne is a threat, and Pace is monstrously fed as well.
The poke hurts so much, and we talk about 369 not being in this game because he's so behind on items. He can't withstand it. Chovy pays together. Right now, the range is tearing top esports apart as 7,000 is just about the gold lead. CHENGDU with taking that inner turret down.
The flash is about to be back up for Jackie Love though, which means at least in these coming fights he will have some semblance of control and keeping himself alive. But you still got to look at, you know, a GA picked up for Pace. He's in a great spot. As you already pointed out, Chronicler, there's so many threats for CHENGDU that Cream has to at least take one out and then hope that Jackie Love can 1v2 these fights, because otherwise it's going to be a disaster.
The problem is, realistically, Keen is insanely slippery if he has his ultimate. Chovy is sitting on a maul, and Corky is another target that's... Oh!
Everyone's very slippery is what I'm getting. Condemn is actually buffered by the Unbreakable, and Mako just gets on out. Excuse me, the Heartbreaker.
As long as you're able to hold on to some of these inhibitor turrets though, I think you're okay as top esports, right? You're still 2 dragons apiece, the Baron is gone, there's not a huge amount on the map that you really have to come out and fight for, so you can try and get 369 to a position where he has some items. You will lose the outer turrets, but with this being the last wave the Baron buff will do anything with, they should hold on to the base.
One of the downsides for top though is that as we look, Cream right now ideally wants to try and get a teleport flank. That's where has been where top has had the most success, and right now they need to move as like a 5-man, 4-man unit out on the map just to reclaim some control. Chovy uses the final seconds of the Baron to make his way back to the base. We talked about it at the beginning. We already saw how much damage he did in the previous fight. The Corki, it's only going to get worse in terms of damage that he's going to be able to do. Imagine he's going to be looking for the GA next as well. Once level 16 is hit, those rockets are going to hurt. And the package plays from Gen.G is what I'm going to be looking towards. Because one more Baron, I feel, that would start crack open the base. Canyon is looking.
Bream looking for objective bounty himself, though, and with the help of Tien and whole top esports being spotted, top lane, it will go down. So TS clawing back some of the gold, but again, remember, they're leaving these other lanes vulnerable for Gen.G when the push comes in again.
There's a big wave brewing on bottom side, so you will see top esports go back. They're going to give that over to 369. They know that they desperately need him to really be a factor in these fights. He's sitting at 2 items, but would need some magic resist of some semblance in his build, because the amount of damage that Chovy's doing right now is going to whittle away that health bar very quickly.
While we have a little bit of downtime as well, it's also a good opportunity to talk about PES, because PES, his split wasn't that good, right? Last year, came in, was really... and I loved him in challenges, but I wasn't expecting him to be as consistent as he was last year. On things like his Aphelios, obviously has done exceptional, but being part of a great team, I think also makes it easier to look good. And this split, he was fine, but Viper outshone him, Gumayushi outshone him. And coming into the tournament, I was really expecting him to struggle, at least in this game, and I'd argue even in the Fnatic series, I do think we have seen him slowly kind of step up his game and get to the point. Although in this game, obviously, the actual 2v2, because I already see Dagger, the actual 2v2 we haven't seen too much of, but even outside of that, I think when it comes to the map movement, Lahens and PES, it feels like they have really cleaned it up.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you start off with 3 kills.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, look, this is kind of where we saw this battle taking place, was between PES and JackeyLove, and we will have to see as the series goes on how that actually starts to pan out, because we didn't get the 2v2. We got a very messy lane swap from top esports. So if I'm Gen.G, honestly, coming into this, I go, right, well, screw your 2v2. We clearly know how to lane swap better. Let's just play to that. But Lahens spotted here. Top esports trying to get positioned for Dragon in 20 seconds.
You know, I'd be more concerned about Chovy right now as well, because coming in, that was the matchup we talked about being favored for Gen.G. And even though Cream has had some of these good fights on the Akali, Chovy's damage shows that he has to go first. Flash available for both mids. Flash available for both 80 carries. We're gearing up for this Dragon that spawns in 3 seconds as Gen.G are walking in with Cream off on an angle.
GA for JackeyLove, Flash for JackeyLove. Can Gen.G get access to him?
They want this objective bounty so bad. Dredgeline doesn't connect though, and over the wall, it's not stolen. Canyon tries, he flashes away. Cream still not in, but the flip back from 369 is only onto Keen. He went too deep, he overcooked, and now he dies. Canyon dealing with Cream on the side is big from Gen.G too. As we've got numbers advantage, we've got a face call. Lahens has a knock-up, and Cream is going to be too late in the middle of everyone. Perfect execution out. TES running for their lives again, with Gen.G winning another fight.
This time they get the Dragon, but I don't think that's a price you want to pay, because without Mako and 369, you don't have a frontline. Gen.G just going to run straight to the Baron. That's going to be theirs, and Inhib sure to fall following this. And top esports, not enough.
A bit of a disaster. They will look for Keen, but Keen should be able to make it back towards his squad, and maybe even look for a little bit of help from Lians. Tien trying to get in here, has the ult, has the flash, but it's going to be long gone before he can even get a sniff at this bar.
Especially with this grade A3 Wagyu zoning off Tien. I mean, like, Lahens is everywhere in the face, and it's annoying when you can smell the meat, but you can't cut it, right? And when you can't cut it and you have to look at it the entire time, you just think, man, I wish I could do something about that. Anyway, I'm hungry, Dagdo. Run this through.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it's anti-synergy between top esports on the left and right hand, so giving them a knife is not really what you want. If you look at JackeyLove and Mako here, the stand aside comes out onto Chovy right as the hook for Mako is about to go through, so they knock PES and Chovy aside. No hook to set up for JackeyLove, and Lahens then sees his chance. Immediately in with the Fate's Call, the pulverize onto JackeyLove, headbutts him out of the fight because they know we don't need to kill JackeyLove, just stop him killing our people.
3 things there. 369 being so far behind, so he just gets shredded immediately. Cream getting exhausted, not able to sync up with the rest of his team, and then Lahens. If they can't kill JackeyLove, if he's not autoing, you're probably still winning the fight.
I mean, again, 2 items on this top lane. Cassante, 3 here for Keen. It's not perfectly going to show the example, but the 3 levels behind definitely exemplifies the point. As now the siege begins with that range that we've been talking and seeing all game long from Gen.G. Top esports on their last legs here, almost 10k gold behind, and Chovy continuing to do things like that. And Chronicles, I'm glad you mentioned the package, still up there, still zoning TES away from this next turret. Okay, He's out. Guess what? Genji will still get this in the end. The ultimate from Jackie Love's good, but Jovi's damaged. CHENGDU open their mouths, and quickly it's shut in an instant. Once again, as the dredge line comes through, the depth charge is there onto Pays, but watch Chovy. Cream's trying to deal with him. The shuriken lands. Wait, Chovy might die, but no! Pays gets the last auto before he drops himself, and even though 369 separates his Kalista, they need more damage. Jackie Love sent packing again as dredge line forces the flash out from Keen, but Canyon with the re-engage and the Vault Breaker. TES are getting whittled down slowly but surely as Pays flashes forward, feels himself at MSI, and Genji with the brain, the brawn, the prowess are taking Top Esports away from any big chance for game number 1. Nexus will drop, and that is a dominating performance by such an impressive team.
Double GA still available there at the end for Genji. Didn't end up needing it. They took some risk. The Vayne coming out here again for Keen. Chovy blinding Akali. But after that, you got to imagine Top, they're going to have to try to find some answers, because that lane swap really was actually the big benefit of Genji. The 2v2, we talked about it.
It sucked. Let's just say it was terrible.
It was not good.
Yeah, they needed to find some way to get resources 369. He got caught out in several different positions. They never really got any of those resources. And immediately you can see Genji knew what to do. Place Keen mid, force Cream back, get him some resources, and then the attempt on bot lane to get 369 into lane was where this game really blew open. 3 kills for Pays, started that snowball for Genji.
I mean, it feels like they're all always playing from a deficit. There's some good TES fights, but when you're so far behind, when you're fighting from with a loose limb, it feels quite difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, after game 1, though, that absolute barnyard banger, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much. It was definitely exciting to watch. A lot of action from the very, very beginning, and Genji coming out on top, even though, Emily, it was TES that decided to initiate the lane swap.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. I loved what Genji did, and I believe it was Chronicler who called it out on cast, where they essentially picked the Vayne into the Cassante, right? We've seen a lot of top Vayne hovers and then top Vayne picks. This is the best execution of it in terms of what she can do with side lane pressure. And it really started by, obviously, you still share the XP in mid, but keeping her mid and making sure that Keen got XP while the rest of Genji were able to completely keep 369 at level 1 for so long. Like, he was denied so much pressure, and Genji came out of this lane swap looking great.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the biggest thing was the disaster in the bot lane.
I would agree.
too.
That's also our HyperX reflex replay. I love the way you dubbed that. The disaster in the bot lane, Jat.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can lose a lane swap or you can lose a lane swap. And this was the latter, because at this point, they're not allowed to be under the turret, but they're so desperate to get 369 some experience, they try anyway, and this is where Genji shows that killer instinct. I think the smarter version of this is, so what? You lose 2 waves and 2 more plates, but you don't lose the game, and that's almost what happened here. They made some plays to kind of come back later, but this was very, very big in the overall context of the game.
Yeah, and then the TP in, as you can see, 369
it just keeps getting worse.
Going into turret, that is not going to work out super, super well for him,
It's over.
right?
Just teleport top.
He's
Get a little
coming
experience.
in. Yeah, he's coming in. He's getting a little XP off those minions, I guess. But obviously, this did not work out, despite the fact that, like you said, we did see some fights in the mid game in particular. Jackie Love, Draven is something I always want to call out as something, obviously, he is super, super comfortable with, as you saw in team fights. It is, I would say, even though it's his 8th most played champ, his signature pick, this is the thing he was playing in solo queue when he was like a 14-year-old trainee, when everyone was like, this guy is really, really good. So if you're wondering why the crowd went insane when that champ was locked in, that's why. And he's obviously very good on it. But for me, it really did start, like you said, you can lose a lane swap or you can really lose a lane swap. And Genji just came out so far ahead that even when TES were able to get some picks, try to get Cream back into the game, try to get 369 back into the game, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and Jat, of course, he picked a Draven right in the very first game. Pays had a much better game when you look at the stats, but it wasn't by lack of trying by Jackie. Do you think it just all came down to, one, obviously the disaster bot, but then also the way Genji played around it?
I mean, I think the whole game Genji was playing from a little bit ahead, and this was almost like the most generous possible game that you could give to Chovy, actually, because he was just vibing when all that stuff was happening in the bottom lane, out CSing Cream with his range advantage in lane phase, and then as the game extended, it's not like he was ever behind. So you look at these team compositions, they are actually really weird. Like Vayne, Corki, Callista, triple carry, Vi, and Alistair. It doesn't immediately seem like it should work, but that's where I think Gen.G deserves a lot of credit because of Lehenz's ability to actually be like a one-man Wrecking Crew frontline that then allows the 380 carries to actually function.
Chovy did 42k damage.
Right? And it didn't look like he was doing much that game until...
That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, we didn't get to do our introduction for this matchup,
Yeah.
so we can take a look at some of the things we wanted to talk about. It is, of course, Chovy versus JackeyLove in terms of respectively being absolute pillars and outperformers for their teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing, again, we've covered this when we've talked about Gen.G, but Chovy looking for that first big international title, right? That's what everyone is looking at him for. Meanwhile, JackeyLove won it in his first year at Worlds in 2018, his rookie season, and everyone has been waiting for him to get back there since, right? And this TES roster pairing him with Mako, people are like, finally, this is their time. But on the other side, Gen.G have been playing extremely well, and everyone's saying, okay, this is Chovy's time.
And I think we're only one game into this series.
Yeah.
True.
I think a big part of this series is going to be about which star can outdo their lane opponent more. So Chovy would, on paper, be a huge mismatch against Cream. He outlaned him, didn't smash him. This game, Jackie Mako didn't actually get to lane against Pays Lehenz, and then Pays ended up with 11 kills. So I would say that even if there's a theoretical reason to swap your Cassante away from a Vayne, there's a very practical reason to not swap Jackie Mako away from whoever is in front of them.
That's a good point.
So I would say that that's going to be a big thing in this series to decide who wins is which star shows up more.
I think you just hate lane swaps. But one thing I do want to say, though, that we really saw from Gen.G in this series is their absolute understanding of side wave pressure, cross mapping, and just like the ability to play the map, right? Because I've called these two teams out as kind of the smart teams that we have here, right? And for Gen.G, it's their cross map and their map awareness. For TES, it's when they're able to get fights. And I think you even saw it in a few of these fights here, right? Where they recognize, they see a window, and they actually are able to win even when they're from behind. So those are two things to watch out for these teams as they continue to go up against each other in the series.
And that we will. Hopefully we get a bunch more games between Gen.G and TES. We're going to take a quick break, though, to catch our breath, and we'll be right back.
Esports is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their ninth title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esports world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Gen G are doing better than we expected. Well, maybe not. For some of you out there who are LPL bias, Sterix. Well,
that's your name.
Yeah, it is. I just threw it in because I was like, I can't blame Dagda.
Wait, didn't you just say as well that now you're Gen G because Chovy said thank you to you?
Oh, yeah,
backstage?
that is true. Chovy did say thank you to me, so now I'm Gen I don't know where I
didn't know
stand.
you were so flip-floppy.
I just,
so
yeah,
easy to
now I'm
boss.
just confused.
Yeah.
All I know is Gen G took him to town in game number 1, and with very early game big brain mechanics, brain maneuvers, I think they did really well. I mean, I'm proud of them. Gen G absolutely slapped them.
Synapse is firing all cylinders.
Yeah.
Dagda and I were talking. I think what we both want to see, because you know, I'll take any excuse that I get to hype up my boy Pace, but he needs to do it without a 3-0 lead, and he needs to do it in a 2v2. And if you're top after that, I don't think you should lane swap again. I don't think Gen G minds lane swapping at all. They're known for being an extremely smart team on the map, and there was not a problem. And it was a tiny annoying Yordle in an airplane, and he's gone. He's taken out, not allowed.
Yeah, really good combs every day. I mean, I'm glad it's taken away. Top Esports doing their due diligence on blue side here. Kalista also taken away as a blue side ban, which is not something you see every day, unless you're TES that love this Lucian Nami 2v2 like the rest of the LPL.
Yeah, honestly, a insanely strong pick for Top Esports, but they are able to try and bully in the 2v2 and leverage this then in the mid game to start leaning in towards those sides. Ari also not banned away from Cream.
Yeah.
This is the other big one that we see a lot for the Top Esports mid laner.
I hope you guys like Zeri Lulu.
Ooh,
that's
love it.
Aphelios Lulu is the other flavor. There we go. So Zeri Lulu.
Also vanilla or Neapolitan. That's great.
No, it's like those little chocolate sprinkles in there.
It's different, guys.
This is the pick that Pace did get a lot of fame on last year.
Yeah.
Was incredibly strong at it. Do have to say that when we saw pulled out this year, it was fine. Not quite the same level. But the Lulu in particular, I think, is actually the more important part. Lulu is quite the early lane bully. Actually, also is quite strong into the Lucian because when he dashes in, can really try and force some trades with the polymorph. So, and it's also more likely, I think, that top is not going to lane swap. But for Gen G, if you have a Aphelios with a Crescendum, we'll see if they try to set it up. Instead, is Tian going to go towards a Sejuani?
Okay, so maybe set up a 369 later on as well. This guy who plays a lot of melee top laners. As Chovy this time, what has he got left? He's questioning with the Azir.
I'm also questioning the Sejuani. We've seen a lot of teams start to go, no, mid priority is the highlight. Because you've kind of got your, well, no pun intended, the cream of the crop with, you know, the Azirs, the Talias, the Corkis, the Oris, the this and the Ari. Now that you've already seen some of those banned away, you just get to ban more of those picks away and make Cream very uncomfortable in the mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ari ban coming through here as well, take that off the board and force Cream onto maybe something like the Talia where he has had some success, but it hasn't been amazing.
But then outside of that, like, we go to things that can be volatile, Silas, Akali, right? And even though those are good historically for him, remember, his first international debut with a guy that has been criticized of having a small champion pool.
Also like the Viban in that regard, if you do want to go for a melee counter pick, obviously, in the LCK, we see the Yone in high-pressure situations. Some
can't all be
Sayas. I think it'd be fun, but Akali, even after last game, could be likely. Then again, you're also playing Akali this time into Lulu, so it might still be a consideration. The Chovy's Azir, though, obviously right now you're watching this, so don't tune out, but his performance against Hoa Life in the playoffs was one of the most brain-breaking, back-breaking 1v9s that we've seen in quite a while in the LCK. That was mostly, I think it was only from the top of my head on the tank Azir, which was nerfed with some of the nerfs.
That bot
to the
side
Azir.
river fight, I remember, was just disgusting.
Yeah, I do assume that that is not going to be the case here. Is the Hwei actually going to get taken away? So they are happy playing into the Ahri, which is also my expectation here, Dagda.
Yeah, I think Cream is breathing his sigh of relief, to be perfectly honest, that he's get his hands on that. Going for the Lee Sin, though. This is big for Canyon. It does mean, though, you're kind of reliant now on Keen to be your main sort of engaged tool, unless Canyon is just him and can consistently make these kicks work, which I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just saying It's a lot of pressure on
But
him.
it's a great setup point, right? Whereas the setup coming from Lee Sin is, at least you know for Top Esports, they are full mid-game now, double downing in it. With 369 going back to an oldie, but a goodie, he used to play a ton when he joined the LPL.
I'm wondering if you go like Ornn here. Ornn has never been bad into Renekton. Obviously, early game
And
you
there's
see
the setup we
Prio.
talked about.
Exactly. Also provides the engage. It's also keen, so I wouldn't be shocked if it goes completely the other direction. And the LCK has loved these type of hard, and we saw it in the last game as well. Not a lot of front line. In the last game, it was only Alistair. This time, there's none.
And now Top Esports go, do we swap again? Because it's the same story as essentially what the Vayne is, right? Like, you've seen it so many times that TF is not great when he ends up in these lane swap scenarios. But honestly, I think for Top Esports, lesson learned last game, it's let's just go for the standard lanes. Let's try and force these advantages where we can. And if you can get that lead for JackeyLove and Mako in the 2v2, we've seen them able to take over inside lanes with the Ahri, with the Renekton, and try and lean into pressure from mid to sides.
I mean, at least you have something on Cream that has looked great historically in the LPL. Again, internationally, let's see how it goes against Chovy when, let's not forget, game number 1, that lane wasn't a normal lane. Keen came through in the level 1, zoned him out with range, which Keen has again here, and Cream was up in experience, but behind in the game for a little bit. He had to kind of force his way through, as did the rest of TES. It was the mind games in game 1 that CHENGDU played missions with against TES.
You say this is comfort for Cream, and look, obviously we're highlighting the draft, but he hasn't had the best of performances on it here at MSI, right?
Damn it,
We've seen the nerves, we've seen the issues, and we've seen what Chovy is capable of on this Azir. So Cream definitely needs to wipe the sweat off, get himself focused, and make sure that Top Esports can use what is heavy comfort for them to take a win here against CHENGDU.
For CHENGDU, a lot of comfort. I think you have to be respectful of the top side in particular. Sejuani, Renekton, Ahri, if they do get going, can be quite tough. Bot lane, self-explanatory. That is going to be something that Paysanlands have to step up from the form that we saw from them. We've seen glimpses of it this tournament, but this would, I think, be their biggest test yet against JackeyLove and Mako.
This is going to be a massive test as we start to get on into game number 1. CHENGDU, very convincing win in game number 1 with the lane swaps. But now, it's down to the story of game number 2 and what have CHENGDU brought to the table.
You can hear every time LPL suffers, the gyros get louder. Every time the team needs more support, CHENGDU continues to erupt, and TS need it for sure. Another TS style of composition, definitely to be sure here. With JackeyLove and Mako on that strong 2v2, one that both JackeyLove and Elk, excel at, especially in the regular season and playoffs.
Want to highlight Chovy has indeed gone for Tank Azir again. Obviously has an incredible amount of damage with the rest of his team, so it is understandable, even with some of the, I think it was base damage nerfs that came through.
Yeah, on the W,
yeah, meaning that he will be dealing a little bit less damage. We have actually seen these Azirs become such a menace. There's also 2 different styles where you can actually build like Leandries into an actual tank.
Yeah.
And we've seen you just go Grasp, but then you do go for a more damage-oriented build.
I think this will be the more tank-orientated build, though, because as we highlighted, look, you don't have the best of engage tools coming in onto CHENGDU, and one of the reasons why we started to see this Tank Azir build come to fruition was that you could play that engage style, slide and glide in, get the swoop and boop, knock people into your team. And if Chovy's able to survive the initial outburst, he should be in a decent spot then to try and help carry these fights. And with Pays on this Aphelios, the late game opportunities in these team fights that CHENGDU have from a sheer damage quantity perspective is sky high.
Maybe that's exactly what you need, right? We don't have any hard engage in the end. We have a lot of scaling from CHENGDU, but Chovy acting as that intermediary sounds right about where he needs to be. As for TES, you can see these lanes going decent in sides. Keen, of course, outranging as you'd expect, but bottom side, level 2 hit first. Heal burn onto Pays. They just exemplify further. Pays going to take the autos almost to the death. He's got Severum, but he's going to need more healing than that to get through this.
That's an answer right there. That's just not allowed. You know the level 2 spike is coming. Paysanlands were aggressively contesting.
Normal lane.
But not in time. Exactly, normal lanes. JackeyLove and Mako coming up huge early on. But we already talked about CHENGDU and the relative lack of engage. I also want to flip it around, especially with Cleanse available.
Please.
I don't know to which extent Top Esports is going to have a greater red. Obviously, Tiana has his ultimate, but outside of that, I think a lot of this is again going to come down to who gets the early leads as Canyon and Tien. They should go to Canyon with the Q execute.
Wait for it. Okay, patience is there. The Q sets it up nicely. Tien trying to get it off the tip here, but no one here to support as Canyon keeps getting in his face because the laners are preoccupied.
Exactly. Chovy's done a great job against Cream to get that early lead that he needed, and that's opening up Canyon with the push on top, so I'd expect it for the Twisted Fate to just be annoying to Tien. Can move on towards this bottom side if he wants to.
Oh my God.
He's been spotting him out there as well. But 369, at least having Tien here, should be able to get some of these creeps underneath the tower.
This is something that goes back to when Canyon still played with Showmaker. Mid lane prio, look for the early invades. Back then was mostly to generate really big farm leads. This time around, it's just to apply pressure and keep the Sejuani on the back foot.
And Canyon knows he's won. He spotted out Tien there, giving up on Gromp, moving down into the spot side, but you still have push in mid, so Canyon can rotate across and contest with Chovy to try and look for this Scuttle Crab contest. Although actually, I take that back, sorry. Bream has pushed in mid, so should be Tien favored here.
You say that, Canyon does go to his blue, spotted out on the rotation as well as Tien now gets in his face, but Canyon has smite advantage. Tien has just used it as 369 tries to get a better trade up in the top side. Keen going to take PTA here as 369 falls into the matchup and at least get something back for the Renekton, although not as much as you'd hope for. Getting something down on Aquapus down as Big Go pays. Might be dead. Lightslinger flashed away from, but Jackie Love in the 2v2 cleanses, and first blood goes over to Mako. He resets his Lance finds Glitterlands to get the kill. Aquaprison's good on the return as Mako is close to getting enough damage himself, but a 1-for-1 with both AD carries dropping down.
Wave state, I think, favorable there for top esports, but both kills go to the support. Both supports actually are the ones that end up getting the kill. Flashes used by both. Jackie also no cleanse. Right from the get-go, explosiveness in the bot lane.
We've been thinking about this all wrong. We thought it was Jackie versus Pays, but it's Mako and Lehend trying to show who the real carry is. But Canyon, good read here. Knowing that Tien wanted to try and come back up towards this top side to help out 369 crash the wave. So going to be there to support Keen, make sure no dive can happen.
Big thing there, of course, with the Renekton is that even though you don't win the trade that we saw earlier on to Keen, Sejuani Renekton so insanely strong and very, very quickly setting up the permafrost as we're taking a look at his bot side play.
Great bubble from Mako. Catches Pays as he's trying to make his way back through that ranged minion line, and then Jackie Love Cleanse comes through, but just enough damage on Lehens to finish him off. You kind of talked about the damage of this Lulu in the early laning phase. You get to see it there up against Jackie.
Now we're mid. I mean, both mid laners are getting pretty low. Mana bar expleting as well. I hope that's a word as Mako gets another Aqua Prison and Lehens just fights it off. And as both supports move in, you can see Pays now with Infernum getting the push as they play the 1v1.
We'll have to see what the early objective contests are going to look like. Thus far, both teams have been very active on the map. Keen just using his ult as a pseudo teleport does mean that for top esports there is actually an opportunity here to play a little bit more aggressively on the map. Normally, even with TF in top, we have seen a lot of teams just have him back, make his way over, but he will get prio on the wave, will get the shove in, meaning that Canyon can just take these grubs.
And because you're still waiting for Cream to get in towards mid and get priority there as well, Tien going to look for the reset, but it means that these top side grubs should be gone before Tien really gets into position, and from there, you kind of get to move across as Canyon and still have contest for Dragon. So at the moment, Gen G doing a really good job of playing off these pushing lane states and top side to get these early objectives and still be able to contest top esports.
Think for, again, the onus is on top to find these type of picks.
Well, remember, Chovy reset, so there might be an advantage. The pick setup is beautiful. Canyon flashes away. The new jungler of Gen G will safeguard out the back of the wall and get out with the objective and no kill.
Really good stuff there from top esports, so at least get the flash from Canyon, push him back, may even look for the follow-up play. As you can see, Tien is going for the Scuttle Crab, but Bream still hovering to see if Canyon is going to show his face past his own jungle line.
Chovy's probably like, where is my mid laner?
There he is.
Chovy does have the level advantage for now as the wave crashes in.
He needs the farmer's grasp stacks, man. Like, he needs the health, he needs the stacks. Build kind of relies on it. As we do see, as expected.
Oh, all in.
What's that priors? Ooh, Chovy.
Maybe just wanted to set up for a second grass stack. The bubble again, culling block. Those minions. Gen G's lifeblood right now as Pays safe from the damage.
These bubbles from Mako, though, have been so clutch in this bottom side, continuously catching on towards Pays, and sure, they're culling down, but still a little bit of damage done. Top esports going to reset on the bottom side. 369 in trouble, potentially on this top side, as Canyon here to support Keen again on the push-ups.
Wave not in the perfect spot. Canyon just backing away for now. Cream also moving from mid, so Canyon paying respect.
I think 369 also had an inkling as, oh.
Big wave used.
Cream is spotted.
And he's found. Keen instead just goes to the top lane. It goes immediately pop, waiting for the charm. Orb of Deception gets the electrocute out. But 369 is not pulling a flash, not pulling an ulti. And Keen Summoner is going to be the end trade.
Still got the Ghost. It's going to be nice. Give 369 a little bit more threat in the long lane if Keen is pushed up. Chovy sees Mako arrive, but Azir, notoriously slippery. Also does look like it is going to be just the Leandries at the very least to start with.
Still though, Cream missing out on, you know, that mid-wave experience because Chovy was able to push in. It's kind of been a couple of times now we've seen Cream go for a roam and look for a play, but give up on a mid-wave experience because of that. So I'm curious to see if this is going to continue, where Chovy kind of gets to farm and be that late game menace, or if Cream is going to find success on these roams, because it feels like that's what top esports need. They just haven't been able to find it quite yet.
One of the big things for me as well is that the bot lead is growing. Jakilov and Mako showing their expected dominance yet again, as FaZe in particular really struggling. But the overall pace of the game is still very low, and that's something that any Gen G fan knows that they are always going to be happy about when it comes to the mid to late game, the skirmishes, the movements around the map. This team is just built different in the LCK. No one can quite match them.
Esports trying to. Again, we talk about the pace they're trying to create as Chovy also moves down, but Lehens, after getting spotted out, was all for the Dragon movers. Pink is still coming down, Canyon's still down here, but TS on the ward are going to start this off.
369 is also shifted down from top side to provide a little bit of extra cover if they need it. Top starting up. I don't think Gen G can really commit to this though. But 369 more than likely going to start to walk back up top side.
Summoner's available for Jakilov as well. Canyon doesn't take the Sonic Wave, and another one as it lands will do nothing. The Dragon just taken here to open up the game at 10 minutes in. Gen G looking for the pick off the backside. Arctic Assault is now up.
Big thing though is Gen G, they do not get the Dragon. There's no one waiting. Jackie's fine. But that is, again, a couple of minions lost to 369 going over in that roam. And it's those continuous moments that have, even with the gold lead going very heavily towards Jackie and Mako thanks to their great laning, means that the gold, still the gold lead at large is, even though it's mildly in favor of Gen G. But again, Gen G, when it comes to the mid to late game, that's always what they're going to look towards. We also see Keen, particularly once you get that Shiv, the pressure of this TF is going to become even more obnoxious to deal with. And I think 369 right now, this is where you want to look, right? Level 9, got maxed out on the Q. Try and punish this immobile TF.
Yeah, you're even moving Jakilov and Mako up as well. They really want to contest for these void grubs. Canyon going to get them on spawn. Now, again, you are going to get a trade, though. It's Jakilov who will lose a wave on bot side to make this play happen. As he has been spotted,
should just
miss out. No, Canyon's here.
I mean, 4 for the LCK champions. TN trying to deny, stop from giving 5 or even 6. Canyon just backs away. The job already done, the experience already gained. Remember, he is up a level right now comfortably. So are a lot of people I'm looking at. I mean, I even see Chovy with a constant lead and a second turret plate about to be gathered here as Cream walks up to him, wants the charm, misses that. Jakilov and Mako like, man, we need to play some tempo heaven. Into Keen, the culling comes out. He gets forced away, and that's the starting trade for TES as Canyon takes a Sonic Wave. Nothing more going to happen of it. Just, again, more pressure added up to try and stop the rush.
Meanwhile, though, in bot side, FaZe actually has Crescendum, so they are farming plates down there. Only job that Canyon and Keen have is make sure no one dies and make sure that Jackie and Mako don't get too much free gold off of this topside turret.
They should be able to get a good amount, though. Canyon is the only one here. Keen has completely abandoned it. It looks like they're going to look for the dive on 369 instead, with Keen having that ultimate to get in towards the play. There is no real way for top esports to get down here because no teleport available for Cream.
I mean, we are going to see Destiny used in the meantime, but the wave is cleared out. 369 has a counterplay massive as turret still falls on down, but 369 has the ability to flash kills, so Keen's out. The turret ends up being the first for Gen G.
Still successful play for Gen G, though, because they were mainly looking to get that turret. Cream was also roaming towards the bot side, so Gen G don't want to extend the play. Renekton is insane. I think it's Chovy.
Different Chovy sends Cream backwards, and Chovy's just out after a turret shot, trying to steal back the blue, but Canyon in his face again. Tien is getting another world champion's beef.
That's so disrespectful from Canyon. That is his weak side of the map. He's the one who should be careful. He's just like, no, yoink, mine. Immediately backs on up. And top esports, they don't even get the tower. They're worried about the reset from FaZe and Lehens coming through with that first item completed, being able to move up into this top side and contest them. So instead, they're going to look for the reset. So in the long run, 369, yes, gets a little bit of CS and experience back against Keen because he managed to collect the wave on bot side, whereas Keen went for the dive, but it's still Gen G massively winning on the map.
I mean, I'm just looking at the individual gold leads. You can see over 369, thanks to King's passive. Jungle lead is starting to pile up with Canyon taking over on his classic Lee Sin again. Then I'm looking at Chovy and Cream, as we saw in the lane, as you guys mentioned, Cream, when he wasn't in that said lane, was starting to lose out on CS. Like, we are also seeing that starting to pile up with Leandri's picked up now already. By Chovy, he's doing 132 CS at 13 minutes again.
And though this time we did get to see the 2v2, and Jackie and Mako really got the better there.
Yep.
Because of the plays that Gen G have made around the map, I think the gold was like 700-800 gold for Jackie earlier, has now gone down to only 500. And it's just the way that Gen G move around, play around these waves and these turrets.
In the isolated 2v2, though, I still give it to Jackie and Mako, and that's why I was surprised to see Jackie and Mako open on top side. Yes, you will match Pays and Lehens, but I think you want to look towards Dragon in 55 seconds time. So they send Cream top, doesn't have the TP, but can easily clear waves. And Jackie and Mako kind of look a bit lost. They clear it mid-wave, you don't have a wave to play for mid-turret plates off. So instead now, they're going to clear out this wave and try and look for the Rift Herald spawn that has just come on.
I think the thing that's most impressive here is that Gen G just give no options. Like, a lot of other teams will walk into top esports for the cross-map play, or they'll walk into pockets of vision that have been so intelligently set up. This is why, I guess, Gen G, in the past maybe, is this their strongest form, Chronicle? Like, what are we looking at here? Because this is a deadly showing, just like it was against Fnatic.
I agree. 1-1 at 14.5 minutes. Deadly indeed. As an LCK fan, you know, I appreciate my more slow-paced game. I don't know what you guys are doing. This is absolute cinema to me.
Yeah, that's all right.
I do think, though, this is where top esports kind of are at their most comfortable, where they can try and play off of Jackie on illusion and lean in towards these picks on sides and make plays like this, because Keen isn't in a position where they can really step up. TN has come back out, so it's to contest on the mid wave and look for Dragon, which is just spawned.
Colin comes through. He's just going to go into Lehens in the end, half health.
This is one of the big moments we always talk about with Lucianami. It's not really the laning phase anymore where they excel. It's these moments in the mid game. So Gen G is going to have to play very respectful. One misstep, you get burst down, and that's the end of your fight.
The power we talked about, no culling, but still the tidal wave. The ulti from Tien is a whiff. Canyon safeguards away, re-engages, flashes himself. Wait, the kick from 369 to send him outward as Pays runs on him, but a double TP. Lehens almost dead at the start of the play in front of Dragon. Pays finds Tien, no smite there, and Pays takes it. Gets hit over the wall, but Chovy's ultimate doesn't do too much, and top esports have the health bars as Lehens and Canyon run for their life. Jackie Love still with a form of engage, and Lehens gets out, Glitterland zones, but the Dragon was taken by Pays at melee range.
Tien died in the pit thanks to Pays. So Pays is like, cool, I'll scoop that Dragon out from underneath you. He does go down as a result. It's a 1-for-1, but that Dragon steal is massive for Gen G.
Big win as well, because that, I think, was one of the moments where if top can find the target, if they get the kill on Canyon here and blow him up, that can just be the end of it. Canyon then goes back in, I think, looking for Jackie, has to flash immediately, and if Chovy is already here, this fight, I think, could have looked much better. Instead, it is a little bit split, but with Tian dying, the Dragon is available.
And I think it's a mistake from 369 chasing Lehens there. Should have played frontline for Jackie Love, should have tried to be there, but instead, Jackie Love can't get in. Exactly. They give access to the pit to Gen G, and Jackie Love just can't really get the damage off that he wants, and it's these mistakes that people are looking at on the international stage for 369, saying, look, mate, you're supposed to be the best. You're supposed to be coming off the team fighting prowess of JDG. Where's that gone?
That's the thing. Last year at MSI, we saw 369 be, I think by the end of the tournament, plenty of people were appreciating him. But coming in, he was an underappreciated part of how good that team could team fight. He bought so much space, always knew where to be at any given point. And now Gen G again, 1.5k gold lead. And with the Hextech Drake in particular, I think you're going to be feeling great about taking away this Dragon from top.
And they may even take away the top turret as well from top. Top esports not in a position to really get in towards deep vision on this river. Immediately they're starting to rotate Keen up. They've already got the push there for Chovy as well. They're playing so well around the side lane.
It starts off for Lehens, have been half HP TP as well. They really want this. They want to stop Gen G from taking all the pace away themselves. Tien takes a Hex Gate, runs on in at melee. Lehens gets a face of it again, and 369 joins on in. Tidal Wave at max range, but top esports are separated here. Lehens buys time, also absorbs the ulti. Spells there, Cream chases. How deep are we going? Cream, what are you doing? His debut to the international stage, and he's chasing a fairy.
Lulu is the biggest late in this game. Both fights now, Top Esports have all in on the little Yordle, and both times it's come back to bite them. Etienne.
Oh, I mean, it could have gone from bad to worse, or could it get better? That's the question. With the smite slowing 369 down, he gets the Fist of God, and Canyon just looks at him and says, look at what's happening mid.
Of all people, never chase Lahens. I'm swearing to God, this guy is such a troll.
He's the Singed player. Come on, you have to know it.
Exactly. And half the time, you know, you go in, you kill him, but the other half, here, Cream massively over chases. Even with FaZe whiffing the ultimate, it doesn't really matter because they just don't have the damage to actually take down. First the extension with the blast cone, then the wave doesn't actually find anyone as Keen sidesteps it, the knock up, the stun, and then the instant kills there from Lance. Just leave it at that, you can take the Heralds.
Exactly, you've already won, you got what you needed, but Cream overextends, trying to make the pick happen.
He gets the kill as well.
Can't even get through, and I mean, you can see how happy CHENGDU are with that one.
Oh, Lahens.
They never should have been able to pick that one up.
Raphelios was there, he could have gotten the last. Nope, not allowed.
I mean, this is not about AD carries anymore. 2 kills for Mako, Lahens needs 2 kills. That's how this game is going.
It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, look, it's really not about 80 carries anymore because for Jackulov, even though he's at 2 items, like, FaZe is starting to catch up. FaZe is starting to get to the carry point as well. 1.5 items, almost 2 for the Aphelios. I'm scared for TS because CHENGDU are 2K gold ahead at 19 minutes, and they've played this early game really well.
Oh, Jan.
Sonic Wave stolen, ulti used, sends it into FaZe. The kick is just the delivery system. I didn't know they delivered it this time, but Canyon's open all night.
The combo is absolutely insane from CHENGDU. Consistency able to get in there. Jackulov wants to try and return.
Okay, Culling's going to bring it out. Dodges by time. Canyon's in once again. The kick is down from the last play as Chovy now gets to play with his range, but again, that Destiny, they're so scared of where Keen's going to go.
They couldn't go in. They have so much burst, and that's one thing, though. I do think we see a lot of Lucians where eventually their Cullings becomes more like a friendly suggestion. There isn't really a front line on CHENGDU. I do think Jackie is going to maintain a really high level of threat because there is no one that's going to be able to tank a full Culling and just shake it off. But that doesn't matter as much because I feel like CHENGDU have been playing so well around the effective range of this Culling, and eventually the sustain from the members is going to be a nightmare to deal with.
And I actually think this is Top Esports not playing well around it.
Yeah, let's pause. I mean, Mako might be the one who dies in the end. He flashes away, but the range comes through anyway. FaZe is hitting hard. Tidal Wave used. Canyon dodges away from the Aqua Prison. As Yen now flies in. He's got ult, he's got flash, and he's got a means of control, but all around the Dragon, CHENGDU burn down the fish.
And now they're still going. 369 trying to get in on the side. Pay's going to keep him out of this, make sure that he's able to collect this wave. Dragon is still up and available, and they desperately want to seek that one on CHENGDU's side.
I hear you both getting antsy. I hear you both feeling the tension from TS's side. And, you know, coming into this, we're talking a lot about how, like, man, I feel like CHENGDU always have a weakness against LPL teams. I feel like CHENGDU always lose that best of 5, right?
They do.
They have each other.
Literally
TS.
every time, Hysterics.
And you know what? LCK fans must be laughing right now.
They definitely are, and honestly, I think it's one, CHENGDU playing a phenomenal game. Do not get me wrong, they're playing incredible, but also Top Esports not playing to the win conditions. They have been so good at, hey, we will take the push in mid, we will set up vision, we will play off of Jackulov's pressure, but this game has not been that. They have overchased, they have overextended, and they have got caught with very little vision and may do so again right now.
One of the big things about CHENGDU, which is why they're so good against T1 as well, is that they have such a good capability of slowing down a game, of only playing when they decide that it is time, and I think Top Esports is really struggling at dealing with that.
I mean, look, CHENGDU, you'd think that TS would be such a good counter matchup for them, but they have been slowed with no means to speed the game back up. And in this game particularly, once again, around Dragon, CHENGDU are pacing themselves well. Second Dragon picked up in a Hextech Soul Rift, and Jackulov sits mid, tries to find something. Chovy's going to get Aqua Prison, but there's no culling to come through, no means to step up again. And CHENGDU find the objective without cause.
It also feels, though, like Top Esports are kind of chasing their tails a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Keen doesn't have ult up and available, but you can see 369 trying to hover with his team in case Keen ends up popping up and he needs to be at the fight immediately. But he has the teleport. Top Esports didn't have access to River. They could have played for pressure onto this top side and then using this now, be in a position to threaten the mid lane dive, but instead they're late to top wave. Look at where Lahens is, already working with Canyon to deny Top Esports access to the mid lane turret, and Top Esports are playing a second or two behind all the time, and CHENGDU are defending perfectly.
Canyon going deep though, hang on, he stepped too far forward, and Top Esports punish the jungler. You'd expect the takeover further, has just been hit.
Pretty big moment there for Top. should be able to, at the very least, apply some pressure here towards the mid lane. They still don't want to overextend, though. Keen is hovering towards the river. You can see, I think this is one of the big points that makes the TF so valuable. It's that at any point, you think if you overextend, if you step forward, because ideally, if you kill the enemy jungler, at least posture towards Baron. Force something.
Yeah.
The top esports, they don't want to take the risk, and Canyon, his mistake won't be punished.
I think it's also how well Gen.G have controlled side lanes, right? You would ideally like to have Cream in a position where you can group 5-man mid, outnumber Gen.G on that mid lane turret, but Keen has done a really good job of putting that wave right into that tier 2 on bot side, so Cream has to go and deal with it. You haven't had the push for 369 on the top side either, so there's a little map pressure to really draw Gen.G out from the turret lane underneath this mid lane turret.
Well, at 23 minutes, we see that mid lane turret standing so damn strong against TES, but we see Gen.G still with a gold lead, but more importantly, items that are stacking up on these carries we wanted to give more time to. 3 almost there for Paige. He's got the pickaxe and be advancing shortly. You can also see Chovy starting the tank build up here with Zhonya's and Warden's Mail already in the kit.
Yeah, that's going to be the Frozen Heart next, I imagine. This is, I think, a big window for top, because right now, Pace, because he's behind, sitting on 2.5 items, Jackie has his IE done. Once you get to the later stages of the game, I think it's going to become much harder for him to have a reliable impact.
True.
And one of the issues we talked about earlier, Pace, of course, has cleansed himself, but with the McKill's rush from Lahens, for starting fight for top is so hard.
It's a good reaction, though, but the Aqua Prism won't do enough. Jackie Love has to flash away and leave his support behind. TSDP'd into this, but into a choke. Paige is free-firing with Infernum. 369 gets a kill onto Canyon, but he's only an afterthought as Chovy runs on in and threatens his own ulti. TS running away. They get an ulti thanks to Tien. Culling comes through the charm as well, but Chovy is a tank. He's a tank! Yazir doesn't die, and Gen.G still wipe him for a trade.
And that's such a big investment from top. That was double TP from 369 and Cream trying to get something out of that. Crescendum available. We'll see if Gen.G want to actually start his Chovy STP. You got to imagine they're going for it.
You can see, though, they're going to set up the bait. Tien knows that he's on, they're on the Baron, but he's low. TP now into mid lane. There, 369 is cost.
He's been found out. The gold card won't stand as long. I believe we have Lamont there on the boot. So now for top esports, as they run through the choke, they try and get out and draw Gen.G nearby. The Baron attempt has been stopped. At the very least, a small win.
Yeah, a little win. They will lose their top side to Gen.G, though, as top esports. And now with Canyon back out in the rift, they're just immediately going to start this up again. Chovy keeping Jackie Love and Mako out of the picture, pushing in this mid wave.
Just to put in perspective, Chovy is sitting at almost, he's at 2.8k HP. He is genuinely tanky as Gen.G start up the objective.
Well, he's got flash available as well, and I'm watching him running in for the steal. Tien is denied, kicked away. Chovy the tank again, happy to absorb. It's level 16. He rears his head in, jumps on it, and we're back in service. The preacher, the minister, the deity himself sends up for an easy double. 369 is cannon fodder, and a team fight for Gen.G in front of Baron is what they deserve.
Baron taken, and Gen.G decide to still take the fight. Cream completely unable to join thanks to Keen's zoning. And Chovy sweeps in, finds the one member that maybe could have pulled TES through. And that is looking like Gen.G taking over this game as well.
And it's the patience from Chovy. He gets the flash from 369 because he says, look, if you don't go, I can get this ult. But he holds onto the ult. He holds onto the flash. He doesn't go for the proc. He knows he's got bigger hunt on the menu. And it's Jackie Love that he wants, and we'll get to see it here. Kick from Canyon keeps Tien out of the pick. But watch the split. Gen.G immediately split away from Mako's ultimate. It hits onto no one. Keen keeping Cream out of the equation. Sets up for Chovy with the flash that was just burnt by the rest of the team. And now 369, he's caught behind the Emperor's Divide as well. So Gen.G gets to finish him off as a 2-for-1 special.
The right instinct there. Cream trying to find access to the backline, but it's so hard to find flanks against this Twisted Fate. Don't really get to abuse Fog the way you normally might as Kane. He's going in.
I mean, Keen just teleported himself, though. Hang on a minute. He runs into the fodder himself, and top esports take a small win yet again. With the Baron pushing in, though, it has to continue his tidal wave. Finds Lahens, but not Paige. Look at him stepping up. Now I believe he has 3 items and cares not what you think.
And we talked a lot about this game. We thought that it was going to be Jackie Love versus Pays, but it feels like it's a little bit of Chovy and Canyon versus the world. They've been so good in this game. And now with Chovy opening up on the middle wave as well, they managed to get the inhibitor turret. Tien trying to see if you can find Chovy. No ult.
Still a tank. I've got to remind everyone at home. Flash or no flash, that guy is still struggling to die.
He is frozen hard, and he's almost 3.2k HP.
Okay.
Just to put in perspective. And that's the reason why Chovy, up until this point, has only played Corki and Asol. And the Azir was just sitting there waiting. Top Esports rather used 2 bans on taking away the picks that we've only seen him up until this point. He's like, nerfs? I don't care. Doesn't matter.
But it's also just, there's so much pressure on this like mid-jungle from Gen.G to find those engages. We talked about it coming out of draft. You don't have your traditional engage tool. Yes, you can use Keen in the TF, but it is very hard to get these fights started. But the execution from Canyon and Chovy, I mean, the CCs in the acronym are the initials. They've been so good at finding those moments to step up and shut down Top Esports.
One of the big things is that Top also doesn't have that much range. Outside of Jackie with his calling, a lot of them are actually required, especially when you start falling behind, to play into Gen.G. And in that case, it doesn't really matter as much that you don't have that much engage.
I mean, I love the range point. Even more so, I love what Gen.G are doing, playing calm, calculated League of Legends yet again. And Top Esports forced at the back end. Cream tries to find a pick with Spirit Rush now invested. And Gen.G just say, okay, fine, we'll wait for the next wave to come in now.
It's also how well Gen.G been controlling the vision behind them. Constant sweepers, constant denial of vision, constant denial of potential TPs. Because you can see here, Top Esports are trying desperately to find some way in on the top end, but they can't.
I take it back. Calling actually doesn't do anything. Yeah. Jovi's a tank. There's redemption.
Yeah, redemption. God, it's rough. 369 does what he can. He hits the side lane, gets objective bounty. As they push in for the wave, you can see Tidal Wave forces Canyon to get on out of there. 369 with a flanking angle, but he's like, no way am I touching that. The base now open, and Gen.G one step away from moving to an easy match point. When we said Top Esports would bring him down in the mud, just like they did against Fnatic, just like they did in the first round against TL. But Gen.G is so clean right now. They had a bath.
They're using the bodies of Top Esports as a bridge to a Game 3, as a bridge to that upper bracket, and continue the crusade forward.
Canyon into Chovy, baby, yeah! I love this new mid-jungle duo from Gen.G. As they wipe the floor with Top Esports yet again, let it be known, Gen.G is performing internationally. Gen.G is blowing the water out of this series, and Gen.G has silenced the crowd once again in yet another game. 30 minutes, calculated League of Legends, and I'm getting excited for LCK's first seed. I don't know if I should say it, Chronicler, but man, this team looks good.
I think you're allowed to get a little bit excited after that performance, Hysterics, and particularly for that man in the mid lane. He has been there with Gen.G, and ever since he started winning LCK titles in summer 2022, he has not stopped. The first man to ever get a 4-peat in the LCK, and the one thing that just kept evading him last year as at MSI was a lot of hype, and he just did not deliver. And thus for this tournament, at least up until this point, looking very different.
Yeah, Cream kind of getting his first taste of what real international mid lane competition is, and it hasn't looked great for Cream. Chovy definitely putting him in his place, but let's be real, it is a step up across the board from Gen.G. Keen has had a great performance both games on carries. Canyon has been running Tien around everywhere in the jungle. There is no real foothold for Top Esports into this game.
Even the one foothold you'd expect hasn't been getting to perform, because either it's a lane swap or the lanes that actually meet in the end, and matters not when Pays and Lahand are also having a bit of a field day too. Game 2 done and dusted. We'll throw to the analyst desk to tell us how Top Esports reverse sweep, right? Right, guys? Reverse sweep?
Is that it? Okay, well, I have some things for reverse sweep. And did I hear Maurits praising Chovy in like a way that was like,
international Chovy,
singularly talking to the camera in an expose?
Oh no!
What
are
do we call
you calling him out for
a monologue?
A monologue?
Oh my god! No, I didn't say it. Anyway, Sovereign so far from Gen.G. We also have to remember this Gen.G has huge problems taking down LPL teams. Usually, right?
Yeah.
It's been since 2017, in fact, that they have done it, and now they're on match point. Why?
they're playing more like they did domestically than I think they have in other previous Chovy iterations of Gen G. I mean, this game never even felt losable for them, if that makes sense. Like in game 1, even after the lane swap gave them a huge advantage, they had some iffy fights, and this was them only being up 3,000 gold, but you can just see the coordination with which they started, finished the Baron, and then chased afterwards. Like, look how strong Paze's Aphelios was at this point. It's over.
Yeah, and I mean, I do want to call out Paze Aphelios here, actually, because this is something that they are super comfortable playing, right? It is his most played champion with almost a 63% win rate. He is, like, if they go back to these style of compositions with him on a hyper carry, I'd actually argue he's a lot more comfortable with that than he has been this split, where people have been like, oh, he's not looking as good as he did his rookie year on stuff like the Aphelios specifically. So this is like perfect Gen G comfort zone, especially for that bot lane, which we were kind of asking to step up if Gen G was going to take this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's quite surprising that he is the AD carry that we're talking about if it's up versus Jackie
Yeah.
Love.
I mean, listen, this was, Emily and I had a conversation during draft of like, oh, how's the lane swapping going to play out? Because ultimately, the Lucian Nami a lot of times forces people to swap. It didn't force Gen G to swap, but then they also didn't necessarily win that lane. It was actually first blood over to TES, which was then traded back with the supports ending up getting the kills. They went toe-to-toe enough with Jackie Love that he was neutralized, and then I'd say Gen G's overall map play and team fighting is what was able to decide the game, because they stopped Jackie from deciding it.
Yeah, and for me, it's really all about how they play around mid-pressure, right? Like, we talked about how in Game 1, the big part of the lane swap was that they kept Cream out of the game, and they kept Keen in the game, where 369 was completely zoned off multiple waves, right? Here, they play around Chovy's Azir, and when Cream was trying to roam on the Ahri, kind of like you want to push out, affect side lanes, he really wasn't able to be that playmaker, and they weren't able to reset the wave, right? And I think Gen G are absolutely stellar at playing around Chovy's pressure.
Yeah.
You also wanted to talk about, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. I didn't know the B-roll was coming.
So this is the thing that impresses me. There's a lot of things that impress me. One of the many things that impress me about Gen G is their ability to look like they have structured team fights when you look at those champions, and it doesn't look like those champions should give you structured team fights. Because if we were to take a more traditional stance, you'd say, where is the front line? You need a front line for an Aphelios Lulu and ADTF in the top lane, but they really don't, because what they do through the side lanes, they always have one pushed, they're always spread out, they're always set up first, so then they can actually play this nice spacing team fight without a front line. Very, very, very few teams can do this well, especially on this level.
All right, I'll push back a little bit, because you know who is the front line? Chovy, because he's playing Grass Vizier.
I mean, he ended up getting tanky by the end of it, but he wasn't a traditional Ornn, Cassandra, Zach.
The other thing coming out of these fights I think is big is chasing down Lehens, which is like the Lehens special, right? Like, they brought it up on Cast, I know, talking about his Singed. Lehens has been a player. Yeah,
Here, you can put this hat on if you're going to talk
I'm
about
going to talk about
Gen G
Lehens.
player that
Okay.
you wanna...
There we go. It's beautiful.
Yes.
Lehens is one of my favorite like LCK players of all time, because
keep going.
Because of how he does like distract people in team fights, right? Like, we saw 369 peel off when it probably would have been better for him to join the rest of the fight. We saw Cream absolutely over-aggress just to try to kill this Lulu. And obviously it's a Lulu. He's known for Singed. He's known for his wacky picks, to the point where in solo queue, when he was playing these, people are like, why isn't he getting picked up by a team? Is he toxic? And it was literally just that he was playing such weird things that they were like, maybe he can't play standard stuff. But obviously he still excels in that. I think people have been really shaky on him and Paze coming into this tournament. And watching a team over chase on Lehens, given the way that he plays and his career, is just really funny to me.
And I love you going deep into analytical stories and player stories with that hat on. It's my favorite thing.
It's actually really adorable.
Yeah. TES select blue side, no subs. So, Jats, are we getting a reverse sweep? Are we getting at least one game out of TES?
Unlikely. Gen G hasn't dropped a game all MSI. The big question yesterday, after the T1 series went to 5 and the BLG PSG series going to 5, and, you know, Fnatic making Gen G look mortal even though it was a 3-0, was like, who is the favorite of this tournament?
I
Might
think
be
it's Gen G. I think it's looking like Gen G because of the way that they're just handling
Where does
TES
that
right
leave
now.
TES? Yeah. I mean, I think what TES wants, and you can kind of see some flashes of it here and there. I've talked about when this team is smart, it's about when they're able to choose team fights off of resets, timing, and then spread the map pressure that way. I think Gen G, A, hasn't allowed them to do that, but also B, they've made some pretty egregious errors in team fighting. I know people have talked about how 369 has definitely not had the tournament that you would want him to have for this team. And I think it kind of starts there. It starts with trying to deal with the way they play around Chovy's mid pressure as well, and trying to get Cream on something where he can make an impact and not overchase in top red side jungle, maybe.
Maybe.
But like, it's those like kind of team fighting mistakes that we've seen some of that from top this year, but they need to hone that if they're going to have any chance of beating
They need to
Gen G.
do it immediately now. They have been known to pull off a reverse sweep here and there on the international stage. So we'll see if there's something in it for Top Esports or if Gen G closes it out after the break.
I've seen the ending. The flames they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time is promises. They make me feel like it's all real again. Promises remind me of this, take me back to when we both knew what we wanted.
question is, do you believe CHENGDU on the precipice of moving to the upper final in our bracket? They have wiped through Top Esports in 2 games flat, and in 65 minutes, we are now sitting here on match point as TES have to climb back for the reverse sweep. The upper bracket, such a nice run considering 2 more BO5s after this, and you are in the final with a championship trophy. I'm Mysterix, you saw Chronicler and Dagda. Together, we are the Power Rangers to see if TES can fight their way past the Demigorgon or whatever's going on.
I thought we were the boys.
We are the boys.
The boys are back in town,
yes.
and we're ready to cast some games. Let's get into it.
We're also from Stranger Things. Let's start this off. Lucian ban blue side, because the bans are very different for TES in this game 3.
I mean, they're still sticking very much to, hey, let's try and get rid of the ASAL for Chovy. He's been an absolute menace on that pick.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't really like the fact that they tunneled Chovy onto his ear, because his ear is pretty decent, so we'll have to see what the plan is going to be, though. Kalista more than likely going to be the first pick, I would imagine, for Top Esports, though. Although, maybe looking at the Varus side of the coin instead.
Ooh. Ashe is also still open, so can just go for the double archery lane. In Raw 2v2, still the best. So we see the Kalista come through here again for pace. And we were talking about it in the break as well. It's unfortunate for Jackie and Mako because in game number 1, they were the shining light. In game number 2, they were as well, but it just doesn't really seem to matter. Lahen's also having a classic Lahens in game number 2 as the team seemingly as if he's still playing Singed, following him around to their own demise.
Carry around a speaker with yakety sax on it. Is that how it goes?
I don't pretend to understand Lahens. I've given up on that a long time ago. As again, obviously Chovy, he's just going to be like, he's blind Corky. Like until someone's going to punish him. I'm sure the man's going to keep doing it.
I guess that's TS's attempt to try and punish him, right? The Maokai Tristana common matchup mid is for Cream again, something on a bit explosive through the laning phase that they can try and accelerate on.
And now you've got the Nautilus on the opposite side as well, so you can probably ban away things like the Ashe if you're very worried about it, but even if you don't, you've still got a decent answer where you can look to try and play heavily aggressive in that 2v2.
Yep.
Especially if you can get a good jungle attention, but I imagine that is going to be the focus here from Top Esports. Try and get rid of Canyon's champion pool, but we all know Canyon's champion pool is not a pool, it's a bloody ocean.
It is indeed. I mean, last game's Lee Sin still as effective as always, and the fact that you don't know what Canyon's going to pop up on next. I think something T1 in the finals had troubles with as well. Something the other day that you can say that CHENGDU really blasted Fnatic with as well. So let's see what gets taken away by CHENGDU because they're looking at supports here. One's from Mako as well that has also been effective for his career this year.
Renata, no-brainer when you already locked in the Nautilus. For all the creative picks that Lahens plays, we know that, funnily enough, just like Kara, he just wants to play Nautilus and hook people. Man has been a really big fan of the champion, and any engage support I think becomes infinitely better when you add the Kalista. As already the Sejuani gonna get taken away. One big thing here though is that we talk a lot about the bot lane, and the bot lane has been, I think, throughout the series pretty much in favor, even when they didn't meet directly for Jackie and Mako. But the top lane has been a problem area, and I am 99% sure that CHENGDU is just gonna give another counter pick to Keen.
Which is why I was kind of half surprised to see Top Esports up towards blue for a 3rd time in a row. Not going towards red side, going, hey, we'll get the counter pick for 369, trying to give him a little bit of leeway on that top half of the map. But it seems like they're just more focused on getting Jackie Love's comfort. And you look back at the drafts all year long, that has been the go-to for Top Esports, whether it's High Priority Varus or Kalista or just going back towards the Senna lane when they're on the red side. So not fully surprised. Ashe taken away though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mako's Alistair coming through here.
Oh yeah.
It's great into the Nautilus, and it's something that not only does he do well on now, it's been his pick pretty much since 2015 EDG.
True. I mean, the franchise player of EDG has so many picks, but you're right, the Alistair definitely sits high amongst them historically. The Cassante banned away as well, which I'm glad to see gone after tonight. I think we all kind of realize, despite 369's performance in game 1, that pick is pretty busted right now as Jarvan comes through for the engage for Canyon.
This is also something, Canyon basically acknowledging in CHENGDU that it's about Jackie Love. If Jackie Love can play, we're going to be in trouble because he's the one that mainly is going to be locked down by this Jarvan, and that combination of the package as well as the Jarvan, incredibly strong. And I actually think that obviously, I imagine this goes towards Mako, given 369 on the Rumble hasn't always been very convincing.
Shouldn't be him.
And the Rumble is also, could have been a really good pick for CHENGDU. If you have double equalizer, never mind. Braum actually, we talked about it a little bit earlier, insanely strong, especially if you go for the on-hit Varus. but I do think Braum kind of means that you have no engage whatsoever. Alistair, definitely a lot better in that regard.
At least you do get 369 onto the Rumble. He is undefeated 4-0 this split on the Rumble, which is going to be nice for them as well. It's been most of his career plays, honestly, this split, having only played 6 in total with a reasonably high win rate. But that is something that a lot of people were wondering if it was going to come out of the mid lane, but it is going to be the Rise counter pick into the Rumble on the top side.
Yeah, my bad on the 369 stat. That said, though, he's going to have a hell of a time playing into Keen. We already talked about Keen. He loves his counter picks, and this is one that he's pulled out so many times. I wonder if we're going to see a lane swap just because of this, because once the Rise gets going, it becomes almost impossible to play against.
You know, talking to some pros pre-tournament, and their opinion was something that can make map movements as well, that can respond quickly, whether it's something like the Galio at 6 or the Rise with the Realm Warp as well, that also has great push, is great for adapting to this new crazy meta win. So we get AP top laner, and Keen, I mean, has kept it spicy through the drafts in at least the first 3 games.
He's looked incredible on carries both games so far. First the Vayne, then the Twisted Fate, now the Rise as well. And as the Chronicler was saying, it's such a good pick into this Rumble. You can get so much wave control, you can keep him at bay. Because you've got that Rune Prison as well, it makes it very hard for Rumble to actually push up to get any sort of sizzle or flame on top of you. So at this stage, it feels hard to not just look and go, wait, this is the same winning formula we've seen from Gen G twice now. Surely it works the 3rd time in a row.
I mean, surely, you know, top esports fans out there hoping that this doesn't just end here, right? Like, so far, Gen G through both early games have whittled them down. Second game a little bit less so, but it feels like it's been a mental diff. It feels like it has been a brain diff that's come through. And I know for a lot of fans out there, it might sound like a cop-out, but this truly does feel like one of the smartest League of Legends teams right now, if not the smartest, as we have seen them brain diff TES in 2 games straight.
It was a massive talking point for Gen G coming into MSI. If we have lane swaps, it feels Gen G favored. If it comes down to map play, it feels Gen G favored. And now, staring down the barrel of a 3-0, it's hard to not say it feels Gen G favored.
Listen to them. Their hope imbued here in Chengdu is Gen G. They're not hometown favorites, but they soon will be as they move up into the upper bracket if they can win this game or any of the match points as well. And a quick side note as well, that they will break history. It was talked about at the start of the show. Gen G has never beaten LPL in a BO5 in the history of internationals.
And they've come close. There was 2021 when they brought EDG to 5 games. Many people after that were like, whew, that was a much rougher series. And then EDG ended up winning the whole thing. Dream, Throneblading gone. Takes a little bit of damage. And then coming in last year, Gen G were one of the heavy favorites. And then they were upset by BLG, the 2nd seed of the LPL, that handily dismantled them in one of the rougher defeats that Chovy has suffered in recent times.
And you start to question then, is it going to start to be a year first then for Gen G? First time that they pick up a 4-piece ever in the LCK. First time potentially staring in the barrel of beating an LPL team. And if they are looking this strong against top esports, hard to not say, will it be the first time that we see Gen G lift that MSI trophy?
TES, so at least in this game 3 at the standard lanes. Pays and Lahen's playing it out as Jackie Love and Mako try and get 2 first. They've got some poke damage here. And it does look like they're close to hitting level 2 as you see the EXP bars, but in fact it is Lahen's who picks it up. The Line kicks off onto Jackie Love, he's ignited, he flashes away, but with Summoner down with Mako's health bar too, Pays and Lahen's hit back fast.
Oh my god, that hook! He found Jackie! Mako was trying to block, and because Jackie got hooked, it's so rough. Meanwhile, Canyon on the top side is also invading.
Yeah, I was going to say Canyon also found Tien, forced him off of Wolves, and now gets the Grump as well. So it's wins across the board for Gen G in these early stages. The confidence over the course of this series has been building, and Gen G are putting the herd on top esports in the early stages.
I mean, also, Chovy got early gold as well. The trades aren't going too bad towards mid, and as Cream jumps all in, nice interaction just shown in the pudding, isn't it? Cream just gets outspaced and Chovy continues farming with ease like he has all series.
But watch Canyon's path. He immediately abandons all of his top side, doesn't care about red buff, just wants to be down on this bottom side because he knows the only thing Tien can really do to turn this game around is go for some sort of play on the bot side. And there is a little bit of a free setup here for Mako and Jackie Love, so wouldn't be surprised to see him finish Gromp, move down into this bot side if he ends up spotting Tien on this ward, but you can see Tien going for the reset, not even going to try and attempt any sort of play.
We saw question mark pings from Top Esports on Canyon's position right now. Now again, as well, on the scuttle that's about to spawn. And not having flash is so huge, because without Jackie having flash, Canyon can go for the E-flash combo, knock him up, and basically get a guaranteed kill if they overextend. He needs to be respectful, though. This matchup becomes only better and better. Early on in particular, you need to be really careful. The Ignite of the Rumble, very happy that 369 did pick that up.
Yeah.
So it was one of the first things that we look for. That's yeah, exactly. That already gets you 1 star on the Huni scale of Rumble, which is what we in the LCK adhere to very strictly.
Maybe he's been listening, I don't know. Chovy, extreme trade again. Runs out of mana a little bit, and Cream just gets the fleet and backs off as Canyon finds Tien in his own jungle. Tries to battle him out himself as Cream will jump over and give a helping hand. The Sapling helps out as well. There's the flash, the full commit. Mid-jungle of TES off with a bang and a bang and a first blood to Cream.
Canyon gets caught in his own jungle, thinks he can step up to Tien, and that 1v1, that might be okay as Mako.
We talked about the engage. There it is onto Pays. He cleanses the way before he gets struck through by Jackie Love's arrow. Heal burnt up as well. Lehens continues to trade, but Pays is the one now with no summoners, so Top Esports early game is kicking off.
Keen in trouble.
Twisted Advance kicks it off, and the second time the burn down from 369. He flashes for it as Tien gets out of the turret aggro. TES are firing on all cylinders. It will be traded in the top side here, but at least these lanes are really set up.
I thought Tien was going to get out there, had the phase rush, and felt like he was going to run out from underneath the turret, but not sure what happened. But still, big wins for Top Esports. They get the invade, get a kill, get the repeat play onto Keen on that top side. As alongside as well, this bot side, Mako, he's got a little bit of sustain in the kit, so you can see he's healing up, whereas it's Pays who's had to reset.
Even with the level 1 not going their way, they are in the end able. And again, Jarvan obviously in the 1v1 gonna feel great, but the problem here is Chovy has no mana. Canyon never should have walked up there. And even if he did have mana, it's a Corki versus a Tristana. As the bomb is ticking, Canyon knows what's up. A way for him to get out of that.
Ends up like his father and his father's father. There were 4 of them before him, or excuse me, 3. So, never met them.
Yeah, we don't
personally.
talk about the 4th.
Well, as the engage comes bot side, Lehens. No, not going to be rooted down. Instead, they go for Pays. They turn the play, the trample there, the smash back. Chakilov gets to kill the flag and drag, but it's not under turret as Tien walks away. Maybe one shot came through in the end as Lehens still outranged. Mako. Finally, when you need this bottom lane to step up further, they'll ask how high.
And of course, it's Mako on the Alistair. This is the champion he made his namesake on in the LPL, showing up now on the international stage when Top Esports need him most.
Jackie and Mako doing well. That's not new in this series, but Tien actually being where he needs to be. That's the big difference maker. Because up until this point, we hadn't really seen him, but here, Canyon's on his way. They're looking for a gank, but because Tien is just a couple of seconds earlier, even with Lehens flashing, they're able to get the kill, but it takes so much time because their damage is gone. And then Mako with the double knock-up. Jackie Love just firing away. A big win for Top Esports.
Mako now moving up here, spots Lehens.
He's just everywhere. I mean, Lehens wanted their own mid. Trample gets a stun down, and now that the explosive cask is there, Cream just has to get on out, but as he spaces through, Jack Love now shows up to the party, gets another kill. Lehens drops on down. 3rd kill over to Jackie Love while Keen now interrupts the party. He walked on down here, still the realm warp available, gives one back to Chovy.
It's a 1-for-1, but the Void Grubs are going over towards Top Esports, which is what they're really looking for. Going to be able to finish that one off. Jackie Love also going to be cut off from connecting with his bot wave, because you can see Pays is there. I feel like we're about to have a potential 1v1 between the 280 carries, but
yeah,
Pays is going to back away.
Pays actually tried to set up a trap, and Jackie Love was going to walk towards him. So Pays was waiting in brush, but Jackie Love did have a vision plant, spotted Pays, and then Pays, they didn't want to take, which I think was a good call, the 1v1 that was known to the virus that is currently sitting on 3 and 0.
Yeah.
And I do think that roam from Keen is really big, because if that was another play that just goes the way of Top Esports, it would have looked really rough for Gen G. Still, sizable deficit here at 8 minutes.
because mid again is even, isn't it? I mean, it's something we've noted throughout the series. Let's watch Lehens, who Hex flashed in here without vision of top esports.
It's a good play though, but unfortunately it comes back to bite Lehens.
Big thing here is that already the bot lane of top esports was roaming up. Specifically, the arrival of Jakilov, I think, was not really something that Gen.G was ready for. Just make a roaming, that's one thing. And even with the Flag and Drag not hitting, Keen arriving just in time. And that's a kill to Chovy. That's one thing that we still need to see to what extent top esports are going to be able to deal with it, because Chovy in its alone is still doing well.
Yeah, I think this is where Chovy is definitely going to become a menace as the later this game goes on. But if top esports are able to continue this pressure with Jakilov, with Mako, that's where it's really going to throw a wrench into the works for Gen.G. You can even see at the moment using that pressure on bot side to get Dragon. Cream having a significantly stronger performance against Chovy as well, feeling way more comfortable with this strong Tristan in the mid lane, something we've seen banned continuously by Gen.G.
It's again the benefit of Tian finding Canyon earlier on.
Yep.
Oh, they're looking for a contest.
Dreadline starts us off. I mean, Dragon still goes down. Canyon is rooted out from the sidelines here as Fade's call to bring the play back on in. Pace is getting his support out of there, but Nature's Grass is still going to root up. Mako's here, a double knock-up in the cards, but he doesn't need to. The trample isolates Lehens. Jackie gets all the gold again, and CHENGDU are finally smiling.
For the first time, it feels like top get to play their game. Continuous skirmishes here. Gen.G on previous contests, they got away with it, but this time they overstep, and top esports punished them massively.
And the fact as well that you're getting this pressure on bot side, you're not going to take any towers. Tien gets to steal away a couple of camps. Going to put Canyon that little bit further behind. Cream getting plates in the mid lane, but may pay for us.
Flash available though, and Canyon doesn't pull any kind of trigger. The early game for the first time in this series, going heavily in TES's fashion. 2K gold lead and plays like this that Gen.G are really willing to take.
Big difference here again is that Cream has Cryo, Chovy doesn't have package, and they feel safe because of the fact that they have, well, Lehens feels safe to go in as aggressively, but you're playing into a Mao guy. Tian just presses his R button, and that's 2 more kills being given over. And for the first time in this series, we said, not only do top get to play their own game, they're also actually utilizing the fact that Jakilov and Mako are playing amazingly.
And you're not getting these massive deficits in the solo lane. Cream doing well. 369, yes, in a bit of an unfavorable matchup, but is actually playing equal now. Having that Rumble Ultimate Veil as well means it can clear out waves without losing too much on the turrets. So overall, you can see no damage even taken on that top side turret for 369.
That's one of the things that Gen.G fans are going to look toward. They've been at deficits plenty of time, still have Chovy scaling, and Keen, particularly once you hit the 2 spike of Rod of Aegis, as well as your Seraphs, he becomes an absolute monster, insanely hard to reliably take down. Hard to match in Silent, you already mentioned Hysterics as well. A lot of this has been about, can you make your impact on the map? And it's not quite the TF, but it still does a lot of the similar things.
I think the pick potential from top esports is so good though. Maybe to play off the mid lane push, but good vision. You can see from Gen.G that ward just inside of River, spotting out everything that they're up to. Another ward in the pit. As we do get the TP from Joby into mid, package collected. They want to contest this.
Want to feel confident. I mean, Jakilov still has flash available. He's the one to watch with all the gold of TES. The stretch line starts on Tien, disengaged there. Package gets backline, chains corruption. Hit max range though. Playing front to back with Jakilov playing as Legolas. Canyon is in the middle of the pit, but uncontested for now. TES laugh at him. They stand their ground. They continue the fight. Health bars are low, but they have Mako's healing, and Jakilov's range steps up, follows through. Lehens finds him, but again, no one can get near this big elf. Jakilov continues forward. Lehens doesn't get thrown into him. Cream starts firing too, and TES now play it. Everything burst. Cream firing away. Toby ended that spot that we've experienced game after game after game. TES let their carries thrive.
That fight was the ebb and flow in which the river was fought. Initially, it looked so good for top esports, but Gen.G slow it down. They buy time for pace to finally show up, but top esports turn it back right in their faces.
Crucially, while that started, they're down a member because initially it's a 4 versus 4. The amount of healing that Mako does is insane, and there's no follow-up in Chovy, but Cream can teleport in. So here Gen.G is fighting a member down, and Pace arrives, but it's much too too late when, yes, the health bars are low, but all this time the pace is walking over, cooldowns are coming back up, which means that Top Esports is ready when Gen.G re-engage.
And I want to shout out Mako at the start of that fight massively.
Yeah.
The fact he, one, gets the headbutt on the initial engage, then denies the flag and drag thanks to a pulverize as well, and then ends up forcing Canyon to use his ultimate onto members that are just not really high priority targets for Top Esports. Mako's such a key factor in that fight.
And again, you mentioned Dagda on his Alistar, his creme de la creme. No pun intended. Yeah, Cream also having a big fight, and I just couldn't keep my eyes off Jackulov because I'm like, man, no one's hitting him. This guy gets the free fire as well, but it's Cream who got an earlier kill. It's Cream who's had a better laning phase this time. It's Top Esports who've had their jungler primed and ready. As you said, Chronicler, Tien is actually, he's playing one hell of a game this time around, and you can see Top Esports benefiting off a 3K gold lead, early objectives, 5 drubs now taken on a Tristana comp. Feels damn nice.
And I want to see Top Esports now play very aggressively for both Herald and for Dragons. You want to keep Dragons stacking because you don't ever want to give Gen.G a point where they get in the game where Chovy and Keen are actually online. Right now, that's not the case. Pace is insanely weak, and contesting any of these objectives should be really hard. Herald mid to take down that mid lane turret and take full control of the map should be what Top Esports is looking towards.
The Hens is trying to respond, though, immediately moving down towards this bottom side to help support Keen on that push, but Top Esports haven't gone for the Rift Herald. They're looking to counteract Gen.G on this bottom side, make sure that Gen.G can't get anything on the map.
Lahens is consistently engaged here, but again, the follow-up for Gen.G hasn't been consistent with damage. Top Esports know that, and Mako continues to zone off, knowing he can absorb whatever they throw as 2 Dragons get taken down, and luckily that Alistar has no flash, otherwise he might be in the face of them again with his bottom side turret.
Chovy has no TP, Top Esports know it, they're going for the dive.
Maybe he doesn't need it, does he? Onto Lahens, ignore that. For now, Keen into the Realm Warp, he manages to get out, if only just. Mako absorbs the turret while the Fates call, and rather the Tien roots twisted advance follows them downtown.
Well, this is not the greatest play, though, for Top Esports. Because of the Realm Warp, Chovy and Paze are just pushing without a care in the world.
The Hens played that so well. Hooks Mako to deny the CC onto the Rise so that then the Realm Warp goes through. Canyon investing that ultimate as well to deny any sort of follow-up, and as Chroniker highlighted, now you end up losing potentially 2 turrets off the back of that. As Gen.G went out.
Jackulov doesn't pull the trigger, does he? He has no ultimate to do so. TP burned by Chovy as well, looking for the next wave, while Top Esports also congregate in the mid lane.
See the lane economy snapshot from MasterCard looking pretty good for Jackulov, but the map
Cancel.
not so much. The Hens.
Cancel again onto Lahens, but this time is he going to be so lucky? Tien zones him off as Mako continues the chase. Jackulov's damage cannot be underestimated as Lahens takes a big chunk because of this Herald now spawning that TS group up for.
TS don't want to hard commit, knowing that Pace is his ultimate, so even if you do go in hard on Lahens, probably going to just pull him out to safety anyway. Keen has his Rod of Ages finished, sitting at 4 stacks right now. Does also just hit level 11, but still not where he wants to be. Same for Chovy. So Top Esports taking the Herald. Really, really good. Got the second Dragon as well. Should be able to start knocking down the rest of these outer turrets.
Tien's ultimate is about to come back up, so you can see Chovy very cautious about what's happening on this top side. Calls Canyon up there as well to try and support him. As Mako looking to try and control River with Jackulov and base, so Gen.G will get to shove out this wave at least, with Keen moving in towards the mid as well. It feels like so many members of Gen.G are trying to catch Top Esports as they look for these resets, but the little timing windows aren't quite syncing up for them just yet,
Nice.
Although a little bit close to comfort.
Unbelievable. Chovy wouldn't stand for that.
I know, man. How can you miss a cannon? I mean, look, Gen.G, you know, the early game's been completely
catch
different.
Him in day 1 missing a cannon?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, we were actually, I remember I was joking about that. He immediately would be tilted beyond belief.
Oh, true.
Can't miss cannons.
Is that the first one in his career he's missed, or?
Definitely not, no. I wish that was true. That was
It was the second one he missed.
Second,
right.
Okay, sorry,
okay.
I mean, look, this is another problem with the game is while Top Esports have an early lead, and while this feels like an element of control for them in a very different state, I'm also seeing things like Corki again. I'm also seeing the Rise top as well, how side lanes are going to play out. I'm always going to keep that in the back of my mind, I think, considering how this series has gone and how fast Top Esports can continue pushing tempo of some of these plays here with the wave clear starting to come out from Chovy, adding extra range.
Tien, though, moving in towards mid, was trying to catch CHENGDU here, at least helping Jackie Love shove in. Keen being left completely on his lonesome in this bottom side, though, and again, it's kind of coming back to bite Top Esports, where it's map wins for CHENGDU, despite the individual leads for Top Esports, but Riptail definitely going to help out in that regard.
Keen does have TP in case they try. Mako's looking for a flank.
Realm Warp's also going to come up too, by the way. As you mentioned, Mako deep in the enemy jungle. The Herald healthy enough to get another charge, and especially if someone jumps in, which is going to be 369's turn. The wave cleared out regardless, and half the health done. The Grublings come through and just push their way through. Nevertheless, as Chovy's going to make sure that Cream doesn't get the 2-for-1 special.
So though, tower for tower, in favor for CHENGDU, you're pretty happy with. Plus, big wave loss on the bottom side. Cream though, here comes the TPs.
I mean, they're all committing onto this. He's got Flash available and ulti. Watt gets burned as the Realm Warp as well. Everyone's moving up, but Tien says, bugger that, let's go for the bottom lane. As Jackie Love's here, we have the damage to the Fates Call, says no more of the play. Mako pulled the trigger early, and CHENGDU tear them apart and separate.
Big thing there is Mako does not want to give over the bounty that's on Cream, so he's the one that goes in, cancels, I think, the Realm Warp. No one on CHENGDU actually gets to jump behind Cream, and as a result, because the Fate Skull, Lens is able to be taken out, but it's still CHENGDU reclaiming some gold here.
And now they're just chipping away at that gold lead that they had, and this is, again, just really great play. They know someone has to go bot side to pick up that wave that has been set up by Keen, so they make the play on top side. They realize that Rumble, as soon as he shows, well, Rumble has to be the one to collect it because Cream is showing on top side, and Rumble has no TP, so the numbers advantage is always there for CHENGDU.
So essentially, we owe 7 Mako for his contribution to making the play not as bad as it could have been, right? Because again, the map plays that we talked about have just shown its head for the first time. CHENGDU minus 2k gold. It was 3k before.
Would have been really big if Keen picks up the shutdown on Cream and he becomes an unmovable monster in sideline, because Rumble's obviously not going to win against him. But look at his build as well. Already has played at steel caps as the Dragon is up. Top Esports looking for soul point.
It feels like they need that soul point. Chovy with a package, though, he starts poking out, but Tien is ulti up in 5 seconds.
Hans is in a great position, though. He's going to get the flank, and there's no vision for Top Esports.
Mako with the engage starts us off. Again, Canyon would be a big win and would secure the Dragon. Dag Dimension land, ladies and gentlemen. They do indeed know that this guy's behind enemy lines, or maybe deep enough that he turns it on its head again.
He's completely bypassed the vision, though. Mako going to be trying to spot him out, but I don't think they've spotted him. Now we'll see him on that other ward.
I mean, we criticize this guy, but he's about to show up big if he gets on him, but Mako zones him off, and the equalizer zones him out, but CHENGDU they get blown to pieces before the fight starts. Cream jumping in, getting reset. Chovy zoned out as well. CHENGDU are being torn apart this game. This time, it ain't going to be that 3-0. Top Esports have got the life in them as Chovy runs for his life. Finally, we're seeing signs of life from TES.
Again, CHENGDU rather tunnel on Jackie as Chovy surely to fall eventually, or teleport coming in, even with the turret there. I don't think he's getting out his...
I mean, oh, Jesus. Well, worthwhile for a solo kill, and now Baron begins.
Not even close to the lead as Cream just able to get that, but it leads them straight to Baron. It will be the pickup, and Top Esports will forego Dragon altogether.
I don't think CHENGDU's going to need a position to pick it up either, though. So I imagine they will just back as here. Yes, they killed Jackie Love, but because 369 and Cream are also in a decent position, it doesn't matter. Chovy actually, even with the Cataclysm, knocks them out with his equalizer. And even though Jackie goes down and Canyon gets the shutdown, if Cream gets the free fire, you might argue he's the more threatening AD carry with the resets.
Especially with that consistent DPS coming out from the Tristana, huge there, and able to get the pick onto Chovy to finish it off as well. Tristana going to be massive. Cole popped. Navori, Quickblade, and Hexdrinker now means that it's going to be very tough for either solo laner and CHENGDU to deal with him in a side lane.
Big thing now for CHENGDU is, can they hold on to their inhibs? That is what is going to allow you to further stall out this game.
Yep.
Soul Pointer is still going the way with this Red Bull Baron power play. Cloud Soul, insanely tough to deal with. I think really, I mean, in LCK we've been spreading the word of Cloud Soul. It's no longer underrated. It is now properly appreciated. The movement speed makes it so hard to ever get the jump on someone.
Isn't it crazy, though, that this game started with us talking about Jackie Love with early triple kill, with early access to damage, has quickly evolved into us talking about Cream and how good he's now looking. I mean, this feels like the best game we've seen at MSI from Cream so far.
But it has been on these like limited champions, right? Like the Ari hasn't really been there, but twice now we've seen the Tristana come out, and twice he's looked absolutely incredible on it. The fact that he's able to consistently get this control in lane for himself, because let's be real, Tien and Cream aren't exactly the the star duo when it comes to mid-jungle synergy, so having that control for himself is massive, and now he's been able to lead that into aggressive plays, finding these picks, finding these plays, and Top Esports want to try and play off of him right now as they're looking for Keen.
Finding Canyon on the side, not going to work. Flag and drag as TP's burned by Chovy as well. It was Cream taking out that outer turret in the top side as trying to use this Red Bull Baron power play to its limit. A minute left to go as 369 now holds the bot side wave to set up early access.
Gen.G fans going to look at this, look at Keen, level 14, Chovy level 14 as well. Desperately want those to get level 16 to try and close this out. Would it be the first time that Gen.G isn't able to make it happen in the end? And Top Esports, as we already talked about as well, has a history of resilience when it comes to these best of fives.
Gen.G have been defending well, though. Get the push on bot side. They know the 369 has to be the one to try and go down and defend that again. And with Cream having no TP, they're just using these teleports to delay the Baron push, so you're not actually getting on towards inhibitor turrets. And Top Esports, they're trying to play off of mid into top, but Gen.G have great wave clear at the moment, and there's very little that Top Esports are really getting. They probably won't even get this top turret as long as this wave doesn't. Oh wait, here comes the ult.
Grass maybe zones them out enough, Dagger. I know your suspicion there as Mako gets the engage on the turret. The equalizer massive as well. It's a hot pot here in Chengdu, but meanwhile, that hot pot's been taken apart. They don't mind the spice, Gen.G, as the trade-off for the turret comes through with a big shutdown over to Page.
There's a ward in behind them. I don't know how much Gen.G want to try and chase them, but looks like they're just going to take it slow for the moment.
Gen.G probably looking at King sitting on a lot of gold, almost level 15 now. Chovy has finished his spear, so not going to run the risk of losing the game there. Did still have Lance's ultimate, so I was actually looking at it as well, especially with Flash. There is a lot of effective engage range. Not going to be the case. Top Esports still expand their lead, but not able to break open these inhibitors.
But this is why I was a little bit nervous about trying to go for this play, because you do have the ultimate of the Kalista, deny the Maokai ult. Yes, you get the tower, but you have to risk a lot to try and position yourself to zone Gen.G away from the tower. And with the amount of ranged champions that are on Gen.G, they can fight from afar as you are trying to deal with the tower without having to put themselves in harm's way. So a little bit risky from Top Esports. They do get the tower at least, but still gives some gold over to Gen.G.
It feels right to start talking about this final Dragon then in 1 minute 40. The Dragon that, again, you guys in the LCK consistently talk about being a little bit too good. 1 minute 30 now, and those items you mentioned are sitting back on the beginning of a Banshee's Veil there for Keen up in the top side. More importantly as well, Chovy at 3 and a bit items himself too. And I can't put it past him. It's tormenting me a bit, Chronicler. The fact that Gen.G are still trying to make plays like this on the 369. I mean, Keen can't be killed. The equalizer comes down, but Canyon just drops his own in the pot. He will be traded off as Cream is DP'd in.
Cream.
And his free burn. He ults away Chovy, the creme de la creme of the LPL Blacks. Oh my God! He's finally arrived. Cream is feeling himself in the heart of Gen.G. Top Esports can't be stopped.
Cream needed to step up for Top Esports. He needed to find some way to put down Chovy. And what a play from the Top Esports mid laner.
That's a 3-for-1 play. Top Esports might try it. Maybe this is what opens up the base. Maybe if Pays and Lands overstep, they're not that strong. Might even look towards the end.
Oh, maybe. I mean, Top Esports charge in, and Cream is the damage dealer, but he hovers on the side. Rocket jumps in. One play from the international rookie, and the base is cracked.
And for Cream, this means so much to be able to play in Chengdu. A guy who came up with Oh My Dreams, OMG's academy team, who had dreams of playing in the OMG arena here in Chengdu, but was never given that opportunity because the stadium was lost before he got promoted. And now making plays like this here in an arena that he would have loved to show off in the OMG colors.
Big thing here is how tanky and how much damage he 369 rather still does and takes. Then Cream ults away Chovy, meaning he can't do any damage, then goes in, gets the reset, and the explosion is what actually ends up killing Keen. Gen.G have started the Baron?
What? Okay, we come back to life. Let's go for round 2. Cream is the one we must watch, but Chovy with package. Engage on the backline. Mako can't find it, but sends Pays outwards. As 369 is just burning him alive. Gen.G have lost their AD carry in a 5 versus 4. Baron stops. Package still there. Chovy still flashes in, makes the hot pot round, but as he runs through, he's getting zoned out by 369.
That's it!
Cream is the better mid laner within this game. Lahez
Run for your life! The cream of the crop has arrived versus CHENGDU!
The triple kill for Cream to finish it off for Top Esports. It looked done, and they looked like they were out, but Top Esports bounce back.
I'm sitting here starting to believe, starting to look towards CHENGDU from the heavens, but down there, burning through, it's still Top Esports in the mud, through the fires of hell. They'll make sure they go through damnation before they drop this series.
Jakilov and Mako have been great all series, but it wasn't about them, it was about Cream and Tien. Tien making the early impact that he wasn't able to in the last couple of games, found Canyon early, and that started off the Goomba stomping chain of Cream going absolutely ham on CHENGDU.
Same for Mako, the fact that he gets so much control in his bot side on his signature pick of the Alistair, to lean it in towards mid, to work with Tien, to set up Cream. What a performance from Top Esports.
Man, seeing Tien alive, enabling Cream, enabling the bottom lane, like, I feel like a lot of the time with TES, we talk about their conditions with what Tien brings to the table. I'm sure the analyst desk can explain it better as we throw it over to them to start cooking up this series. Reverse sweep, I told you. I told you.
Hold down.
Not yet.
But I don't know if we're going to see. What are you holding up?
I'm just holding up the fan signs for TES. Yeah.
Now that they're back in it, you're like, hey, I got this.
I love mid-prio.
Yeah, why did you write that down in accordance to this victory, this very convincing victory for TES?
You know what champ gives you mid lane pressure?
Tristana!
Yeah. So I think the big thing that we talked about that was missing, and the big thing that CHENGDU were playing around super, super well in the first two games, because TES's bot lane were actually still doing really well in both games, but it was that mid pressure, right? It was Cream not being able to have pressure in mid, and CHENGDU playing around Chovy's pressure, and I think this game, this is a big difference maker.
It was.
And then we eventually saw Cream pop off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think without the mid-prio, they don't win this game. Another thing that they don't win this game without is Jakilov and Mako. Like, they won lane in the other games, and they won lane in this game. They absolutely steamrolled ahead of CHENGDU. And this was something we talked about before the series. Like, the matchup differences should favor the TES bot lane and should favor Chovy in the mid lane for CHENGDU, and which side is going to carry harder. And in this game, it was definitely the TES side that carried harder. I'd say Cream got kills later, but the early game was dominated by Jackie and Mako.
Yeah, and that's where I want to call out, obviously, they already called it on cast, this Alistar for Mako. He's been playing it for so long. It is a pick he is absolutely incredible on. If you watch the way he plays out these team fights and who he ends up targeting, Jakilov can just absolutely fire from the backline along with the CC from the Maokai ult, as we saw there. And I think the big thing, again, to reiterate why people were so excited for this TES roster is this bot lane, right? Jakilov finally got a support was kind of what everyone was saying. But then also, I want to call it the Mako side of it, right? Because Mako was always asked to be the primary engage for his team regardless, no matter what. With this TES team, he actually does not have to. He can just sit back and play his game with Jakilov, and I love watching them together as a duo because they're so strong.
Yeah, it's working out so well, the synergy in lane, also the way Mako can influence the map, get those fights going, and then of course also set up the mid laner. It's always going to be a hard matchup versus Chovy, but it is a good example of how with mid prio and with different approaches, you don't necessarily have to go head to head with him all the time.
For sure, and I feel like at the end of this game, Cream kind of had his moment, and even though he'd already had a good game to this point, this type of play might be able to infuse him with more confidence to play later, because like it is such a Herculean task to lane against Chovy, and it's not like he's going to magically be able to CS exactly as well, but if he can play aggressive enough against Chovy, they can get mid-prio more later in the series and actually have a chance to come back.
Yeah, and I think you saw a few glimpses of how CHENGDU would come back, right? Like they can play with Fog and the poke coming out of this Corki, who still did more damage than any other champion in the game, by the way. But I think this was a really nice comeback to see from Top Esports, them being able to set up these early skirmishes, play out the game the way they wanted, and then it makes such a difference when they actually have tempo on the map and you see them being able to go for these plays, right? Because then you're like, oh, okay, finally, like this is the team that I wanted to see, that we saw have such success in LPL.
What did you think of the flashing of the Team Liquid emote?
I don't know.
What was it about? Was it hey, APA, thank you?
I'm guessing it was because the Tristana was something they picked up from Team Liquid and APA.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to believe that version of things.
I mean, if you pay attention, and this is pretty useless, but if you pay attention, I think you can see why people get certain picks. Like when they get this Tristana, I do think that was from APA. When tried to play Rek'Sai, I think he got that from Yike. And usually the people who play the picks that they got from someone else, it usually falls flat on its face, like it did with Umti's Rek'Sai. But not in this case. Tristana is an easier champion.
Yes, I was trying to... Someone was talking in my ear. You didn't say Yikes Rek'Sai, right? Did
Yeah,
it
I
fall
did.
flat?
I mean, this is why I said it's useless, because I'm talking about it completely.
Okay, sorry. I was confused. I was thought you were trying to bait me. Oh my god, let's get back on point. Being that TES has won one game, but that means Gen.G is still on match point. They have taken the first steps into this. How do they replicate that? And for Gen.G, how do they repel if this is going to continue to be the approach from TES?
Yeah, I mean, you really want to rely on your top side, right? Obviously, Keen, they called it out on cast, the Rise counter pick into the Rumble, right?
Old school.
This is something that he has played before. Rise is a champion he's very, very familiar with. Did not work out in this game. I thought you kind of saw Mako really being able to target, especially around the way they wanted to play around Rise ults. Go back to the drawing board. I think even in this game, again, you saw the ability, if they have a setup, to be able to poke from Fog and kind of whittle TES down. At that point in the game, TES were strong enough they could just engage onto them and still win the team fight. But I think that's where it comes for Gen.G, is just they really do want to slow the pace of the game down. Be able to control their side lanes better than TES, because again, we talk about how each of these teams are smart in the mid game. Through Gen.G, I think it's through their map control and their map play and their cross mapping. Through TES, it's sometimes through really smart lane assignments and being able to find strong points of being able to initiate skirmishes.
Yeah, for me, I would say Pace had 3 fine games and two fine games and one
like, wow, you're already
really bad game.
Yeah.
So preventing that, I think, is actually at the top of their priority list, and I think that is why Mata possibly was so passionately speaking to them a couple minutes ago that we saw on screen. Because I think, to Emily's point, Gen.G, if they're in an even game state, I think has an advantage. So being able to just absorb whatever Jackie and Mako were throwing at them in lane phase is going to be their best chance. And that could mean going back to something like Aphelios Lulu, so they don't get, like, when the Callisto Nautilus falls behind, it doesn't have great ways to jump back in the game against Jackie Love. But I think Blue Side's going to be big for that as well, because you just have way more flexibility around controlling the bot lane. So
yeah, you
I think they're in a
absolutely
good spot.
Yeah, like they have more flexibility around power picks and draft. I also think they'll make sure that they do have mid-prio, because again, like, obviously Chovy, I love mid-prio, obviously Chovy is an incredible laner, right? And I think
you don't say.
The big evolution of him of a player has been how he is able to play the map. So not only is he a laning god, but he has such a stronger understanding of where he needs to be on the map. And Gen.G specifically know how to play around that pressure really well. You could even see it in the Canyon invade, right? Where it felt almost like he was so used to having pressure there. When he didn't, they were able to rotate in and like, or not, it was a TES invade, sorry. But they were able to rotate in and kill him, right? So, yeah.
Okay, we have the ingredients, we have the possibilities. My gut tells me that we're going to a game 5, but I've been wrong before, because I also thought that last series. But
Well, I thought this was going to be a wrap. I thought it was 3-0.
Yeah.
And then TES has already surprised me a little bit.
And very convincingly, and I think they can do it again. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back with game 4 between TES and Gen.G.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action. watching it get stagnant and they stopping it. Too many been passive and they lost it. The rappers will move backwards and they honest. Hacking the right back and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down, I'm fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 cancers. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
I leave you with a Dracos quote that he's left for me about Chobi. All of these people have come for the Church of Chobi. So many people have faith in the God of mid lane. But does this God believe it himself? Yes is the answer. My name's Derek. I'm by Chronic.
I'm 14 and this is profound. Welcome to the desk for game number 4. As we're all ready to drafts, and yes, the Tristana is gone. Cream is 8-0 over the course of this year on that pick, and he will not find 9-0 in this game.
Well, that's good. I think a must ban away after how last game went. Kalista, B1 for Genji to open up, and top Esports. I mean, Cream does play it. It would just be so funny when we've seen priority from Chobi in the series so far, as this has been a favorite of his historically too.
Important to note that I do think a large part of why the game stalled out was Chovy. That said, Cream on Corki did not necessarily convince me in the earlier games that we saw of him. It does deny a big pick, as please, TES, do not lane swap again.
I know.
Don't do it. Find a 2v2. Genji lane swap, 100% on board. But not you guys.
Yeah, it feels like we kind of know what the winning formula here is for top esports, right? Find the 2v2, get TN onto something that's a bit more tank orientated and can have that early stage impact. By going across towards Canyon though, definitely a bit of a worry. He had a great performance on it in game number 1 of the series, and it really did feel like TN, when he brought it to Viego, didn't have a great answer to it. So curious to see what TN wants to go back towards here. Will it be the Maokai, take 2, or will there be something else that he's got up his sleeve?
The Cassante taken away. This is something, again, we talked about a little bit early on, but for Keen, it would change what the topside aspect looks like with him having a lot of priority counter picks so far in the draft.
Because they're on blue side, instead going to prioritize getting the strongest picks possible. In this case, that definitely is going to be the Cassante. I wonder with this Lee pickup, if it is going to be the Lee, because I don't mind it as much. Corki Viego, I think definitely the right call to swap away from that. Instead, just going for something tried and true. You will be able, hopefully, to pick a melee top laner as well. Meiko has also looked great on the engage report, so that is what we're going to be, I imagine, finding as Nautilus and or Renata bans, depending on, I think, if top esports here ban Renata, then the Nautilus ban has to come through.
Exactly. I think that's more than likely what we're going to get to see here, but I am curious what the answer is going to be for 369 in that top lane, because we've already seen every single game Keen has had the better side of that equation, whether it be because of a lane swap or just the considerable amount of counter picks that Keen has managed to get. Rumble still could be an option if he really wants to go towards it. Xante Renekton also there if he wants, but I wouldn't be fully surprised to see the adaptation from Gen G to start banning away some of the TFs and the likes that can do well into this Xante.
Wonder how much question or how much emphasis we put on things like the Camille as well with Renekton down too. That's been popping up in the tournament here or there. 369 a bit of an innovator, and I don't think there's a champion that really sits away from him historically either.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really weird to see 369 when you think of him now versus where he was on Top Esports 2020, because back then there was no tank in sight. It was Jace's, it was Camille's, it was I am going to absolutely manhandle you in lane, and then that's how I win.
The classic LPL top laner.
Exactly, yeah. And now he's a different breed. He's moved over towards a very different style where he is the tank player. He is providing great frontline and engage for the team fights, but will it be a glimpse of the old Top Esports 369 that we get here?
Do really like this Ahri ban. I imagine Chovy's just going to go back to Azir, with which he'll be perfectly happy. But that Vi, Ahri, 2v2 in the mid-jungle in particular, I don't think you can give that much power over to Canyon and Chovy. Even though last game did go very, very well, Canyon this time not going to be on Jarvan. His career Jarvan win rate is not great, unfortunately. For him, as it is going to be the Urgot to come through. Keen also loves this pick. Matchup we've seen more and more. I do hope that is not an indication that top are looking the lane swap, but if they do find themselves in the situation, Urgot also can handle himself.
I feel like, though, Gen G get an easy Azir here, right? That feels like the play where you just try and set that up for Chovy. Look great on it. You've already got really good engage with the Alistair, and the ability to just kick back a lot of top esports as they look for any sort of follow-up in the Sejuani ult feels like the go-to. Nautilus is still up and available, which is why I think the Alistair, a bit of a preemptive takeaway here, saying, look, Meiko, we know you're probably going to take the Nautilus, but we'll still get that good side of the matchup.
Let's find out what Chovy ends up on, though, because we talked about the Azir being a mainstay. Yeah, I love Chronicle. It's like, I know.
It's Gen G.
Yeah.
It's Azir.
Yeah, the audience might get excited, but you're at the core of it, aren't you? We question the support, though.
This would be sick.
Against Alistar in game number 1, it wasn't the Ashe, but in the bot side, it's not going to be engaged. It's going to be pick potential, isn't it? Meiko's thinking about this, having lane dominance. I mean, the Poppy as well has flared around.
Super good here as well. Very different style of lane, though.
Ends up with the Ashe.
This is something that we have seen from Top Esports before. They played in finals against BLG. It was their one win that they managed to get, one of the wins that they managed to get against BLG in the finals. And it was definitely being able to get control of that bottom side and really abuse the 2v2. And I'm curious now if we get a very similar story here where they just try to play heavily through this very potent duo lane where you got a lot of kill threat, especially against Alistair that provides very little on the first few levels.
We don't have the analyst desk on our mics right now, but I can only imagine Emily is yelling about Gen G, lane swap, lane swap, lane swap. Because pace, I think in particular, has been struggling. The 2v2 in general has not been great for Gen G. And you're playing into one of the most aggressive bot lanes that you can possibly face. Not just because of the players, Jekyll and Meiko, but also because of the fact that Ashe, her level 1, one of the best in the game. And Alistair, notorious for just kind of being a cow, standing there and feeling bad. So on Gen G, gonna try and I imagine look for that situation. We'll see if they can close it out 3-1 or if we're gonna go to yet another silver scrapes here, gentlemen.
I'm not sure how much the audience believes in the faith of Gen G. That person in the back of the camera was just asleep. They said, wake me up when game 5 hits. It's a hope, it's a dream, it's something that top esports fans desperately want, but fans of this MSI who have been delivered a treat throughout the past couple of days. It started with BLG PSG. It continued with T1 G2. Oh, hell yeah, it did. And here, this series has been a delight for us as well, even though he's no longer on Gen G.
I had to throw it in there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 4. The top esports fans have awoken. When they entered the stage, they rose.
Get the invade coming through for top esports on this top side of the map. Really want to try and spot out what is going on. Is there the potential for a lane swap? They don't really spot out where Paze is or where the Cassante is. So this is going to be a blind swap if they see it, but looks like JackeyLove actually going to go for the reset. So maybe it is going to be the Draven and the Ashe moving down into this bot side as Gen G will get the lane swap off.
Ward just placed down as per usual. We didn't see common lane swap wards apart from the ones up and top side. For top esports, they'll be walking over one shortly if they continue forward.
Want to cast your mind back as well to how specifically T1 used the Ashe level 1 to really put so much pressure on the Halo Blades, as well as the volley slow, insanely impressive as they don't spot the ward, they are spotted, they don't know.
So the movement begins. TN just starts on the Raptor camp, and bot side will be as expected, so JackeyLove and Mako don't get standard lanes, which we talked about them desperately desiring.
The Ergot will spot out Cassante though, so top esports well aware that they have been spotted and that they know that top esports are in this bottom side jungle. So at the moment, Gen G going to be able to just play for the split map, which is perfectly fine for them. But with the double AD carry and JackeyLove and Mako, they're going to be working very quickly through these bot side towers. And once again, similar to game 1, more than likely going to open up a lead for themselves when it comes to the 2v2 push battle.
Well, let's just add the benefit in that at least JackeyLove and Mako this time around are on the bot side, so the turret's going to be squishier. There's no 50% extra resistance here as 369 and TM will have to see who adds in the demolish, if it's only a single or a double here to get that push ahead.
Top esports though, they really want to try and get themselves to that game number 5. It always feels like when you look at top esports, especially for players like JackeyLove, where they always just fall that little bit short. We look back to Worlds 2022 where it didn't quite work out with them, then falling out in the round robin against GAM.
Sure.
Then you're looking here against Gen G. Now obviously Gen G a very different opponent, a very tough opponent, and there is still a second chance, but for top esports, just trying to prove themselves on an international stage, show that they can go toe-to-toe with the best, is a big victory for that organization.
Also going to look what type of lane swap we're going to be seeing here, and this is one of the big benefits of the Ergot as well. Able to do so much damage with the W is 369, so Gen G going to definitely be behind in Blades, but we've seen longer lanes. G2 showed it yesterday as well, where you just keep swapping and swapping, so you're always behind, always catching the wave, never the one with the tempo advantage. But you can also choose, which looks like what Gen G is doing here, hit level 3 and then back off. You got through the first couple of levels, which are insanely rough, into the Ashe specifically, and you may try and contest in the 2v2, but 369, he ain't leaving yet.
The downside of this, though, is that you kind of have to drop some of these waves to make this 2v2 happen, right? Yes, you'll get the reset off, you get the long swords, but if you want to try and make it happen, you either have to drop this wave and try and match in the 2v2 on top, because JackeyLove, now having 3 of those plates gone, is going to have a 200 gold lead for himself. He gets to go back to base and then come out, and it looks like we will see the even footing on the bottom side, but the slight experience lead for JackeyLove, as you can see, because the majority of that wave was just lost to the tower for Gen G.
King's to level 1. Wave in a bit of an awkward position. Also Cream taking a rough trade, given that he has already teleported. Also Chovy, this time around going for maximum lane pressure, going for the Halo Blade, so not going to go for the tank build. This time he has a front line. Keen on the Cassante, which has been discussed to great lengths this tournament. These top esports that in the early phase of this lane swap is going to come out ahead.
Remember as well, in the start of the lane swap of game 1, it was 369 on not the reverse matchup, but of course on the Cassante as well. Gen G made sure that that guy wasn't going anywhere, wasn't getting anywhere, was far and far behind. Keen this time has been able to absorb some experience. Yes, it's still down in CS, but at least he's in the lane. So we get to see a very different Cassante as Cream gets bullied out by Chovy on the return of this TP.
Yeah, it only just come back into lane, so not the best of times here for Cream, but also on the bottom side, you see the Vi is here on the bottom half of the map, so TN going to try and match on this bottom side to make sure JackeyLove and Mako can play aggressive through the 2v2. We already saw JackeyLove great with the stand asides when it comes to interrupting Lehens, but if there's a Vi in the bush as well, you need, the Alistair, but if there's a Vi in the bush as well, you got to be so careful, but here comes the 3v3.
In with the ward, the timing perfect, the 3v3 is going to erupt with Canyon moving in. It's the Arctic Assault, the flash away from Pace, so summoner advantage here is the Callista, now out with 1.
Crucially there, health bar for Lehens already way too low, and this wave state kind of a disaster with TN in the area. They're not going to be able to fix it anytime soon. Jakilov and Mako the opportunity to build a bigger lead in that 2v2 as Chovy trying to test Cream his nerves.
Especially with Canyon here as well. Vault Breaker just out of range and simply an auto. So Valkyrie out and Cream is just fine, despite Chovy getting in his head.
Chovy still, though, hasn't really got camps up and available right now with the way everything is panned out. So kind of sitting here waiting to try and find a home. Void Grubs are going to be up, but Tien also passing up towards that top side with more camps available. So this is kind of the other byproduct of the lane swap, is that Tien will get access to a lot more of these camps there to come through on the side. But Canyon going to get first access to these Grubs with the push in mid lane helping out massively.
Mako did spot him with the hawk shot, so did you know that this is going on? But with the bot lane prio, and with mid lane the way that it is, I think the right call here from Top Esports to instead just go as Chovy looking to be a bit of a nuisance here.
Yes. Doing Chovy things again. As you mentioned, Chronicler the back away, or rather forcing it back against Cream. And lane and phase going well. The trade happens topside for a perfect 3 for Canyon, while that Dragon is about to get destroyed as well.
Still, though, Jakilov and Mako getting access to bot lane turret again on this push. Going to start to chip away at some more of these plates. And if side lane towers start to go down, that's really where it's going to become tough for Gen G. They are a composition right now that wants to look for team fights, play for these objective fights. And this has not been what we've seen from Gen G over the course of this series so far. It's much more about getting access to the lanes and playing through, keen on something that's a bit more carry oriented. But now mid lane in trouble.
Yeah, Chovy should just be able to shifting sands out. It's just Mako again utilizing Halo Blades.
We do see Chovy not too threatened there. Lahan's also making his way back towards the bot side of the map. In the last game, what happened was Gen G tried to force on Jackie as soon as Kane hit 6. Neither time it really works out, and that's what they're going to be looking to do here as well. Jackie currently sitting on about 150 stacks. A little bit more as, again, Canyon just keeps getting spotted by this hawk shot.
And he keeps opting in towards this split map, which is honestly just benefiting Top Esports. It's not really, well, I say he's opting into. He's kind of been forced into this split map because you constantly have Mako playing with Tien and invading onto his bot side. But that kind of just plays into hands because 369 going to be fine to farm himself. You won't really look for the dive as 369 can pretty handily clear out these waves, and it's going to be Pays who falls further and further behind because he can't get access to wave, and is always at the potential of being dove underneath his own tower.
Have to see if it happens in return for 369. Pausing because I'm seeing this wave building up, pushing. He's got no mana as well. But in the end, Canyon just backs off as Jakilov gets pushed down pot side as well. The early game has been quite stagnant, but again, some mental mind games being played.
Big thing here is that in the last game, Gen G did really heavily opt into contesting. I think much more so than we saw of them in the 2 games before that. And obviously, Top Esports absolutely loved it. Aggressive skirmishes continuously worked out really, really well for them. And I imagine that Coach Kim and the gang came in and said, guys, slow it down. We don't need to win the early game. We don't need to stomp them in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes. Plenty of faith, and particularly with a classic front-to-back like they have here, with Keen on his Cassante, which was, in my opinion, the main thing that got him his finals MVP.
Good,
absolutely incredible at the champion as Canyon. We've seen this one before, but Jackie, very, very safe, as he should be.
Peekaboo, Tien is behind your lines as Canyon goes on in, cease and desist, base call. Ulti early from Tien, but the arrow is not. Wow, Mako! He helps save the play. He stops Lahans and drag Lahans. Fails the flash pulverize. Jackie runs under turret, and Lahans has nowhere to go. Thanks for the free cash in, you silly cow. Canyon now stuck behind the lines as well, and they're just laughing on them. When have you said that Gen G make a mistake?
It's deja vu. I've been in this game before. Gen G try to make the play on a Jakilov, but the CC isn't quite there. He flashes away. They turn it around, and Top Esports are now looking at Chovy in the mid lane.
I haven't finished my sentence, or Gen G say, nope, don't care, gotta kill Jackie.
We must play.
And again, the play fails. Again, they find themselves in a deficit, but last time, 369 wasn't in the game. That's not the case this time around. Substantial gold lead now across the board for TES. And it's GenG really getting overconfident there, because I think from Jackie's positioning, you could see that he knew it was coming, and then Mako with the long-range arrow on Lahens.
Yeah, it's gorgeous to watch. TN as well, even giving up woes. Top Esports were well aware that something was about to go down here, and they turn on towards JackieLove. But watch, the fact that you don't get the follow-up CC on towards JackieLove is heartbreaking. Plus, with Lahens tanking the Sejuani ult first, can't actually go for the combo to Jackie initially, then misses the combo afterwards, and Jackie just catches his axe to get the speed up to follow up, and then Canyon, way too far forward, would just end up going down to Preem.
3 for 0, cash in for the Draven, and additionally, a kill for Cream as well as Keen.
Will he die? He's got Ghost, but TES have faith. They've got the early game. They've got TN rolling through. Keen against the wall, arrowed up, and fear beyond death. TES can taste it. This is going perfectly.
Massive play on the top side. Now, GenG will still get a good response here. They will trade a turret for what I imagine will be the turret on the top side. So some gold into the hands of FaZe, but actually won't even get the turret. So honestly, kind of nice for GenG.
Nicely done there by Canyon. He actually catches the axis. Jackie tried to clear the wave so that they wouldn't be able to, but Canyon stands in front. Still, for GenG, feels like they keep opting into more and more of these really, really aggressive plays, and Top Esports have learned throughout this series to deal with them more and more. Last time when we had a similar game state, where we did have the swap 369, not there now, has a kill sitting on the Urgot, and he's going to be an absolute menace in the side.
Especially as we start to look towards the Void Grubs that were just taken for Top Esports, immediately go mid, push it into Dragon. Top Esports are in a really good spot now to use the advantages that they picked up. Essence Reaver already there for Draven. The package for Cream, and not quite having the first item there for 369. He's going to hold out, but GenG can't really respond on Dragon. They look for some vision in topside jungle instead, and 369 is even respecting the potential dive that GenG might go for.
An early game is really defined this series. Game 1 and Game 2, GenG controlled early game, and even part of the aggression that came through successfully shut TES down. This game, and now the last. Chovy, as he gets altered through, will have the flash away. The arrow flies as well after they pick up the neutral objective, but it's a two-pronged play. Flashing under turret to 369, who tries to outplay, but onto Canyon, fear beyond death. Ain't gonna follow through. He gets out, if only in the nick of time, as GenG's response is clear.
GenG just barely get the kill. Top Esports not able to get the return on the Chovy. The Merc Thread's value sky high on the early pickup for Chovy, but now underneath the mid tower, will take a few love taps, I imagine. Cream, although Cream not as accurate as Chovy's been on the Corki so far.
Big thing here is that they still get the turret towards the bot side. Some plates though, just before the drop-off, will be going over to GenG.
Yep.
FaZe and Land's going to be able to pick those up, and that is going to mean that the gold lead stays relatively even. Kill helps a lot with that as well. As Chovy is finding Tian here, but I don't think he's going to pick up much more than that, and that is going to be 2 turrets here for GenG, but Cavalry's coming.
Are they going to pull the trigger because Mako's spamming pigs? We're looking at Chovy through mid lane as well, though, for the time being, while the plate's in excess. Find their mark 15 seconds before expiring. Cream is backing here, but Canyon just goes right past him. It's on to Tien instead, but Cream is just Gatling gun away. We talked about this cult of Cream. It's back again as Mako even got a kill in topside.
5 seconds on towards the whirling death. JackieLove is trying to eye up Chovy on mid lane, but
Will he get him? He gets him! Jackie catches in off screen. The audience only just realized, like, wait a minute, Jackie got more.
GenG's collapsing.
It is absurd. Top Esports. It looked like the series was completely over. We were ready to give it over to GenG, and suddenly Top Esports, they find their success around JackieLove, around Cream, and now 7-1 in kills and near 4,000 gold lead. GenG, you called it, Chronicler, they are crumbling.
One of the big things about adding Canyon, the expectation was that he would be able to provide so much more stability to the roster. As we take a look here, Lahens able to
arrow
make it out.
No way.
Oh my God,
oh my God.
Oh. So that one hits, Canyon walks into 2 people, and Chovy didn't have health, so obviously can't do anything. So Canyon just dies, and then Jackie gets the second cash in of the game.
Man, they're styling on them with the globals. That's 2 for 2 that they've absolutely whacked CHENGDU as they're trying to safely reset. And now Top Esports getting control over this mid-wave, going to get control over the bottom side of the map as well. And with a Hex Tech Soul on the cards for Top Esports, they're going to be able to play off of a 2-arm spike immediately into that third dragon potential. However, mid lane will be the core to call here first.
Oh my god, yeah, Cream's damage. The arrow connects as well. Pays as the cleanse away. Lahen's now isolated, though his unbreakable will seems to be breaking shortly as he gets out with his flash. Pays as the cleanse as well. CHENGDU are falling apart. The whirling death hits, but there's not enough stacks from JackeyLove as TES look to open mid with Herald speeding up the game.
Yeah, that's rich people problems for Jackie there. He has already cashed in his previous stacks, so he doesn't have enough. And the team fighting that CHENGDU is so known for is nowhere to be seen.
No team fighting. There is only Zul. Chobi, what's happening? He ults early, but JackeyLove gets pulled in regardless. Never mind as the TP follows through for CHENGDU. Now the first remnants of the fight, but into the front line. Tien takes no damage to Fear Beyond Death. Flies in. Lahen's wasn't even there.
I'd still take it for CHENGDU. Getting the kill on JackeyLove is big, but he didn't use his summoners. Only Cream did. Chovy goes in, finds the Draven, so that's one big shutdown, but that is not enough. That alone to turn this game. Still a 4K gold lead here for Top Esports.
And it's a good call from Jackie not to invest the summoner spells. 50 seconds until that third dragon is up. That's the focus here for Top Esports. It will give CHENGDU an opportunity to clear out mid-wave, get it into a more neutral position. They got Bosch pushed out, but Top Esports, with these Hextech gates, will get back out of the map, should be able to contest CHENGDU for control over the river area.
JackeyLove also had no stacks as well. Chronically, you talked about it before the fighters. Lahen's walking in to peek in vision. Mako does a little bit of damage himself as the Umbral Glaive on this Ashe starts poking out. Now, 30 seconds till Dragon Gens, even less. TS had the major gold lead running into their soul point.
No cleanse on Pays is huge. If he gets hit by Tienos, gets hit by Makeold, he can be the prime target for Top Esports to turn and burn. Keen was put out, that Cream is reset, but you know that's for a package and a TP back in.
Cream gonna be able to make his way back. CHENGDU, it feels like a lose-lose situation. You kind of have to contest this, but they know of all teams how dangerous it is to find a Corki. Just now finished his maul, package ready as well. And CHENGDU, it looks like they're saying, no, we're not gonna do it. There is no way that we can win this fight. They probably made the right call, but it's gonna feel rough nonetheless.
Canyon may be thinking about a steal, at very least with Flash available. They've got a ward down. Stopping Soul Point would be huge for the game. Canyon! No, he's so close, has to flash out in the end, but the arrow will follow suit. Canyon caught on the back end, the Whirling Death this time. Close again. He gets out, absorbs some ultis, but Soul Point, crucially, still belongs to TES.
And you're not really going to get anything as CHENGDU. They get that push in the top side, but 369 had already gone up there to catch that wave. Here we go, though,
maybe
Keen.
the TP is going to claim something for CHENGDU, but Keen goes squishy. Crane's happy to absorb it. There's no help yet. Jovi came in to give him a hand, but he's already dead. Waiting in brush now, Valkyrie over the top. Jovi matches, but Mako's there to catch him. A great ulti, but Jovi doesn't have anyone else. He gets the shutdown, but with Permafrost and Jackie on the horizon, Tien tries to give it to him, and JackeyLove heals to get in range.
It's falling apart for CHENGDU. They're trying everything they can to get picks, to find any way back into this game, but the Hex Drinker Kiwi Cream topped up for that little bit too long means that Chovy overextends to get the pick after Keen has gone down, and Top Esports just get more.
Keen just doesn't have his items yet. Not sitting on two, so the Corki just stretched through him in a matter of seconds. CHENGDU just desperately looking for something, someone on the map.
Any Game 5 enjoyers? Well, you came to the right place. Arrow flying through. TES try to set it up. That was on the Canyon with JackeyLove standing right in front of him. That won't land, but remember, if another pick comes through, it's 35 seconds till the Baron that TES can start leveraging.
Man, what has happened to this week?
I know.
We started off with 3-0s across the board, and then we're like, you know what, actually, let's just go potentially 3 out of our 4 series over the last 2 days going to this 5-game point. And with Top Esports now grouping on mass in this bot side, they want to push on towards that potential, which is getting so much control against CHENGDU on the map.
Big thing now for CHENGDU. As we take a look at his play, it's straight up. Cream's a level up. Sejuani's there. And because he goes all out immediately, he has 0 resistances. So just ends up going down immediately. Chovy tries to salvage the play. He invested his teleport, so he has to. Knight's Vow is on Cream as well, so he takes even less damage. And Chovy, yeah, nice sidestep on the ult from Tien, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. And here,
look alive. We're fighting once again. Remember, Baron is now spawned. No Dragon up for 2.5 minutes. We came live because Mako is just always on the verge of sending out this arrow. 8 out of 10 kill participation. The Ash has been insane. This is why we made such a big deal of this guy coming to top esports, because JackieLove finally has a proper support, and Mako back on the international stage after being in the LPL for 8+ years.
Top esports know that Chovy has no TP. So immediately they send themselves over into the Baron area to just say, look, you're going to have to bring Chovy up. You're going to have to try and force us out of this area, or we're going to control it. 369 has the teleport to come into this.
Cream's poke has to be big, but in a choke. Lehens gets baited in. Tien absorbs the pressure. The jungler being down would be huge as TP now coming in from TES. They look for the fighters. Chovy's caught on out. Church is moving away from Session as Tien helps 369 get on in. Chovy's ult does nothing. He flashes, he finds it. Goodbye, religion, and hello, game 5.
that is going to be the Baron going over to TES. Gen.G try to get the teleport. Well, they got it, but I don't think they're going to be feeling great about the trade.
Where is your faith when Top Esports went 2-0 down? The stadium was quiet, but when Top Esports coming alive and potentially pushed to a game 5, CHENGDU is coming alive here. Gen.G desperately want to get access to this Baron, but Top Esports are slowly closing the door.
This is going to lead directly into the Hextech Soul as well. If you think the game is hard to play now, imagine what if Volley, as well as any single Corky Rocket, is going to slow you substantially. Cream doesn't get caught by Lehens there. The teleport comes out, but crucially, Mako on point again, or rather Tien on point again, finds the ultimate onto the one member that doesn't have an easy way out. The chase, impeccable. Top Esports about to bring us to a game number 5.
And Tien, when he struggled so much, he's talked about his confidence. He's talked about needing to find these moments to lift him up in a game and in a series. 2-0 down was not where I thought Tien would find that confidence, find that resurgence in his play, but 369
everyone's behind it. Gen.G are walking into a lane now with double TP, but the whole of Top Esports are moving into position. 369 is a tank. They converge on this big bad crab, but has he bought enough time? No, he hasn't. Pays with a pick. Gen.G are not out of it.
Dragon.
It's in 5 seconds. They've got range for TES, but as Dragon spawns for Soul, will Gen.G just take this? Or do Top Esports want to fight him out of it?
Kenyon held his ultimate. They desperately want to go for a fight. Cream looks like he's going to have the package and TP in. Gen.G, they need to fight before 369 can come back.
They're still so far ahead. In a 5 versus 4, TS can still win. The arrow flies through into the pit. Chovy gets tagged out. Packages in. Cream blows it up. The Dragon is stolen. Tien is sending us right into Hell's Incarnation. You see Gen.G with more members, but I see Cream burning them all alive. If there is a church of Chovy, then we better believe in the cult of Cream.
It's blasphemy here in CHENGDU as Top Esports refuse to bend the knee. They get the soul. They're marching down the mid lane. They want to take us to that game number 5.
Even with the pick on 369, Gen.G, they needed a fight, but they're down so much gold. Fighting into the Baron buff as well. And as a result, they get Jackie, but hasn't felt at any point in this game like getting Jackie is worth it.
And Top Esports on the door of creating history themselves. I'll let you know soon because it's only the inhibitor. The game is not over, but Top Esports, they have done this before on an international stage. Do you remember, Dag, that when everyone had confidence in Fnatic 2-0 up in 2020, Top Esports, different players, but hell, the same mojo, as Munchables would call it, that sets them up for plays like this.
This was beautiful. Chovy caught in the back of the pit, forced the flash out, the steal from Tien. And even though you get JackieLove, he is only one part of the problem for Top Esports. But Cream able to come around. Mako on this support. Ash churning out the damage. Oh. Top Esports can take down Gen.G.
Absolutely huge there. Malignance damage, insane. You might want to cost your you might cost your mind back. In last year's Worlds, Gen.G was down 0-2 to BLG, and then somehow brought it to a game 5. You know what happened in game 5? They got eviscerated. Now they're up 2-0, finally looking to deliver on the domestic performance that this team has shown over all these years. And if they are unable to close it out in what I'm sure is going to be an imminent game number 5, it would be the reverse sweep in MSI main stage. Only in Plains have we seen it before.
Arrow starts us off for a potential game 5. The poke is out onto Canyon, but the trigger ain't there. Tien gets knocked up for days, but the fear beyond death still follows through. Lehans gets out, if only by a hair's breadth, and now they have numbers. Now they have the base again.
Keys Casante cannot withstand against Top Esports. Chovy's Azir cannot withstand against Top Esports. This team is unstoppable. This team feels undeniable. And as they walk through the base of Genji, they don't stop.
Dagda, he's giving them payback for all of Chovy's Thanksgiving. The base broken in another part, and Genji still hold the defense, but it's 26 minutes, and the game feels foregone.
And Genji in the past lived and died by Peanut and Doran. And these changes were supposed to take away some of the inconsistencies of that roster. But I think it's been Canyon in particular that's been struggling the most in the last 2 games. His Jarvan performance underwhelming, and here it felt like, again, that play on Jackie trying to hard force the kill on this Draven was what started the chain of events to put Top Esports towards a game number 5.
And it's the world champions on the opposite side that are putting in the work for Top Esports. Mako wanting to find success away from EDG, nearly a decade on that roster, and now on Top Esports, the real support Jackie Love deserves. The opportunity to play multiple styles that Mako has always dreamed of. Now working with Tien, who has been impeccable over the last 2 games, finding the success that this bot lane for Top Esports needs.
I mean, Tien's change in this series, I think, is some of the biggest we have seen within a series itself. Like, Tien is that kind of player. He has really, really high highs, really, really low lows, and down Chovy will go. That's the pick to open up another aspect of this base. 1 inhibitor turret left standing, and TES have nowhere to go but down.
Next is about to fall here for Genji. And for the third time in 4 days, third time in, 3 days, we're gonna go to Silver Scrapes, gentlemen.
We now find out if TES can make history, if they can do the unthinkable. The hands will drop with ease. The poke is unbearable. The Hextech Soul is undeniable. Jackie Love is unbeatable. And Mako is just unbelievable. This TES roster looked like they were in a slump, looked unforgiving. But in the last 2 games, they shine, they rise, and they boil with the heat in CHENGDU.
When everyone doubted them, Top Esports rose. It will be a day of firsts here in CHENGDU. The first time Fnatic are beaten by a North American team. And it's a question of what the first will be here in our second series of the day. Will it be the first time the LPL falls to Genji? Or will it be the first time we see a reverse sweep in the MSI main stage?
I don't care who wins game 5. I'm just glad we got here again. Is this the best MSI in history? I'm going to start voting yes as we throw over to the analyst desk to break that one down before Silver Scrapes begins.
Thank you so much. What do you know about a reverse sweep from TES, possibly? I know everything about it. But just to be clear, I don't know if I heard that correctly, but it is in fact Genji that hasn't won a best of series versus the LPL since 2017. 2,386 days ago, and they were about to after game 2.
It did feel that way. I'll say that. It didn't seem very close in the first 2 games, because in the first 2 games, Jackie Mako couldn't get an advantage on Pays Lehens. Chovy was Chovying. He was going 30 CS up in every single game. And more importantly, it felt like the connectivity of Genji was there, because every time they were pushing the proper waves and engaging on the right timings. And that has completely fallen by the wayside in the last 2 games. But it starts with Jackie Love Mako.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, we've just talked about how hype this bot lane is. The Mako Ashe being something that was their one finals win when they did go up against BLG for the second time. He actually won player of the series because he just kept landing arrows onto On in that game. You saw that here with his Ashe in this game as well. And I think the big thing coming out of this is that even with the Gen G swap, which I did think they should do, thank you casters, I thought the big difference is that two things. One, 369 came out of it as an actual champion on the Urgot. And then two, Cream actually did end up having a lot more mid-pressure in this game with the Corki into the Azir. And that's actually so important because that's the way that Gen G plays.
How many has he won, though?
3.
Okay, it's pretty good.
1 versus KT in 2018, Griffin 2019, and Gen G 2020. Those are formidable.
Those are pretty good ones.
Yeah.
Those
I mean,
are
the
pretty
thing
good
is,
ones.
your issue lies not with JackieLove, it lies with the lack of international competition.
Which we're getting.
Maybe.
I mean, to the caster's point, like, this is, if we're comparing all of MSIs, like, imagine what we used to have to go through to get a series. I didn't mean it like that. To get a series like this, because it would only be like, oh, maybe in the finals you get LCK versus LPL. You get that best of 5 once. This is the first one we've had this
Thanks,
MSI.
Riot.
It's an immediate banger. We're going to get another giant banger tomorrow, and then many, we're going to get like 7 of these bangers.
Yeah, and when it comes to the mid lane matchup, Chovy versus Cream, where we thought here definitely Chovy should have the edge. What's happening?
Yeah, and I mean, on the one side, right, you have Chovy. All these expectations are on him. You have Keen and Canyon coming in for Peanut and Doran, right?
Yeah.
Supposing that they're going to be the stronger team. And now TES coming back, taking them to a game 5. There's so much pressure now on Gen G, I think, and on Chovy in particular. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cream, someone who, again, we were super excited for his debut. He did so well on OMG, kind of matriculated up to a better team on TES, and has really shown up in these last 2 games that TES have won. That mid pressure has been so important, not just because, again, it's nice to have, but I cannot stress enough how much Gen G relies on Chovy to pretty much have that constant pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Are they not helping him? Is he not helping himself?
Well, it's weird, right? This series, Corky's here, Corky's here.
Yeah. Woohoo!
But in game 1 and 2, like, the other guys were the ones getting 4 kills in the bottom lane, and Pace started the game like 3-0, and then Chovy's pressure pushed them over the top. In this game, like, Canyon did kind of run it down with that first dive, and like, should Chovy, like, is there a way that Chovy helps out with that kill? Probably not.
No.
It's between, because like, there's going to be this feeling for Chovy that he has to do more because JackieLove's doing more, right? The star of the other team is doing it. How many times has Chovy gone internationally? And like, the things that make Chovy great, like the things he does better than everybody else, is like slow, reliable mid-pressure and the translation of that pressure through the rest of the map.
Yeah.
And if things are on fire, like, he's not going to fix a fire. He's going to put out like a little bit of smoke, but with the way things are going, it's to me, the other players need to step up so Chovy can show his brilliance.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I think the way that TES is really showcased in something like this, where, again, this is kind of a wonky composition to bring out. But I think that they showed they know how to play something like this, or like they know how they want to play something like this, right? And once they got ahead, I really, really appreciated how Mako was using the Ashe both for vision and then for picks, with JackieLove following up on the Draven, and also Tien, right? Tien,
he's been playing great.
Yeah,
inconsistent player. Yeah. He's actually opened up about his own mental health struggles publicly, right? Especially in that FPX roster that kind of bombed out of Worlds before. From finals, Worlds Finals MVP to that, now on this TES team has still been kind of inconsistent. In these last 2 games, I thought he's been really good in a lot of their skirmishing and team fights on the Maokai and then now on the Sejuani.
As some final notes before I ask you guys who you think is going to win game 5, I got waved down by a fan. Yeah. She was like, come down, a fan here in Chengdu, a Chinese fan, I suppose. And she was like, do you remember what it started with? And I was like,
interestingly enough, your monologue received much differently in China than over in Europe.
So I should actually see it differently. Everyone's really happy here. And with that, who are you going to call it for in game 5? It is Gen G who has selected the blue side.
We didn't get to show our predictions beforehand, but we did make them beforehand.
Yes.
And I was Gen.G 3-2. I was expecting this series to be incredibly close. Based on the momentum, I absolutely should swap, but I'm not gonna, because I just don't think, if they're not as eager to shut down JackieLove, then they can let Chovy and the rest of the things that let them win game 1 and 2, win game 5.
Yeah. I, at the beginning of the day, also said Gen.G 3-2. As people know, I never flip on my predictions, so I'll stick with Gen.G. I think them on blue side, they should be able to slow the game down enough. Hopefully find something that really, really pressures mid heavily for Chovy. But I think the first, and this goes across for every single game we've seen, the first 10, 15 minutes is so crucial, right? Because if TES is allowed to play their game, allowed to create these small skirmishes and set up, then I think they will just snowball to victory.
And I will say really quickly though, this to me is super meaningful for Chovy's next arc. Like, if he gets reverse swept here, even though he'll still have a lower bracket run, like, I think it's really important that he shows and Gen.G shows they can stand up to this type of international pressure and win one of the final 3 games in the series, because that's what they have to do.
I think that's an excellent note to send us into break. We get Silver Scrapes for the 3rd time in 3 days. That's
awesome.
Crazy. Let's go and let's get into game 5 after we've danced it out. We'll see you right back here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Game 5 is upon us again. This MSI is delivered game after game, series after series. In the upper bracket, we now find out who goes the distance, who goes to the upper final and gets himself a leap away from our grand final for MSI 2024. I'm Asterix Chronicler Dagda. We are ready to take you in as draft has begun, and we're going to find out who's taking this puppy after what has been a recovery from top esports of the ages. History's going to be made, gentlemen. It's just about which team's going to do it.
I don't know what way this is going to land. Cream may get his Corki, but the Tristanic gone, and the Draven banned away here by Gen.G. The focus onto Jackie Love no longer may need to be in-game if it's done before we hit the Rift.
Might be Corki first pick.
Yeah.
With how the series has developed, Chovy says, gimme the Yordle. One of the other big things that we talked about a lot is the underperformance of Canyon, particularly in the losses. The Jarvan game was already rough. The Vi game is overforced towards the bot side of the map.
True.
Started the train for top esports. This time around, we'll see if they go towards that again.
And Tien's only been getting better, even on the Sejuani. As we look at the priority for TES, they've often looked at Lucian Nami over the Kalista Renata lanes, and once again in Game 5, they show us that they're not straying too far.
And now it becomes, what is the response from Gen.G? Needs to pick up an AD carry, at least minimum here. You already saw it before, is the Aphelios and the Lulu, maybe a Zeri Lulu, but the Kalista is available. They will immediately go for that. Is the Nautilus going to be paired alongside it?
Oh.
It will be the Ashe.
Kill lane.
Oh, we have some great Ashe players, but Lahans obviously can pilot it, but not the guy you think of first.
Yep.
Meaning that the engage is going to have to come from the top half of the map. Tien, his ultimates rang true last game, able to consistently hit. We'll see if Sejuani can do the same thing again.
Is it Tien or is it Cream? Who's going to be put on the back burner here? With the Corki already locked in on the opposite side, now you get to hyper-focus down Cream, a man whose champion pool was already called into question. With Corki gone, with the Tristanic gone, now the potential for an Ari, for the Azir to be taken away as well. What does Cream bring to the table?
Throughout the entirety of this series, even in the wins, Jackie Love and Mako have outperformed Hayes and Lahens. In this lane, you need to perform.
Yep.
You cannot lose an early game with this. Canyon's pick going to be pivotal as well. I like the bans towards him. Wouldn't be surprised, even though he had a rough performance, if they ban the Vi here as well. Because if he can make an impact on this early bot lane and Hayes and Lahens can actually pop off, that'd be huge. As Gen.G, you mentioned it earlier, Asterix.
That's why I'm laughing, because I know that in Game 5 scenarios, like, Cream is not rookie, right? But, man, this guy is an international rookie who's debuted on the stage here at this MSI and has these pocket picks like the Silas. I wonder, gentlemen, do we start talking about things like a Kali that might come through or get banned away as they try and shrink Cream's champion pool as much as possible?
I think the next ban will be the Azir. You just try and continue to focus down and make Cream and make sure that he's not able to have that comfort. Because let's be real, the last two games, Cream has had a resurgence in that mid lane. Game 1 and 2 belonged to Chovy. Game 3 and 4 far closer, and it gave top esports that stronger mid lane that our top side they could actually play off. Yone, his third most play in his career, also taken away.
I mentioned it earlier. The Yone, particularly with the Sejuani, insanely strong into double A to carry. Gets to go through the early laning phase for free against the Corki. Gen.G. Sante feels like the obvious angle. And in game number 1, it didn't work, but Cream is going to try again.
He did all right against the Corki of Chovy. He did okay, but the problem was Church was in session at the time, so he couldn't leave his seat. We're going to find out if this time he's able to get in the interim.
This would be such a good Xin Zhao angle for Canyon.
Ooh.
The fact that you have a pushing bot lane and you have that pushing mid now with the Akali locked in gives you a ton of opportunities to set up for these invades. Try and find the moments to disrupt Tien, because it's been the other story of top esports. Tien having a much stronger performance in game 3 and 4. If you can target him, force the lanes to operate themselves, maybe that's the window that Gen.G need to slow down the pace of this game.
It's Canyon's pick. Wry grin on his face.
Is that good or bad?
Going to be, I actually love the Xin Zhao as well, as you already mentioned. Great at creating space.
What? But
Okay, hear me out. So one of the most unplayable matchups in the game when it comes to the 1v1 is playing Sejuani into Nidalee.
Okay.
The man has a world skin on this, but there is almost no setup. You want to pair the Nidalee with
Things
something
like Renekton, right?
like the Renekton, with something, anything point and click. But instead, and it's reminiscent of the Kazakhs picks in Game 4 of the LCK Finals, when the chips are down, Canyon says, I need a carry. And this game is going to stand and fall to by which extent he can leverage this Nidalee. Because if you get into the mid game with a double AD carry bot lane in a Nidalee, and you're not on the lead, you're not going to win.
Is this where top esports go back to lane swaps? You deny the Nidalee the opportunity to set up for these invades in the 1v1 against Sejuani. You deny the early aggression from this double Halo Blades bot lane from Gen G. But Gen G, they outplayed you, they outsmarted you, they did everything correct in that lane swap in Game 1 to find the advantages. And now in Game 5, these questions have to be plaguing top esports as they look to push themselves over the finish line.
With your first Nidalee, the first one overall at MSI for 2024, Canyon decides to flex in the final game, the one that not only makes your run easier to that upper bracket final, but the one that would make history as, since their name change, winning a BO5 against the LPL. But the first ever reverse sweep in MSI main stage in the history of the tournament is what TES are fighting for. They came from the dregs in that Game 3. They fought against all odds. We only made it here because Tien started playing up, because Cream started finding his seat right at the front row and center. And our good old faithful, and the bottom lane kept performing. 369, team fighting cannot be underestimated. But don't forget, Gen G are the ones who brought us here in the first place. Gen G are the smart team, the macro team, the 5v5 team. As they go for the invade, CHENGDU riles them up, and we begin.
Gen G know they want standard. They want to try and force these winning lanes onto this winning jungle matchup for Gen G. The only one that's really a bit of an issue for them is keen on the Cassante into 369, but already spotting out Tien. You can see 369 moving up into the brush on top side, already trying to hide himself and make sure that he's going to be in an okay spot, but Tien forced out of his jungle. Even if Gen G just start on Tien's side of the map, this is going to work out well for them.
We'll see where the lane ends up going, and it's again important to remind everyone, Gen G, out of any LCK team in the last couple of years, no team has been as dominant domestically, and no team has struggled as much internationally. Right now, this is their opportunity, and yes, they're still a lower bracket. Yes, they might still make a deep run, but losing here would be so pivotal to yet again show that when the chips are down and it's Gen G at international competition, you just can't trust them.
I mean, it's a somewhat similar story for top esports. They won back in 2020, but never actually made it towards an MSI because the mid-season championship was what replaced that MSI in 2020, which they did end up winning, but it's always a big asterisk saying, look, it didn't count, it doesn't matter as much. And then we get to Worlds 2022 where top esports, it doesn't work out in their favor either. And now, going up against Gen G, they want to prove that they can launch themselves onto the international stage again.
And unfortunately for Gen G, they weren't able to get the standard lanes. Lane swap comes through, as you already pointed out, Dagda. As should be the case, Chovy already taking some rough early trades, and unlike game number 1, there is no Keen in his lane to help him out early.
And let's talk about the elephant in the room as 369 moves to top side, is that we talked about Canyon set up in the lanes. We have to track the Nidalee jungle. For now, we need to track what 369 is doing with the wave.
You're going to be able to hold this off. Keen in so much trouble here.
Game 5, this will be huge. He doesn't get the knockback. Instead of the turret, it's botched. Mako takes too much, and Jackie Love too. Keen holds on in 1v3, and guess who's on the way?
He's level 2.
He now levels up. The double shot's going to come through. They tank it up. The flash away. 369 gets up, and top esports are on the board for first blood.
The Nidalee spear goes wide as well, so top esports able to escape away from that. Keen will come back to collect the majority of this wave as 369 going to more than likely have to do a similar story to teleport onto this bottom side of the map. Tien spotted. Does 369 go to the bot lane? Does he try and collect the wave?
And of all the people to get the first kill on, Gotta feel the best about it being Jackie Love. Yes, the flashes are invested, but unless CHENGDU can somehow make that into something more, that alone is not going to be enough. The one upside for CHENGDU is that bot lane is continuing undisturbed, and if they pick up 2 plates, gold relatively equalized.
Top Esports going to match, though. They're bringing down their bot lane. Bringing interrupts the reset for Chovy, and Chovy hasn't copped.
He's shopping, he's window shopping.
But look at bot lane. 4 members of Top Esports starting to roam down. They weren't ready for the reset. CHENGDU overextended.
Oh my god, they're still here. I mean, they get a second plate, but can they get out with their lives? Lehans and Pays running through the long lane, but Tien takes the casual route. He's got flash available, but Lehans is also going to ghost out.
They have no vision whatsoever, so they don't want to run the risk of running into, say, Canyon.
Ooh.
Waiting in the wings, not going to be, or waiting in the wings, not going to be the case. Tien, or 369 rather, able to make his way to top lane.
And he's the one that is struggling now as a result of everything. Jackie Love gets a kill, gets a little bit of a gold lead for himself, but level 1 of 369 as he moves back to top lane versus the level 4 will tick over to help him out just a smidge, but still Keen going to be in a decent spot here.
The level 3 of Jackie Love and Mako now hit as well. So while we talk about 369 losing out a little bit in the full-on gank, at least Jackie Love and Mako are still in an okay spot.
Yeah, 369 is going to get sacrificed, but again, Jackie was the one who got the kill. Already sitting on Kerchai's Sharp, meaning that Pace desperately wants to back, but bot lane of Top Esports not letting him right now.
And until he backs, CHENGDU really can't enact their plans. They need Chovy to get the reset. He Pays to get the reset, so they can try and play hyper-aggressive in this bot side and start to look for these invades with Canyon. It's been fairly even-steven thus far in the jungle matchup, but if they can start to control the bot lane like this...
Stealing forward. I mean, they think they can take a 2v2. Pays runs in, dodges away from the Aqua Prison, and Jackie Love takes a trade with the flurry from Lehans. They also know that Tien's bot side, because the scout came out from Lehans, they still ran into that anyway.
And the thing is, this is where trying to force these dual lanes to match up again, you do end up taking a hit as Top Esports. Pays and Lehans got to crash the wave. Some of those creeps dies to the tower, which is why you're seeing that level advantage for for Pays and Lehans, and they're able to continue to play through that. Now Canyon getting to small invades onto the top side, just pushing Tien back. Incremental leads starting to open for CHENGDU.
It was one of the things that Canyon played for, particularly when he was having the best years of his career, 2020, the obvious one, but even in 2021.
He's run the skin from that time as well.
Oh,
I don't know if you noticed.
that is the 2020 World Championship skin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Using the prile that his lanes provide him to invade continuously. On the flip side, though, the clock is again going to be, I think, on CHENGDU just because of this Nidalee. Chovy provides decent scaling, but with these double AD carries, you're always going to be a little bit scared when you get to the mid to late game against the burst, the Tsunami, and the Kali as well.
Canyon push tempo, the biggest question here, while at least he's doing grubs on the top side. For now, Tien hasn't made a trade as he's also on the back burner of these camps. You can see a small lead building for Canyon, so at least the early game is rather successful for where you want to be. As the grubs go down, note that Tien is moving down bot side and looking to make that trade on the neutrals.
Looking for the Dragon on the other side. Level 6 just hit for Cream, so relatively happy to look for some sort of early skirmish if they can get Cream involved. The only downside, of course, is that Mako and Jackie Love are in the best of shapes here, as Pays and Lehans have been able to do a good job of just getting that poke. Tien here now, though, sneaking in behind the Ghost.
Oh, there you go. Hawk shot again. We saw Mako continuously
it's so broken.
Use it in the last game. And Tien, understandably feeling like he has to at least try and make a play happen somewhere, because Canyon taking camps in much higher speed hasn't been able to found Tien just yet, though, and doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Scream.
Right.
Enjoying the fact that this time there was no Vayne in his lane.
Yeah, he actually gets to play the lane a bit more, and look who's here. Tien's here to influence it, but Chovy with Flash and Valkyrie available.
Oh well, Jet.
Makes it a little bit more difficult. Chovy's still going to clear the wave, so Cream just now sit here while Tien trades.
But that's the thing, Cream gets the shove in the mid wave so he can actually help and get in the camp back, but the Ghost popped.
Mako might be the new target, but slowed on down. There's no Enchanter Crysara to slow him further.
Pays
doesn't get it, you're right, because it's a big part of the damage.
Yeah, with Lethality, Kalista in particular, really need to hit that Canyon. Says hello. I don't know if his presence alone is going to be enough. He hasn't based yet, sitting on a whole lot of gold right now.
Does land a spear, which influences his push into
Doesn't have his
jungle.
mid laner.
You're right, with no pressure there. Cream's moving in with perfect execution, flashing away Canyon. A big mistake in game 5. There's the execution, and Canyon's about to drop down to Cream. What is he doing without Chovy nearby?
Yeah, you have bot lane prile, but you don't have a mid laner. And Canyon Game 5 says pick me in Italy and gives up a kill to the enemy Akali.
Especially Cream's Akali. This is the pick that he made his name on in the LPL. This is the pick that he showcases mastery of Assassins on. And with an early kill, he can look to blow open this game, play heavily through the mid, open up sides. But TN hovering still around boss.
The one upside for Gen.G is that when it comes to the plates, when it comes to the CS, they have been able to build a lead. But TN is looking again. Someone is available.
Just came up and available. The arrow flies and misses. Jackie Love gets poked out though, but it doesn't change the play. 10 running in, and Space Core still there. Arctic Assault blocks it as Lehen's now ranges. There's the ulti. Jackie Love jumps in, and Mako lands the bubble. Lehen's is up next, and Gen.G are falling apart. Top Esports with 3 early kills, and Jackie Love's got 2 of them.
They needed to stop TN, but TN refuses to do so. Cream in the mid lane. The spear goes wide. He's going to be able to walk this one away. Canyon can't even find the response. 369 is going to spot him on the Raptors.
How do you like your meat? This Cougar about to find out. Flash in, fear beyond dead. 369's having none of it. He sits around. Canyon tries to leap away, but here comes Cream once again. TN's backed away, and Gen.G are getting red like a book.
Excuse me, sir, but this is not your jungle. This is not your series. Top Esports have found everything against Gen.G, and Gen.G are trying desperately to find a way in. Tooth, claw, nail, but they're not getting anything.
At least some damage comes through. Choviel's worried there, even with his flash available, with Cream having his ulti up again, but man, this is blowing out of control. This early game, Canyon is trying to influence so much.
Canyon, you don't have vision of the enemy bot lane, and crucially, TN interrupts the initial dash, but even if he doesn't hit that, like, Cream is on the roam. Chovi's pushed in, playing Corki. Canyon wanting to do so much and getting punished. The gold is still even, but I again want to reiterate, it feels to me like so much has Lehens.
Here's Flash.
Oh my
no
God. What's happening topside? Our observers like there's action everywhere. The flip comes through, but it's interrupted. Kasate thinks as Canyon, at least in here, Gen.G getting something. Topside now erupts here with Keen's ulti and Canyon's intervention.
It's crucial. We'll see if there is a counterplay being made. It looks like the Dragon is going to be the answer. But again, like looking at the goal, yes, Gen.G has a lead, but I will again reiterate, I feel like when you get to the team fights, when you get to the mid to late game, the poke of this Nidalee I don't think is going to be enough. Nidalee in team fights, notoriously hard to pilot, notoriously hard to get value out of, particularly when you don't have the best. And it's going to basically be, can Lands hit an arrow on anyone that isn't TN? Jovi does have his package.
Speaking of which, the ulti is there for TN. He's waiting. The package is going to be used in the end as well, and that helps with wave clear after the Dragon's done. Now, the counterpoint is that Gen.G at least have 6 scrubs. That goes over to Chovy on this Corki. If you're believing, you need to start believing harder, because Chovy's got a big job to do this game.
Really, it's going to come down to him. And maybe even Keen, also sitting on a pretty sizable lead here, courtesy of the early movements of 369, courtesy of the gank from Canyon.
Yeah.
He is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, because with Jackie Love accelerated, I think it's going to take a long time for Keen to become this absolute rave boss that we know Xante can be.
This is the problem, though, with Cream picking up that early kill.
Yeah.
He's been accelerated very well, so in that 1v1 on a side lane, it goes towards Cream. In the opportunity, though, that you can make a play on top, maybe it's starting to turn around.
All that control wards everything, isn't it? They get the stun onto Lehen's. He gets Fate's called back, so that saves his life for now. The Glacial Prison already used, and Tien has no flash available. He's waiting for the Arctic Assault and Pace and Lehen's. Try and turn it around. There's the arrow. And a 2v3, they feel it, and at least it stops the play there, with Jackie Love unable to go forward.
There's no response from Gen.G on the top side either. Canyon decides to reset instead, so good play from Pace and Lehen's, pushing back Jackie Love, getting his health low alongside Tien's, so that play fizzles for Top Esports.
Does it though? Dagda's looking at it thinking, wait, Spectral Maw or the Spooky Ghost, I believe, sees the edge of at least Mako, but regardless of Ward does that for them, they're all backing the brush. Under a control ward, thinking about it again. They're back in action. Wait, Tien, it's a double bluff, it's a triple bluff. There's a tidal wave as well, but the Canyon's coming in, TP as well. Top Esports have they overcooked? No! They've got the kill onto Jackie Love, but Keen has to do the unthinkable. Canyon with a spear, hits Tien. JackeyLove next up in the menu as well. He turns, he dies, and Tien now going to do the same as Cream. Teleports in. It's a double over to Canyon. And for Gen G, they make their numbers work.
And they even TP Chovy to the top side to match the push from 369 so they don't get anything. Gen G, they turn around the play against Top Esports.
In the last game, it was Gen G over-forcing on bot. This time around, it's Top.
Yeah.
They use a lot of resources trying to make the play towards the bot side. And yes, they get Pays, who with his flash up ends up dying, but because of the position of Canyon and the TP from Keen, they're still fine.
Cream's doing no damage to Keen in the meanwhile as well.
No
Shuriken Flip is there. It comes through eventually. You're right. Maybe the longer the play goes out. As 6 grubs, ladies and gentlemen, the DOT ends up getting first turret. So Gen G, a big moment in Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the wave here to try and set up for the culling is great, so they do get onto Pays, but the immediate responses come through from Gen G. TP from Keen, he is huge in comparison, and JackeyLove just has nowhere else to go, and because Keen is kind of zoned Cream away from this fight, there are low health bars for Lehens. Potentially you can one-shot Canyon, but you just cannot commit to that with Keen in the way.
Now, my quick question is, with Gen G with an early gold lead, we talked about the setup lacking for Canyon. The question is whether this Lich Bane Nidalee with an early lead is enough to negate that and run over the top in the early game anyway.
Gonna have to see. They're gonna have to keep stacking these objectives. The first rate going over the Top Esports in of itself already a big win. It's also important to note that outside of Tien, Top Esports engaged, not necessarily the best, so I think early player matters a
Arrow
lot.
hits him, cleanse comes through from JackeyLove, and the poke follows through as well. Herald continues up.
Look at Cream though, good flank opportunity to go in, but I think Top Esports have already kind of been burned a little bit with JackeyLove having to get rid of that cleanse. So Gen G, with first position on that Rift Tower, will be able to take it. How hard they do want to try and push in to get these towers off of us.
We've talked so much about Chovy, so much about the bot lane. But the biggest difference maker in the games where Gen G looks good, I think, is Keen online.
Yeah.
Is he in a position where he can make an impact? And in the previous games, that wasn't really the case. Not necessarily some of his plays, some of the team's plays. But right now, sitting on almost a 1k gold lead here on this Cassante, and no one on Top Esports that I think once he finishes his second item, which I imagine will be a Rookern, it's going to be a lot harder as this Drake, I think, a must-take for Gen G.
And 369 gave up his opportunity to good laning phase to give this lead to JackeyLove.
Yeah.
And look for the dive to try and put Keen behind, but with that overextension, Top Esports have brought that bot lane back within touching distance, and now we're going to start to see that squeeze from Gen G as they don't want to let this up.
And I mean, it feels like tempo heaven, right? JackeyLove's back gets denied. I'm not sure how much standing gold he has because the Herald charges mid. In 20 seconds, this Dragon that, Chronicle, you said is a must-take for Gen G, feels not only to be secured here, mid goes down as well. Gold is starting to pile up in this Game 5 that Top Esports is running away from them.
And now the poke, this is the best case scenario. No vision available. Chovy doesn't have his TP. I imagine he's roaming over, and look at this. You see how little control there is. The package should be available soon. And Gen G, this is a must-win fight.
And Cream is on top side, doesn't have his teleport available, so he's going to have to walk down. Did just finish the Hextech Proto Belt,
they gotta let it go.
I mean, when Chovy has that package, it's so difficult to fight against them. Gen G playing out this map impeccably.
All comes down to Canyon, even despite his earlier mishaps, picking up so much gold. You see that one single spear on Mako, enough to dissuade Top Esports from trying to contest. Gold lead now back in favor of Chovy because the pressure that is generated by Keen, by his bot lane, and by Canyon, he just gets to farm his waves. Just gets to farm up the way he loves to do. And Gen G, at least for now, back in control in this game number 5.
You do have to be very careful as Gen G when trying to push up on this mid-wave though. No cleanse available for Pays or even Lehens either. So if Tien has access to that mid-wave, immediately you can win the 3v3 skirmish just off of taking Canyon out, taking Lehens out, maybe taking Pays out. So this is where you can see Gen G investing a lot of members into getting vision on this topside river, finding a place of solace where Gen G can contest this mid.
Oh, Arrow
does hit on Tien. That's a favorable target. Mako with a spear doesn't have enough sustain to get through that. It's a slow ebb and flow here as Top Esports slowly get forced out from this top side, enabling Chovy maybe to get the push up in top as well and take down their last outer turret.
And that poke is going to continue to stick. This is why you need to try and group as Top Esports, but GenG are doing a really good job of contesting them before Top Esports can really group. Now TN in mid though, this is what we're talking about, an opportunity to look for a play.
Oh, onto Lehan's good damage. Culling comes out as well. Paige saves his support, but himself maybe not so much. The Culling almost finishes him off. Doesn't take a summoner, but there is an ult trade.
So going to be happy about that. Farming some first try gold.
Hell yeah.
For Jackie, he's finished the rapid fire cannon and the Shiv, so incredible amount of burst damage here for the Lucian. For Top Esports, kind of the same, particularly against poke comps. You want to take down as soon as possible this mid lane turret, because otherwise if you have the safety to retreat, you poking becomes so much easier.
They're moving keen here though to make sure they can cover. GenG well aware of how important that mid lane tower is going to be.
Chovy,
Topside now.
Flashed away from, you get the flash from the Corki, and that's an ult trade. You'd still call that worth.
Big time, but this is the problem with trying to contest on multiple different fronts. When you have control for Top Esports in mid lane, you open up TN to roam, you open up Mako to roam, to look for plays on sides. This is what we're saying Top Esports really like to do when they have this Lucian, but they need to now take a step back. TN no ult, JackeyLove no ult. This is where GenG are now the ones that can go on the prowl, and they are looking for that top tower.
I haven't talked as much about Kane's build yet, but he's gone Conquer. Also looks like he might be building towards either Leandris or Riftmaker's.
You said TN needs to back off. I mean, even without ulti, Arctic assaults in. Lehans gets the arrow down. Top Esports overcooking here. The flash already comes out as Cream is now stuck in the middle. His shuriken flip ends with the summoner as well. TS, the health bars are too damn low. They need to leave, and GenG know it.
Again, it's Top Esports overextending. GenG knew TN had no ult, JackeyLove had no ult. We have the advantage that we can push, and they're going to keep going with it.
GenG fighting Top Esports, fighting their own past. This team has let down the LCK so many times. Chovy TPing in, Maw's there, but the Hex Gates are being taken.
Well, Mako and TN think, hey, we can do something with this. TN's ulti almost up and available, but ain't quite there, stopping GenG from getting the inner turret in the top side, but they still got what they came for. They still got outer, and a 4K gold lead now cements this first 20 minutes.
And again, it's getting control over the lane states, getting that vision on the top side, but TN doesn't have the ult available, so tries to use his face instead, and Lehen says, thanks, here's an arrow directly between the eyes, and when TN is taken out of the equation, Cream doesn't have the front line he needs to go in, JackeyLove doesn't have that front line, which is why 369 is called, but they're already too late to the party.
See, as well, as soon as it is clear that they're not going to be able to get anything but Zerg, Pace immediately rotates towards mid to get the shove in, and that's why we now see GenG with a 3.3k gold lead, slowly building up. I love this from Jackie. We talked about it a lot, but into a Cassante, got to invest into that armor penetration early on, because otherwise, if this Cassante can just be a brick wall, which I want to add, not only is there JackeyLove building a Lost Whisper, there's also 369 with the Cleaver. Urgot is insanely strong at stacking that very, very quickly, and Carve is one of the best sources of negating armor in the game.
The Edge of Night also picked up for Paze is really important to hold on to this mid-wave. The fact that you won't be at the leisurely toss of a TN ult or the potential for a Mako wave, it gives you that moment to react, is going to be so impactful when it comes to contesting everything that Top Esports are trying to do on the map. As long as you can keep Cassante up against Cream as well, Keen is just going to be a brick wall that this Kali cannot get through.
Ill used.
It's because 5 seconds till Dragon, isn't it? Spear doesn't connect either. JackeyLove's out of the way. He's got both summoners available. They're running in. TN as well with the ulti available, trying to play the front to back with GenG. Running amok themselves. Fate Call going to be used by Paze. That's an ulti pre-team fight.
It's patience from Top Esports. You called it their hysterics. They're just playing for Dragon. They're just making sure that they can pull whatever they can out of GenG. But now Top Esports love is playing up as Lehens deals that damage.
And remember as well, there's no package available. Chovy got in the last fight. We're going to have to wait and see if my timing's wrong, but still, Dragon for TES looking good to start.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't have TP. That's the big thing. Does pick it up here, but Top Esports no different window. Cream on the flank will get spotted. Chovy with the Hex Gates can get her sooner. GenG, they need this Dragon.
All it takes is one pick to open us up. JackeyLove runs on in. Chovy's now spotted, as you mentioned. Cream with a level disadvantage, but it's Dragon here to keep the pace of the game going. For GenG to shut up the audience. The arrow connects, but it's cleansed away. Tien sends out an own ulti. Lehans has to flash away. The tidal wave is great, but Chovy lines the dirt, but no one's there. JackeyLove runs into him and almost ints himself. Dragon goes over to TES as Cream just does the unthinkable in the back line. Krispy Kreme, you're not the sweetest piece.
They get out.
As Canyon get hit
Go.
with Spear again, and 369 is caught on out. GenG are pulling them apart, and TES, I don't know how this started, but I feel like I know how it's going to end. 369 says no, though. Aqua Prison out. They front to back. He can't get the reset, though. It's messy. It's disgusting. But GenG are thriving in it, and Mako drops to show that TES didn't know what they were doing there.
And the dragon gets taken by TES, but GenG says thank you very much. Balloon the gold lead. And the sustained damage from this Corki. Pace staying alive despite everything. And Canyon on his Nidalee.
And at the start, Jackie Love immediately cleanses. Cream gets access to the backline as Lehens is taken low. But watch for Chovy immediately onto the backline. Annihilates Jackie Love's health bar. And yes, Cream gets the response to Lehens. But it's the support.
It's Lehens!
It doesn't matter. And Jackie Love is so incredibly low. And from this point, Top Esports, they could have said no. They could have said 369, we have to give you up. We will sacrifice yourself to get away, but they think they can make the play. But in a top lane versus top lane, Keen has come out every single time for GenG, and once more, he bowls down Top Esports, and GenG come out ahead.
It's the space that Keen creates that allows Pace to flash. Bubble doesn't hit, 369 goes in alone, and the team isn't there to back him up.
It's the punish above all punishes. Chovy again, as you said, casual numbers. In game 1, game 2, hitting that mark, and once again, Chovy on this Corki is providing so much good context for GenG. TS made a crucial mistake.
Oh, they're pulling them across the map. Want to get this in there.
One that could have hurted their game state. Cream still getting poked out, half HP now, trying to defend the inner tower, but Keen running into him. He doesn't back off in time. The arrow almost connects. He's going to get out this time around, but TES now defending after the inner goes down and the gold balloons 7k.
And again, you need some sort of flank opportunity for Cream. You can see what happens if they try to play this front to back, but with the way that GenG are controlling the map right now, that feels impossible. There are no wards, there is no vision as to what is happening for Top Esports.
In the LCK, GenG, one of the most consistent teams, that's getting a lead and never, ever giving it up.
Yeah.
And Top Esports is pushing. We saw the early leads that they were able to generate in the last 2 games were pivotal at keeping GenG down. But now, Canyon is so fed that his poke is going to remain relevant for much longer than if he wasn't able to have an impact. And additionally, by the time he starts to drop off, Chovy is level 50. He's 2 levels up.
Oh, yeah.
Almost 60 CS.
And now they've found another play. Mako's isolated by himself. Pace runs up for the freebie, and the tidal wave does nothing. Another kill in the bank, another moment to open up Top Esports from getting the unbelievable reverse sweep.
And GenG, they got to the position that Top Esports was in last year at Worlds. They were down 0-2, brought it back to 2-2, and now it's up to them to see if they can not relinquish any control of this game and bring themselves to the upper bracket.
Doubt and fear came through the religion, but in the end, it looks like for GenG, the belief is holding strong. 8k gold lead now with the inner turret dropping down.
Top Esports trying to reclaim anything in their topside jungle. Canyon has moved down. Pace is on the reset. GenG need to be very careful. This is essentially a bluff. The Top Esports might call at any point in time, but with no information, with no vision, Top Esports don't feel comfortable, and you can see the antsy feet they're getting as GenG slowly but surely close the door on them.
Gonna have to be an individual pick. It's gonna have to find someone, put him in the meat grinder, or Cream getting on top of Pace. But Keen has been an immovable object. Jackie Love does have his LDR done. Maybe that's going to be the saving grace for Top Esports. But now the problem is, once you lose control against the poke composition, the game becomes nigh unplayable. You have an Umbro Glaive Ashe with Hawkshot. We saw how much pressure Mako was able to find in the last game with that as well.
Sure.
You're playing into Corki and a monstrously fed Nidalee with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal.
And the solo lanes just can't compete anymore for Top Esports, which means that these side lanes belong to GenG. This jungle going to belong to GenG as well if they want. Keen though.
I mean, Keen stepping up, and we said the LDR might do something, but right now, I'm not seeing a damn lick of damage.
I take it back. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right.
I thought it'd be enough.
He didn't have enough damage. I mean, Keen is just walking in there so nonchalant, and GenG, as you said, can do whatever they want.
Dragon in 6 seconds. The reset for Chovy to pick up yet another package. A package that he hopes to will deliver GenG to the promised land, a victory in this game 5. Top Esports. The poke is hitting. It is raining down from all sides. And Cream has been spotted out on every opportunity by CHENGDU.
Big thing here is Top Esports did get the last dragon, so this is only a second dragon fight. Top Esports can choose to give this up. I think they should, but knowing them, I don't know if they will.
I mean, I was going to say, knowing TES, they will fight or die. And right now, it feels like the latter as they move up towards Baron to try and make the counterplay with Chovy having package.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can draw them into an area that is dark, but it's not. CHENGDU already have so much vision down, and now Top Esports will lurk in the shadows. CHENGDU, you have that hawk shot. They spot at the top, are not there.
Trying for a bait. Keen and Canyon the one space checking. Canyon needs to get out of there. Keen's fine for the time being as Jackie Love is dealing with Chovy. The arrow flies through. He's got cleanse once again, and he used that to get out of dodge. The culling flies on him, but into Keen. It won't do too much again. The front line Kasane paying dividends, and Chovy's starting to turn and burn. Cream as he runs away with the shuriken flip, can't find an angle, and TS just need to hot tail and run.
Keen is just playing this front line so well, but Chovy...
One shot though, his ulti comes through as Chovy flushes away. Cream in the back line once again onto Lahan. Fear beyond death, denied with fate sealed. Cream buys time. Keen a new target. He gets out with the perfect execution, but 369 is meant to be a tank.
The go again!
The poke runs, it roams, and CHENGDU feel it. They are talked about as these international chokers, but today it looks like Top Esports are the jokers.
That said though, doesn't look like they're actually able to get the kills that they were looking for. They force a bunch of summoners though, that's the big thing. Flash gun on Tien, flash gun on 369. The Baron though, not yet taken.
The Dragon was taken by CHENGDU though. The lanes that Top Esports could have got in their favor are not there. Top Esports got nothing off the play except broken hearts, broken summoner spells, and CHENGDU are coming back out onto the map once more with a ton of vision around this Baron area. Cream once more trying to push in on these side lanes, but 2 levels down onto Chovy. Will tick over to level 15 as it clears out this wave, but it's a similar story where again, Keen, an immovable object on this Kasane, is stopping and blocking everything the Top Esports wants to do.
I think Kasane in this tournament in the best of times has been unbearable for teams. When it doesn't go through what 369 went through in game 1 of this series, it is unbelievable. And Chronicler, as we approach CHENGDU around this Baron, just buying time again for the Dragon stacking and this almost 10k gold lead, it's Top Esports who try and find a pivotal moment.
It's one of the things that T1 definitely have CHENGDU beat as... Oh, Chovy.
Is this it? Is this the moment?
Is it going to be Chovy in a side wave? There's no way.
I mean, he's got flash available. Reaction time. Culling comes through, and Chovy's going to die.
Chovy!
Shut down in front of Baron. That was the unbelievable member.
And now the Baron is there. Kasane in the side lane will have to try and TP to deny this from Top Esports. This is it. Top Esports found their pick, but can they finish the fight?
Now we find out how strong they are. Cream is teleported in, and remember, CHENGDU don't have numbers, but they have the gold advantage. In the back of Baron, the MR debuff is hitting them hard. Canyon throwing out spear after spear. Keen getting the knockup. It's double flash used. Jackie Love gets caught in the back line, but they turn off a Baron. Top Esports still. Where is the damage? Cream dealing with the back line. He's erupted. In a 5 versus 4. CHENGDU still have it. Jackie Love steps back up. There's the Aqua Prison. Mako trying to bring it on back. An unbelievable fight is what we needed. Top Esports aren't delivering yet. The spear from Canyon hits Jackie Love. Jackie Love jumps back in and gets the hands. CHENGDU have been departed, but TES is still losing the fight.
Chovy's coming. Chovy's coming.
Jackie Love stands his ground for the timing. The spear doesn't connect. Pays doesn't connect either. The bot lane, the heroes of TES are what the LPL need, but they can't deliver. Mako's up next, and the CHENGDU faithful are finally getting rewarded.
And it starts off as a CHENGDU nightmare. Chovy wandering off to a side wave and getting murdered. But the rest of CHENGDU say no, not today, not again, as they win the 4v5 and take the Baron.
In finals, we saw Keen get several solo kills against his opponent in Zeus. And once more, this Kasane is the pick for him. He stands in front of Jackie Love and Mako. He flips them back. The ult from Lahan's immediately onto Jackie Love prevents him from dealing the damage. And the Kasane buys the space that you need to deal with Cream in the back line. And then CHENGDU go forward.
That's my LCK Finals MVP! Keen on the Kasane popping off. And then here, the extended trade, all the cooldowns are gone, so it's so hard for Top to actually get on top of this mass. Jackie gets the kill on Lahens, but That's not enough. And then Chovy with the TP here, but already Pays was flanking. Canyon, surprisingly, Tenki saw the stopwatch impeccable from him. So much use out of the gold, but Keen, the hero that Gen.G needed.
And it feels like there's nothing left in the tank for top esports. Cream can't kill Cassante. 369 couldn't kill Cassante. And Jackie Love is tossing everything in the kitchen sink at this Cassante and still cannot bend him. Gen.G pushing forward now in towards the bot side. There is nothing the top esports have that can push them away.
The miracle run is falling out of the fingers of TES fans.
Look at the poke.
And those alike, the poke is unbearable as the turret continues to get approached. Gen.G, they will not stop, and TES right now are just hoping for a mistake.
Hold me, Dagda! What are they gonna do it?
Cream is there. He has to cleanse away. He gets the bell from Mako. Jackie Love gets poked out. Chovy hits right, and he hits hard. It's in session once again, and he won't stop pushing.
There's nothing they can do. Top esports, they lost their star player. They're about to twinkle out.
They came back from the brink of despair. It looked hopeful. It looked great in the early game, but to go to the upper finals, Gen.G, your fans are finally being rewarded. Do you believe? Because for the first time ever, Gen.G beat the LPL in a best-of-5 since the name change. First ever religion that has come out of League of Legends. And let me tell you, Gen.G fans, I am a believer.
Game number 5 demands us pick Italy. He hasn't played the champion all year. Dies in the jungle. And in the end, ends with an 8-2-6 score. And Gen.G, they were tested to their limits. And every single time over the last couple of years, when those limits were tested, they were unable to deliver. And I really can't overstate for this team and for Chovy specifically, how big of a victory this is.
Man, for a player that comes to internationals, that always gets hyped up, as you say, and that doesn't always deliver on the same margin. Today was huge, but Gen.G today as well with such a risky comp in Game 5. That's what pushes the belief an extra mile for me.
But it's the comfort for Keen.
Yeah.
This Cassante was absolutely incredible. Every team fight getting onto Jackie Love. Every team fight denying the damage that was coming through. Blocking for his team. Just top esports could not find any way past this man.
If I had a nickel for every time Keen carried in Game 5 of a best-of-5 with Cassante, I'd have 2. Which, you know, I feel like given the amount of Cassante performances, it feels like it should be more.
Yeah. But it is so well earned. Keen had a monster performance, and throughout the series as well. In Gen.G's success, it came down to this man who probably played our best main top, played one of our best Cassante games. Chovy having an insane series at highlight moments as well. Even Canyon in Game 5, what started with a mistake,
What a series.
with a triumph. That was an insane series. I am drenched in sweat, as I'm sure the players are too.
I was never worried.
Oh,
At
not
no
at all.
point.
No. I'll just like dry off my hand from your back.
Yeah, you never doubted them. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure to cast this BO5 with these two lovely guys, as well as for you at home. We're going to head over to the analyst desk, but stick around for the Verizon post-game interview with Keen in just a few moments, and that'll be a good one.
Awesome. We'll get to hear from Keen indeed. Wow, what a 2 days Maurits has had casting, by the way.
I know.
Yesterday, all the way to Game 5 for T1 and now for Gen.G, but twice his teams come out on top.
I know, right? Not even sweating.
I do want to call up the predictions. We didn't show them before the series because we didn't have time to kind of set it up, but I have two geniuses next to me.
Well, okay.
So explain.
I can't say that I'm a genius after the Team Liquid prediction and all of NA is mad at me for this morning.
That doesn't matter.
Well, my producer just said true, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed back in the United States. But the reason why I typically, and people consider this a fault sometimes of my analysis, and I will agree with it, is that I typically side with the more stable team. And I do think in looking at both of these teams' strengths, if they're each allowed to play their game, Gen.G do edge out ahead just because of how stable they are and how well they play the map.
And at the end of the day, they just decided to poke them. They're just going to pick 4 poke champions, essentially, and then outlane them.
And let's be honest, you didn't like it.
I hated it at first, but then, with the benefit of hindsight,
which is awesome.
Yeah, I did realize that TES had pretty bad engage.
Yeah.
So this is a situation where even if they don't have great peel, they can actually kind of keep them at arm's reach and outpoke them in a lot of fights, because it's really just a Sejuani who's trying to engage, and they're able to avoid a lot of those engages.
Yeah, they can poke them down, and they really have no answer for the Cassante, right? Because even in some of these fights where Jackie Love and Mako are playing well, they still have a Cassante in their face, as we see coming off of one of the fights in question.
Now,
I think
14-1? What?
No, he lost again. Yeah, he lost again.
Oh, he lost
Impact.
again.
Impact, I think, is the only losses, maybe. Oh, no, did we have a loss in this series? Never mind. Anyway, the point is, I think one really interesting thing about this Gen G team, given their play style, given how stable they are, given how they like to play through mid, is the fact that sometimes Canyon, even when it will seem like not a great idea, he'll be like, guys, you know what? Pick me a carry. We saw this in LCK finals with the Kazakhs. We saw it earlier in this tournament with the Kazakhs. And we see it here on the Nidalee, which, by the way, has a 75% win rate career. It was one of the picks that made him so successful the year that Tomwon won the World Championship in 2020. And it's really cool. Even if I don't always agree with it, I like that the Canyon is always willing to just be like, you know what? Pick me a carry. And with this composition, when they did get ahead, the way that they were able to poke from Fog, whittle TES down in a lot of these fights was absolutely crucial.
Yes, and they finally did it, Gen G. They took down the LPL. It had been 2,386 days since they did, so I think we need to change that one up.
0 days.
Reset it.
And that was at
5 minutes since.
5 minutes since they beat them. Also, Jackie Love rip.
I mean, he played really well.
No, but his streak of beating the LCK is also dead?
Yeah.
Gosh.
There you go.
The records are falling.
This is why this MSI format is going to be so compelling, because neither of these teams are out of the tournament. We have Gen G moving to the winner's bracket final, and we have TES going to be hungry to get revenge.
They will be indeed. I've been actually so happy seeing the last couple of days. I mean, we started off really bad, I think, but we were all scaling into getting a better experience in the back half of the bracket stage. This is our post-game breakdown before we get a look at the bracket.
I know. Once again, Corki does the most damage. What a surprise.
I gotta say, Emily, and we touched on it a little when we were talking about the game, but you know, usually when 369 is in a game, you're always talking about him. There's always highlights, there's always rolling 9s, or at the very least a 6. What's happened here?
So yeah, I mean, I think the big thing with 369 is that, as Jat is going to erase, I think both the 6 and the 9.
No, you're going to tell me this is his name. It's this, or this. And we've been getting a lot of these.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me that's been really shocking in this tournament, because some of it you can chalk up to, okay, he got put behind in the lane swap, right? Like TES did not play the lane swap as well as Gen G. But it's his mistakes in team fights that have been really crucial, I think, for TES, because in a lot of the series where he's put behind or he's playing weak side, he doesn't get resources, you're like, but you know what? His team fight targeting is still stellar. He still is going to be able to make the plays in the team fights. And we saw in this game and in other games in this series where he just was not as impactful in team fights, or his targeting was a little off, like when he went and chased Lehen's Lulu in game 2. And that's kind of shocking to see from 369, given how he's performed over the past 2 years in particular.
For the side of Gen G, still managing to win after, it wasn't all perfect, right?
No,
Otherwise, you don't play 5 games.
Yeah, and I'm really, really curious to see if this is what Chovy needs to go to the next level. 2 best-of-5s away from an MSI title now after this win over TES. They're going to play the winner of BLG T1 in the next round. Because I would say, we talked a lot about Chovy and how, so to me, from the outside, a lot of the Church of Chovy was founded because of the systematic way with which he played the game. Oh my God, nobody kills minions like this guy. But more specifically, nobody understands how to gain small advantages and stack them up to become a huge advantage. And I think a lot of times internationally, when things are going wrong, the players that are rewarded are the bold.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are going to make these high-risk plays. that are highly variant, and Chovy's never really, in my opinion, never really excelled at like a high-risk play. He's the god of making the incremental advantage into a massive advantage, and then in a series like this, where he's Corky Azir, and in Game 5, the urgency would be like, give me Ari, give me a Kali, let's wait to see the ultimates, give me Silas, like something. No, he's just going to go Corky again. In fact, they're going to first pick, and they won. And not only did they won after he made a huge mistake. They were up 8,000 gold in this game. He checked a bush he didn't need to check. He got killed, and his teammates pulled him through. So I hope that realization and what happened can take the pressure off so he can just be Chovy rather than trying to be something greater to pull the team through, because he can trust his team. His team actually carried him through in this series.
Not everyone. Everyone?
Not everyone.
I don't know. You can pick at home.
I feel like you have. I feel like you have a few.
No, I just think when you look at the whole series, right? Canyon redeemed themselves a lot with that Nidalee, but I think there's some issues. I think for the bot lane, maybe not as a whole, but like FaZe, there were a couple of issues, right? So to your point, the sum of all parts is greater than the individuals.
There's
and
going
that's
to
a
be
great thing
variance
to have.
along the way, for sure. And it's just the fact that Chovy's not the one that changed to win this series, which I think is just an important thing for him to take going forward.
Cool distinction.
I think previously, and even in this game and in their last series as well, occasionally when Chovy feels pressure, he does get caught out in side lanes, right, when he's responding to get minion waves. I think the big difference maker, and again, I'm going to call out LCK Finals MVP, my boy Keen in the top lane. I do think the pressure that he can provide for this team has been massive in Gen G's success this split. And he could end up very well being the difference maker on this roster that finally helps carry Chovy and Gen G to their next international title, or Chovy's first international title.
Yeah, Chovy's first international title.
Yeah, the last time they won one was
and
when
that
they
was
were
the reason,
Samsung.
or that was one of the reasons you can imagine the changes were made, right? Because they already had LCK on lock. It was all about this as we are preparing for the interview as well. Where does this leave us on TES, who took Gen G to 5 games, who had some great ones in their own right? They will be going up against the winner of PSG versus G2 in the lower bracket. So,
yeah, I think they're still really good. I still actually don't think we have a clear favorite at MSI. I know I thought we were going to when G2 was 2-0 up on TES, but they showed a lot of fight. Jackie Love and Mako, I think.
G2, you mean Gen G?
I mentioned.
Oh, I see what you really care about. Okay.
So I think in terms of TES, that Jackie Mako are the best performing bot lane in this tournament by a pretty wide margin. And Cream had some big flashes in this series that I think can really help them moving forward.
Yeah, that Tristana play is going to get replayed over and over and over again.
By us, I'm sure as well. And now the interview is ready. It's Keen, Lore, and G-Sun standing by for the Verizon post-game interview.
After 5 games, in the end, Gen G grabs the win and advances to the next stage. And I have Keen with me to talk about this one. 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me about the development of the series, and especially from Game 4 to Game 5, on the verge of getting reverse swept. How did you guys feel? What was the mindset?
오늘 경기 어떻게 전개된 것 같으신지, 특히 4세트에서 5세트 넘어갈 때 사실은 상대방이 역수입을 일으킬 수도 있는 그런 상황 속에서 어떻게 좀 잘 다잡으시면서 경기 임하셨나요?
사실 5세트 같은 경우는 저희가 플레이오프, 이제 LCK에서 플레이오프 진행하면서 많이 경험했었기 때문에 뭐 흔들리거나 그런 건 없었던 것 같고, 오히려 좀 더 집중력이 올라갔던 것 같아요.
We were actually very used to 5 gamers because of our experience in the LCK playoffs, so we were not too tilted. We were actually pretty ready to go for it.
All in control here. I want to talk about top lane because when you think about every role at MSI right now, there looks to be a lot of viable options that you can swap, but when it comes to top lane, it's Casante's island. It's the most picked champion at MSI so far. How do you explain the dominance of the champion?
사실은 지금 MSI 메타가 정말 어떤 픽이든 모든 라인에 갈 수 있는 듯한 모든 픽들이 수합의 메타가 됐는데 탑만 그냥 크산테 이런 느낌이에요. 그래서 지금 탑 메타에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지, 탑 챔프풀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
지금 탑 라인 자체가 약간 좀 수합 때문에 성장하기가 좀 힘들어서 그냥 성장 안 해도 약간 1인분 할 수 있는 탱커 챔피언들이 많이 나오는 것 같습니다.
Because mostly of the lane swap meta, top champions cannot really scale well, or they cannot really get fed. So I think people are now opting in for the safe, kind of a stable tank champions who can just do a decent job even without getting all the resources and stuff.
I see, and I appreciate the fact that you played Rise against Rumble. I know that you did the same thing at Worlds, and you're one, if not the best Rise player in the world. Do you think that there's still a spot for Rise and more AP champions on the top lane?
오늘 또 이제 럼블 상대로 라이즈 픽도 보여주셨는데 사실 작년 월즈에서도 이런 식으로 라이즈를 활용하는 모습이 나왔습니다. 기인 선수 하면 또 라이즈를 가장 잘 다루는 선수 중 한 분으로 항상 거론이 되는데 앞으로도 라이즈가 또 등장할 가능성이 있다고 보시나요?
사실 럼블 상대로 라이즈는 굉장히 오래전부터 써왔기 때문에 이제 각이 나오면 언제든지 또 쓸 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I mean, Rise into Rumble is a bit of a classic counter pick, so as long as I see the angle, I can go for it.
Now, a bit more about you. New Jersey, but you kept one teammate from last year, and I want to talk about your Hyung Lehans. I know that he's nagging you when I watched the Genji video, so talk me through your relationship and the fact that he's poking you all the time.
이제 기인 선수가 또 올해 새롭게 한 번 더 팀을 이적하셨는데 또 함께 같이 이적한 선수분이 있죠. 리엔즈 선수와 이제 동료로 계속 같이 조금 팀을 옮겼는데 리엔즈 선수와의 케미가 워낙 좋고 항상 젠지 영상이나 컨텐츠를 보면 리엔즈 선수가 엄청 기인 선수를 조금 괴롭히는 것 같더라고요. 두 분의 케미스트리에 대해서 좀 알려주세요.
사실 뭐 저는 막 슈영이랑 막 놀고 싶거나 뭐 이런 거는 딱히 뭐 없는데 이제 슈영이 먼저 가만히 있으면 슬슬 건드려가지고 좀 약간 저는 받아치는 그런 느낌인데 이제 팬분들이 좀 좋아해 주시는 것 같습니다.
I have no interest in hanging out with him at all, actually, but when I'm just like being myself and doing nothing, he just comes up to me and start, poking me and stuff, and then like I guess fans are liking it. I'm more on the person that's just reacting to it.
All right, just taking it as a good teammate here. Let's focus on the next matchup. You're going to face off against the winner of T1 versus BLG. So either Bin or Zeus. What is the main difference stylistically between these two top laners?
이제 BLG T1전 승자와 다음 라운드에서 만나실 예정인데 기인 선수만 놓고 본다면 빈 선수 또는 제우스 선수를 만나게 됩니다. 그 두 탑 레이너를 비교했을 때 스타일적으로 어느 부분이 가장 다르다 생각하세요?
일단 제우스 선수는 좀 팀적으로 이제 약간 공격적인 챔프, 이제 원거리 챔프를 좀 더 선호하기 때문에 일단 제우스 선수가 좀 더 약간 좀 칼끝? 약간 이런 느낌이고 빈 선수도 약간 공격적인 챔프를 좀 많이 하는데 약간 팀적으로는 좀 요새 받쳐주는 챔프를 많이 하는 것 같아서 좀 약간 안정적인 그런 느낌인 것 같습니다.
그럼 약간 방패 같은?
방패라기보단 그냥 상황에 맞게 하는 것 같아요.
So for Zeus, I think especially with T1 as a team, I think they prefer him on more of the carry side. Sometimes you go for the aggressive and long range picks. So I want to say he's like a sharp blade of T1. Being as well, he's really good at aggressive picks and those kind of very long range champion. But he also right now this days playing a lot of supportive role right now. So I think those are the major difference.
All right, well, let's see who you end up facing off against in the next round. Thank you so much for the interview. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And Jisan, thank you for the translation.
Awesome! Tomorrow will be a very cool top lane matchup. I am, of course, talking about Broken Blade versus Aicha in the top lane of PSG versus G2. No, also that. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. With that, as G2 will be kicking off the day versus PSG, and then after that we get BLG versus T1, which should be so incredibly epic. I can hardly wait.
Pay attention to the clock up top, because the majority of MSI has been starting 5 hours later than it's going to be starting tomorrow.
Yes.
Same time as starting today, same time the Fnatic
The
TL series
Europeans
is
should
on.
have fixed their schedule and been up. I mean, it is a weekend, though. They might want to have a beer tonight.
I mean, there have been accusations about it being a one-team region.
Yes.
So the G2 fans may not have watched today.
Maybe.
But their team plays tomorrow. You
Europe
never know.
is a one-team region. So is NA, but it's always a different team. So is that better or worse?
I mean, sometimes it's no team. Luckily, there's one this year.
I'll take the one.
I will say, since I won't be here tomorrow, BLG T1 should be a banger. I think both teams showcased a few flaws in their 5-game series to get to that matchup.
We're just up against formidable competition. I don't know what you're on about.
And they're both teams that really love to smash your face in, right? So watching them go up against each other is going to be so fun.
Okay, can't wait. 6 a.m. Central European, 12 a.m. Eastern US for that bout, which is the last part of the first part of the bracket stage, because after that we take a day off and then we're back for another 6 days. But that will mean we will still say goodbye to one other team tomorrow. So we'll see you then. Goodbye, sleep well, or continue your day well.
Takeover not needed, a shutdown for Humanoid. What is happening? NA versus EU, yes it is! of Legends looks like, baby!
And ulti to block any APA follow-up, but won't be able to interrupt the flick back. And Razor's just getting taken down clean and patient.
Oriana ulti. Come in. Nice.
Here comes Razzle. The shield. He's trying to get a bit more space. And there heal. Sundered Sky, baby.
Lucian the flash, guys. Look here.
Okay.
Yeah. Lucian the flash. Lucian. Alright, Lucian. Look at me. Yeah. Alright, take turret now. Come on. Leave now. Yeah, we got it. Nice job.
So, flashing back out, but now we arrive for the dragon fight. Yeah, he's zoning away the jungler. Gets the reset on the jump. Calling Noah's ulti doesn't connect. John is just better. Dashing in, but the interrupt is there, and they get him. Team Liquid and the team fight are so damn clean. APA is Goomba stopping. He is all chatting. He is winning it for North America.
Finding a new target, Tien. Fine and Jackie Love. The money bags are there. We go from 0 to hero for Genji, but Cream's still a live voice. Bringing the fight in, but someone needs to deal with pace. Someone needs to deal with pace. Someone needs to deal with pace. Cream chases. How deep are we going? Cream, what are you doing? His debut to the international stage, and he's chasing a fairy. Oh, Canyon into Jovi, baby, yeah. He ults away Jovi, the creme de la creme of the real legends. Oh my God! He's finally arrived. If there is a church of Jovi, then we better believe in the cult of Cream. He can't get the reset though. It's messy. It's disgusting. But Genji are thriving in it. And let me tell you, Genji fans, I am a believer.
They never came true. All the promises made were broken by you. I don't wanna be lost.
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty.